Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Umbra Witch mutation quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku sighed as he stared at his hands for the umpteenth time today. School SCKED again. Kaken was being himself as usual. And poor Izuku was left in the dust again. He wished his quirk would come already. He'd rather be anywhere but in this doctor's office with his mother. Well, he'd rather be watching All Might and analyze him, but his mom said they'd have to do this. Looking around the office, he notices how the nurse keeps staring at him with something in her eyes as she does her work. She looks like she doesn't want to be here. Izuku thought, playing with his fingers. By the time the doctor, Izuku's nicknamed him Egghead due to how he resembles that pre-Quirk show's villain Dr. Egghead, comes in to deliver bad news. Well, bad news to this day and age. After leaving, Izuku wonders what he'll do now. He's quirkless. His mother had walked out of the room to process this information, so he's all alone with the same nurse from before. You don't have to be, you know. The nurse hummed, letting Izuku hop off the examination table to wipe it down. Huh? Izuku sniffled, fighting the tears in his eyes. You don't have to be quirkless. I can help. She hummed, handing him one of the regulated treats. Izuku took it, nodding. I know you have your doubts. But some quirks can't just grow in. I know you'll be a great apprentice, she rambled. Izuku, too caught up in grief, immediately agreed. The nurse smiled under her mask and nodded. She took the pen from her scrubs and held out her hand. Do not tell your mother or anyone about this. What I'm doing is considered a sin from where I come from. Hand please, she said, holding Izuku's hand. She drew a small sigil into the skin of his palm and whispered something. Now, when midnight hits tonight, you will feel a bit of pain. Keep it quiet. Once you are free, I will meet you at Dagoba Beach to begin your training as an apprentice. She smiled, hugging the boy. Soon Izuku was back at home, staring at his hand. The drawing had vanished the minute he left the doctor. What did that nurse mean to keep quiet about the pain? How much will there be? And isn't Dagoba Beach a dump now? The boy was concerned. He didn't even respond to his mother for the most part. Sorry Inko. I love you. But in this you're kind of a background blanket. That night, a dull ache was present when Izuku began to fall asleep. By midnight, the dull pain evolved to a searing pain, as if he was being torn apart. He wasn't, but by God, did he feel like it was happening. Keep quiet, keep it quiet. Izuku whispered, whimpering at the pain. This better be worth it. Izuku thought to himself. He had to stay quiet. He needed to pass this test. He had to be a hero. It's been his dream for heaven's sake. This lasted for 2 hours until Izuku couldn't feel anything. So back to sleep, he went. Ignoring the feeling that something just began to notice him. The next day, Izuku went to school, got glares, the first of many, and began his trek to Dagoba Beach. Sure enough, the beach was in view and his new mentor along with it. The woman smiled when she noticed his small form rushing to greet her. Why, hello there, apprentice. You ready to begin your training? She asked, earning a determined nod from the child. A certain amount of years later. You're growing stronger, kid. Have you perfected your demon contract yet? His mentor asked. I think so. I mean, no matter how you look at it, I'm doomed to go downstairs. Izuku sighed, his now 15-year-old body run ragged from the constant in and out of purgatorio he's been doing. We don't know that, yet. You are a mix of both worlds, child. She hummed. I'm not. You know that. I'm a careless replacement should something happen. Izuku replied, drawing out the ritual needed to begin the summoning. Things have changed since your debut, child. We're no longer set to up or down. She hummed. Izuku rolled his eyes with a slight smile before calling upon the demons of Inferno to accept his pact. Nothing at first, shocking both. Huh? Usually they're jumping for a taste of your soul. You sure you dash, his mentor began until a blinding green light emitted from the portal and out came a large hand. Perfectly manicured too. Then another similar hand, then a head. You called, young one, the demon asked. I'd like to make a contract with you, madam. Izuku stuttered, switching to ancient Latin to converse with this demoness. The demon looked at him with a small smile before looking at his mentor. He's a cute one, Umbra. Where did you find him? The demoness asked. Nowhere you haven't roamed, your royalness. How are the madamas? Umbra asked. Umbra? Izuku whispered to his mentor. When you bond to a demon, you get a new field name. Umbra hummed. I accept your contract, small one. However, I see you want to save mortals. You do know the consequence for that, no? The demoness asked. Izuku nodded and she nodded as well. Placing a hand on where her heart should be, she began to speak softer. I, Madama Nokshui, accept the demon contract for this soul. Umbra clapped when the rune for Nokshui's bond appeared on Izuku's back for a brief second before ingraining itself into his skin. Izuku looked at her for guidance. You've trained all you can with me. Now it is up to you to go forth. You have 3 months to get used to having her royalness with you. Then, it's off to the hero exam. I have faith you will pave the way for our kind to be out in the open once again. She smiled, bidding her farewells to both Izuku and Nokshui. She began to walk away before she turned around and tossed a rolled-up paper at Izuku to catch. He did so effortlessly and opened it, paling. You're an international hero? He looked at her with wide eyes. If you ever need anything, just yell and I'll come to you. Now, I'm off to my next assignment. Thank you for being my student. She smiled. Oh. Okay. Wait. Can you sign something of mine? Just in case? Izuku asked. She smiled and walked closer to him with a nod. Can't wait to see my apprentice take the world by storm with the Lady of Bats by his side. My, where has the world gone? She sighed, signing the gifted pistols she had given him for his first ever time entering Purgatorio. Not sure, miss. But it will be hard, not to run to you at the hospital and tell you all about my day. Izuku laughed. Umbra looked at her mentee with parental love. His mother had never noticed anything off about her son. She just assumed he inherited her quirk but as a stronger variant. Oh, how wrong she was. Now, you keep up the trainings I've given you, remember to channel her royalness's power throughout your body. You and her are one now. Oh. And you might want to update any medical documents you can think of. All your allergies are gone, your blood type has changed, and most importantly, your lifespan has shot up drastically. She added. Huh? Wait, what do you mean? Izuku asked. You know how normal humans live to their 90s on average? Umbra began. Yes? Izuku questioned. Well, you'll live up to 39 times that amount and not look a day over 22. She beamed. How old are you? Izuku yelled, making the woman bark out a laugh. A proper lady never tells a man her age. She hummed. Now, you keep reading those rune and alchemy books I gave you, and if you need any more assistance, you have the portal for the gates of hell set up in your room. Oh. And if Rodan asks if you want anything to drink, get a version rosebud. Those are awesome. Just have halos on hand. She reminds the boy while he walked home from Dagoba Beach. It was more pristine now that they had inhabited it for trainings. The first thing Izuku was tasked to do was strength building. So off to cleaning the beach he went. Until he was sure he could easily pick up a refrigerator with one hand, then his training moved on. Not that his form shows that he could easily do such a thing, but he can. Now all he needs to do is get used to such a powerful demoness and how her power will help him. A tap to Izuku's head woke the boy up from his slumber. 3 months have passed and he's gotten used to having Nokshui with him now. Her power is a bit too much for him at full power, so he's gotten used to using only 30% so far. Wake up, pup. It's time to show those mortals our magnificence, the demoness hummed, swiping at Izuku's fringe. Izuku sighed and got up, reluctantly. After he performed his daily routine, Izuku moved on to getting dressed for the entrance exam. He was grateful for Umbra and her assistance. His mother hadn't spoken much to him after his diagnosis. Granted, it was proved incorrect not long after, but the woman couldn't stomach the fact that her son had a much different quirk to her own. Okay, we'll make a quick lunch and then we'll be on our way. Izuku hummed, rushing to race against time. Soon he managed to make a quick onigiri before he noticed he was running late. Oops. Guess we'll need to use Purgatorio to get to the exam. Izuku yelped as he grabbed the well-used backpack he loved so much, running out the door just as his phone's alarm went off. Shifting into Purgatorio was second nature to Izuku at this point. He ignored the angels he could see, focusing on getting to UA. He made it with half an hour to spare and made himself presentable in a storefront's window before leaving Purgatorio with his bag full of alchemy ingredients he picked up on the way here. You never know when you're going to need them. As he followed the crowd of examinees, he felt a sense of unease. I do not like how pristine this place is. It reeks of those holy and righteous pains that mortals love so much. Nokshui huffed, residing in Izuku's shadow. To the naked eye, Izuku's shadow looks normal. But if you watch it long enough, you'll see the set of wings protruding from the back of him. Izuku tried to ignore that comment, noting that, yes, the place did seem a bit too nice for someone like him. But then again, the last time he was taken to Paradiso, it was more golden and feather-wide than here. Shivering, Izuku shook the memory of watching a demonic crow tear an angelic worm to bits. Nokshui. You know we need to be here. The other schools were all on your absolutely not list. Izuku warned. I know, pup. But I can still complain. Besides, the uniforms here will help accentuate your colors. Nakchui hummed. It's days like these where I wonder why I decided to let my demons choose my high school. Izuku wondered as he managed to slip through the crowd. Sadly, the crowd didn't enjoy being slipped into, and Izuku's shoe got caught on some uneven pavement. Slowly falling face first towards the floor, Izuku could hear Nakchui laugh to her heart's content. He expected the ground to hit, but it never came. Sorry. I should have asked for permission to use my quirk on you, but if I did, you would have met the floor. A girl called. Oh, it's no bother. Thank you. Izuku beamed, using the socialization lessons Umbra taught him. Granted, she also taught him how to pick up targets in a shady bar and how to subdue them without leaving a mark, but that's not the point. Well, see you out there in the exam. She smiled, rushing off once Izuku found his footing. You blew it. Not even a wink. Nakchui huffed, foe crying in her hand. NOC. You know we just met. I can't go around flirting with everything that speaks. Izuku sighed. He followed the crowd to an auditorium and sat in a random seat just off the center of the stage ahead of him. You know, I will be deeply disappointed if you lose to any of these mortals. Nakchui huffed. Would you stop so I can listen? Izuku muttered, watching as Present Mike sauntered onto the stage. Poor Izuku tried so hard to pay attention. He behaved to the best of his ability, stayed quiet, reprimanded Nakchui when she'd blabber too much, he even took notes. While Present Mike was in the middle of his speech, someone decided to interrupt him for a question he was most likely getting to. Rude much? Nakchui sassed, holding her arm in a way that made Izuku picture a designer handbag being dangled from her poised hand. Izuku couldn't help the soft giggle that left his mouth. Big mistake. The nuisance decided to turn his attention to him. And you? You have been distracting this entire time. Do you not respect this exam enough? He yelled. Izuku had had enough of this boy. Present Mike, sensei. If it would please the court, may I be allowed a rebuttal? Izuku asked in fluent English. I like to imagine Izuku is fluent in English due to a headcanon I have that Umbran witches are fluent in many languages. This shocked the hero, but he nodded anyway, wanting to see where this goes. Izuku turned to the nuisance and sighed, switching back to Japanese. You know, if you had just stayed quiet just a smidgen longer, you would have heard all you needed to know without interrupting the flow of the speech. Do you know how rude that is? To interrupt someone in the middle of a speech? That's like unplugging your grandparents' life support to charge your phone. So don't pay attention to me, pay attention to the front, thank you. The silence that followed seemed to snap Present Mike back to reality. Okay. Thank you too for that demonstration. But yes, I was just about to get to the bigger 0-pointer. He called, gaining the attention of the room again. You held your own very well, pup. Nakchui cooed. Izuku sighed as the moment was ruined. Soon, the examinees were separated and carted off to different testing grounds. Izuku groaned internally as the nuisance of a human was put in the test as him. At least the girl from before was there too. Izuku wanted to wish her good luck when the guy from before got in the way. What are you doing? Are you trying to distract her? He accused. You know. You are getting on my nerves. You don't seem to grasp the concept that I'm not your concern. You do you, and I'll do me. Izuku sassed, sending a smile to the girl before turning away. Safe to say this test was going to be brutal. The test started in a wave of chaos. The second the announcement of "start" sounded, Izuku was off. He was the first off the line, granted, he wanted as much space from the other examinees as he could get. If he can make a simple affinity pop with one hit, he'd surely kill a mortal. Not that there weren't any deserving deaths. He forgives Katsuki a little bit. But robots? Now these he doesn't mind breaking. He managed to take out a few in the sprint to get away from everyone. How many do I need to get to qualify? Izuku huffed to himself, sending out a few weaves to create distance. You could always masquerade with me. Nakchui chimed, her hand crushing a 2-point robot. I'm not masquerading. Master said that is only for world-ending emergencies. Izuku reminded the demoness. Sensing an incoming attack from behind, Izuku dodged just in time. He knew which time would activate, but hey, anything to give him an edge, he'll take it. Turning around and rearing his hand back, he stopped when he saw it was debris from another bot being destroyed. So, instead, he moved the slow-flying debris out of his way and resumed his task. Careful, there. If I hadn't moved, you would have impaled me. Izuku beamed at the other participant. Just as Izuku had gotten enough points to be considered, a siren sounded up ahead. Sheet, the 0-pointer. Izuku muttered to himself, turning to leave. Unfortunately, that plan was halted when a pitiful "help" came from some rubble. What is with these people trying to kill us? Izuku yelled, rushing to help the person. It's you! He yelled, noticing the girl from before. Oh. Hello. Help? She asked, straining to keep the pain from her voice. Do not worry, pup. I will take care of the giant. You help this pretty flower. Naksui said, beckoning Izuku to use the demon SLV method. He hated using that method in fights, seeing as Naksui has little to no say in anything she does. Hang in there, I'll be right back. Can you make any of the debris lighter around you? Izuku asked, backing up and looking at the robot. I can try, she said. With a nod, Izuku began to dance. Well, he can't dance like a normal person, but he knows enough to push Naksui or any other demon contracted to him to do his bidding. As Naksui smirked deviously at the zero-pointer, Izuku broke the dance, allowing her to fight as she pleased. This gave him enough time to rush and pull the girl from the rubble. You're doing great. Eyes on me, okay? Don't mind the half-naked lady fighting a robot. Izuku joked, making the girl stare at him in disbelief. That came from you? She shrieked, yelping when Izuku made her piggyback him. Hold on tight. He instructed as he ran out from the exam. By run, we mean he used the beast within. Dang, I'm using way too many techniques in this chapter. To speed up the process? When he reached the exit, Naksui had finished off the robot in a brutal fashion and returned to Izuku. A scream was heard when Izuku and the girl were seen exiting. Izuku returned to his human form, holding the girl's legs tight as she tried to readjust her hold on him. Relax, it's only me. He reassured the onlookers, rushing to the medical tent. Recovery girl was there, waiting. Why hello there, dearies. The elder smiled. Hello, Miss Recovery Girl. She's got a sprained ankle and a slight concussion. Izuku rattled, shocking the elder woman a little at how he could identify her injuries so quickly. Izuku only knew from experience. How else was he supposed to learn how to create the healing candies he always carries on himself correctly? His mentor swore that if he made it into a type of candy, it'd never spoil while you were on the move. With that coming to mind, Izuku rummaged through his pocket for the Ziploc bag full of those candies and handed the girl one. Here. This should help with the pain. The flavor is green apple. Hope you don't mind. He smiled at the girl, bowing and taking his leave. He managed to shout a thank you before he was out of earshot. She likes you. Naksui teased, making Izuku roll his eyes as he grabbed his things. Izuku didn't have the energy to reply, mostly. He knew he had a lot more training he needed to do before he could truly be a little less focused on everything. So off he went, rushing to go. Somewhere. He couldn't go home, he's probably sure Bakugo would be near. The blonde still has the nerve to call him Deku even though he's shown him time and time again that he has the power to make his soul leave his fleshy body. He also knows about 6 demons and angels who would fight to the death for his soul. He'll get to that someday, seeing as he'll most definitely outlive most of the population unless something terrible happens. He secretly looks forward to that day. How would the great male Umbra go? In a blaze of glory? Or in a stupid fashion? My money is on a mix of both. He decided he'd go on a walk around town, fighting whatever angel or demon happened to cross his path. He hoped he'd get enough soul shards and halos to pay for the newest weapon Rodan had gotten from that last harmony. 100,000 halos. Would that be enough? He asks. A thumbs up from Naksui makes him nod and head towards his home. That was the only safe portal to the gates of hell that he knew of. Getting home and quietly closing the door, he moves the All Might rug he placed onto the portal so his mother can't stumble in. It's a fear of his, okay? He goes to the portal and lets it SCK him to the bar he needs to be at. Ah, hell. What did you do? Rodan sighed, pinching his nose. Izuku rolled his eyes and handed Rodan the bag of halos he'd saved. Nothing, got anything. Worth this much? Izuku asked, leaning on the bar. He knows he's extremely underage to be here, but Rodan makes him the exception. I can sell you these. Rodan sighed, pushing forward a set of whips that looked like vines. Ooh. Izuku gushed, staring at the weapons. Be very careful with these. They have a grip like you won't believe. So do not use these on humans. Rodan warned. If I get into UA, I may have to. I mean, have you seen the faculty there? They cannot be human. Izuku thought to himself. What if I use a tiny bit of power? Not enough to take down an angel or demon? Izuku asked. Then, they're usable. But only 1%. Any more, and you're gonna get human guts everywhere. Rodan said. Izuku smiled at this and took the weapons. I'll be back soon. He called, rushing to test out the new weapons. He decided he'd attach the whips to his shoes, that way he'd have more to do with his kicks than what he normally does. As he left his home, he came face to face with Bakugo. Izuku's face shifted to a disappointed look. How can I help you, traitor? Izuku growled, walking around the blonde. Hey! You don't get to walk away after what you did. Bakugo huffed. I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku feigned innocence, knowing there was a lot he had done from before today. Like following his mentor's advice of gluing Kaken's hair whenever he teased him. He's still got a bald spot where they had to cut his hair free of the glue, fun fact. My brother did this IRL. You summoned a naked lady to fight the zero-pointer, Deku. He yelled. Oh. That. Nah, that wasn't me. Izuku hummed. He may not like the toxic traits of the boy, but sadly, he's his childhood friend. You liar. I know exactly what she looks like since you didn't even bother to hide her. Bakugo growled. Okay, so what if I did? She didn't hurt anyone, and I saved a poor girl who got buried. Izuku sighed. You and I both know I do everything in my power to save a life. Look, I'm sorry for stealing the spotlight again. Izuku sighed. He stopped calling him Kaken once he earned his first demon contract. The words of his mentor still haunts him to this day. Never have too many connections. Demons will feed off those around you if left unchecked. Keep them at an arm's length if you want them safe. Shaking out of his memories, Izuku stares at Bakugo's furrowed brow. What's wrong? You have that constipated look. Izuku sighed. I just don't want you hunted down for something stupid you did. He yelled. So I get hunted down. If I die, the balance of the world goes haywire, and society crumbles. Nothing to worry about. Izuku sighed. This made Katsuki stare at him. Kidding. Izuku beamed, smiling brightly. They kept walking, Izuku answering the questions Bakugo sent his way. He'd ask normal things like, did you complete the game I sent you? Izuku had completed the game and 100% ed the game by the third day. Granted, Nakshui was being a little menace and trying to scare him the entire time. She succeeded a few times, but most of the time all she got was a raised eyebrow and the paused menu. I did, yeah. Wasn't as scary as I thought it'd be. Izuku sighed. What do you mean, it wasn't scary? It had me screaming. Bakugo huffed. You scream all the time? Izuku questioned, dodging the punch thrown his way. He had to preemptively dodge so which time couldn't activate and have Izuku scramble to explain. The last time he had that happen, he was a child and he didn't explain that time either. Izuku snorts, remembering that day. What are you snorting for, nerd? Katsuki growls. Nothing. Just something stupid. Like what would happen if Glinda from The Wizard of Oz knew MMA? How many munchkins would go flying? Izuku asked, making Katsuki laugh. Why would that be on your mind? He asks. Izuku shrugs and looks to the sky. It's almost nighttime. We should get going. Izuku sighs. Nighttime never bothered you before. Katsuki huffed. I train at night. My quirk is strongest then. Go home, Katsuki. I'll see you at school tomorrow, or is tomorrow a weekend? Izuku hummed, shooing his childhood friend home. When Izuku knew Katsuki wasn't going to turn around and follow him, Izuku slipped into Purgatorio and began his duties. Finding the loose demons and angels and dealing with them the way he was taught. The newscast the next morning was something. The headline he walked onto while his mother was still asleep on the couch read, Massive damage done to downtown Muzurifu. Izuku blushed at the evidence of his duties last night. He does remember using the spray paint of the destroyed paint store to spray paint the word sorry in all caps and 6 exclamation points. Izuku stared at the UA letter in confusion. Why did they give me this puck thing? I just need the paper. Izuku questioned, setting it down and watching the small thing spew out a projection of all might. Well, DMN. He looks like death. Izuku sighed, seeing his past idle yap about his entrance exam. You know. He doesn't look so bad. Nakshui gushed. Izuku listened intently to the projection before giving up and grabbing the written letter. Dear Midoriya Izuku. We're pleased to accept you as a student of UA. Your entrance exam score was one to remember. Your written test answers were very intriguing. You were the only student to continuously state no correct answer to the morality questions. Izuku skipped to the end just to see if he got into the DMN school or not. Honestly, who wouldn't? Long-worded letters are the worst. Welcome your hero academia. You have been put in Class 1A for your first year of UA. Good luck. Great. Now I have to stalk the school online just to know who teaches Class A. Izuku grumbled, grabbing his phone and searching for the UA staff. After a few hours of searching, he found nothing on his homeroom teacher. Okay, not nothing. He found his name, what kind of hero he was, and how he expelled students for some dumb reasons and good reasons. Oh. A teacher that'll remind you of Umbra. I wonder how she's doing. I miss her already. Nakshui hummed, leaning her head on her elbow. Izuku was glad he had mastered the sentient portal for Nakshui. She loves experiencing the world that Izuku lives in firsthand. Although she often reminds him that she's experiencing it just as Izuku is, he likes to let her see things for herself more. Yes, that's a dangerous thing, but she's gentle for a demon. I wouldn't say that he'll be just like her. Maybe close. But I doubt he'll make me clean another beach until I can lift something heavier than a refrigerator. Izuku hummed. Pop, you can lift a Rolls-Royce Phantom. That weighs 2,745 kilograms. Nakchui smiled. That's about 6,052 pounds in American terms. That doesn't mean much. Izuku groaned, circling his shoulders to prepare for the upcoming school year. We have a lot of work to do before we can relax, Izuku told her, grabbing his backpack. Nakchui looked confused at what her contracted was doing. What do you say we go for a jog, Izuku asked her. He liked to give Nakchui a choice, seeing as she stuck with him until his untimely, or cleverly planned out in Izuku's case, demise. The demon smiled and nodded, closing her portal and sticking to Izuku's shadow, her brand on his back glowing lightly. Izuku put on a hoodie that had the word hoodie printed on it and left his home for a quick jog around the neighborhood. He needed to clear his head. He had the summer to train some more on the whips and, hopefully, whatever other weapon Rodan would give him besides his pistols. He can only do so many tricks with his pistols before he gets bored with them. Have you named your pistols yet, pup? Nakchui asked, shocking Izuku. We have to name them? Izuku asked. Nakchui gave an affirmative and explained how a set of pistols must always have a title. Izuku thought hard as he jogged around the block. What would you suggest? Izuku asked Nakchui. It must be something bold. Something grand. She said. We'll figure it out soon, okay? Izuku hummed, rounding the corner where he lived. He just had to survive the last of Aldera and the summer and was home free. That is if his classmates don't die while he's near. He'd probably make the journey to Paradiso or Inferno to drag their souls back to their bodies. With a snicker, he returned home and showered, getting ready for bed. He said his goodnights to all his demons and Nakchui before going to bed himself. The next day, he went to Aldera as usual, getting the odd look or two. I mean, he stands out for the right reasons. He's smart, his quirk is strong, and even when he hides it, he's got Katsuki Bakugo as his childhood friend. When you look at it, he's got some good stats if he was in an MMO. What? Never seen little ol' me? It's a pleasure to meet you. Izuku beamed, scaring the shit out of everyone in the hall. He knew this because he did it whenever people least expected it. Would you stop scaring people? Katsuki huffed, smacking Izuku on the back of his head. He had to take this hit, so people wouldn't get more freaked out by him. Oh. How'd you do on the exam, Bakugo? Izuku asked, blinking while Katsuki made a face of disgust when Izuku used his last name. You've known me since diapers, stop calling me that. The blonde grumbled. Oh, come on. Where's the fun in making you generally uncomfortable without making you uncomfortable? I can't just sit in your seat, take your name, and perfectly impersonate you. Izuku said. First of all, yes, you can. Second, you can do all of those things without even consciously thinking about it. And third, if I hear you impersonating me to make people go on a wild goose chase, I will make you my mother's fashion model for the next 3 years. Katsuki warned. Ugh. You are just no fun. Izuku groaned, going to his seat and tossing the spider lilies off his desk and out the window. Why do people fear me, Katsuki? Why do they hate me so? Izuku asked, returning his desk to how it was last time, pristine, with his power. These extras think they can scare you out of here, Bakugo replied. Izuku sighed, looking at the ribbon the flowers came in. That's actually a good idea. He said to himself, getting out a Sharpie and scribbling on the ribbon. The F are you doing, nerd? Bakugo asked, watching the greenette scribble symbols onto the ribbon before tying his green curls back with it. Just a little something to make me even more spooky. Izuku joked. It was a display of power. Yes, he needed to find a better way to incorporate the ribbons into his look, but he couldn't decide if it should only be in his Umbran suit or his normal clothing. Come to think of it, he couldn't help the embarrassment he gets when he needs to summon a weave and he basically gets a small amount of clothing Nakchui was graciously allowing. They were more like boxer shorts on him, but he couldn't control how his hair worked when he needed to use it. Hopefully, the ribbon will help with the covering up situation. The teacher walked in and Izuku internally groaned when the man's sneer was directed toward him. Great, he's going to make fun of me somehow. Why is it always me? I mean, I'm the only kid who stays in their lane and remains out of trouble. BSTRD man. I hope you find a dead cockroach in your lunch today. Izuku internally cursed, looking out the window as class began. He watched the entrance of the school and noticed how both angels and demons waited just outside of the gates. I guess we're fighting out of school today, guys. Sorry. I was hoping you guys would have a day off. Izuku mentally told his contracted demons, who were all grateful for a little bit of action. A smack to his arm and he sees Bakugo standing at his desk. Oh, first class already? He sighs, disappointed slightly. Come on, nerd. We just need to get through these last few months. The blonde says. Izuku nods and grabs his bag, walking towards his first class. As the school days went on, more demons and angels gathered, facing the school. This day just keeps getting better and better, said the rabbit. Izuku thought to himself, watching the clock. He was counting down the seconds until he could go do what he knew he did best. Beating the crap out of angels and demons with his headphones, playing his favorite playlist for those situations. His Spotify has a specific playlist for this called Doing the Job No One Wants to Do, and it has a total of 17 hours of songs on there. If you do the math, that's a lot of songs. As he counted the amount of ticks it took for the bell to ring, he was called up to solve a math equation on the board. Izuku sighed and got up, expertly avoiding the stray feet, bags, and traps his classmates placed in the way. He took the writing utensil from the teacher and solved it. He went back to his seat and looked out the window again. He jolted when the bell rang. Time flew. He packed his things and ran towards the roof, shocking everyone. By the time he made it there, he closed the door and ran into Purgatorio, transforming into his Umbran suit. For a better picture, Izuku's suit is much like a three-piece suit without the jacket. He's got the vest, the formal shirt, and the dress pants to match. His color scheme is mostly greens and black. He does have a flower motif in his suit, spider lilies, of course. If he was asked what flower represented him, he'd say spider lilies. It's a flower with many meanings. Death, wealth, truth, and life were some of the meanings, depending on the color. Even when he gets hit, instead of blood, a small spider lily forms for a split second. Back to the matter at hand, Izuku jumped from the roof and landed on a car. Sheet, sorry. He whispers, hopping off it and taking out his pistols. Well? You came to see little ol' me. He chimes, catching the horde's attention. With a smirk, he ran at the horde, excited to be doing his duties once again. Fun fact, the car he crushed also happened to be his homeroom teacher's car. Talk about karma, huh? My car. The last day of Aldera came and went. Izuku wished he didn't need to train or practice anymore, but sadly, his curiosity over weapons got the best of him. He now has these portable chainsaws. What is he going to do with these? Rodan tells him it's a useful investment, but all Izuku wanted was something he could keep in his pocket. So now he's got these things to use. At least he's got another some odd 1,000 halos left in his slush fund. Come to think about it, how much would halos go for in yen? Would he be a millionaire or a billionaire? He doesn't know or want to. Nerd. Where the hell are you going? Bakugo huffed, chasing after Izuku. The boy was cradling the bouquet of white spider lilies in his hands while he left the school. To the cemetery. Izuku hummed, looking at his friend. Why? Bakugo asked. Izuku smiled and then looked at the bouquet. I have a meeting there. Izuku hummed. There was a small group of Umbra here in Muzurafu, headed by Umbra. He was the second youngest of the group. But each of them had to endure a type of ceremony at a certain time. This ceremony was your initiation of sorts. This was when you'd be given your duties and responsibilities. He remembered his in vivid detail. The barrier is surrounded by the other members' respective flowers that represent themselves. Tulips for Umbra, water lilies for Pectra, poppies for Kilia, and poinsettias for Jin. He had to bring his own to officially claim that flower as his, so he took the only thing given to him constantly. Spider lilies. This shocked the women. A small child such as him with so much potential, holding a red spider lily. Now, he can't think of any other flower representing him. Don't you love random memories? Shaking his head out of La La Land, Izuku smiles at Bakugo. Would you mind if I stayed the night, Katsuki? Mom and I aren't on good terms right now. Izuku hummed. Fine, nerd. But if you get all stupid, I'm tossing you out the window. Bakugo huffed. But I'm always doing something stupid. Izuku joked, dodging the hit aimed his way. Hey, careful. I can't drop these. If I do, I have to scrounge to look for more. And I do not have time. Izuku huffed to the blonde. What are you doing in this meeting? Bakugo asked, walking with Izuku to his destination. You know my quirk? He begins, looking at his friend. There are many more who have the same quirk as me. We're like a family in that sense. We have a leader, like a matriarch. She decides if we're ready to fully integrate into the family. I had to do this once too. Izuku explained, stopping at the cemetery. You need to stay here. Do not interfere, or you may hurt someone. He said, making Katsuki stay. Just watch from afar, and then you'll understand why I was out of school for 3 days straight when we were in our 4th year of grade school, Izuku explained. The boy skipped into the cemetery and greeted the women already there, huffing when each ruffled his poofy hair and cooked at how proud of him they were. I heard that you were a classic gentleman to a lucky lady, Jin teased, making Izuku blush. She was trapped under rubble and was injured. He explained. He scanned the place for Umbra, finally seeing the nervous child among them. He excused himself and walked the kid, putting his weight onto his toes when he squared down to them. How you feelin', kiddo? He asked, fixing the kid's bows in her hair. Scared? I mean, just a few months ago, I was a weak Quirkless. She sniffled. Same here. I remember my initiation. As long as you remain calm, nothing bad will happen. He tells her, noting the daisy in her hand. Daisies? Did you know these represent innocence? Izuku hummed. She shook her head and looked at his. What are those? The girl asked, pointing to his spider lilies. Well, this color of this flower represents life. He said. This calmed her nerves and the ceremony went off without a single problem. The Coven of Witches all welcomed their newest member, Daisy. Granted, she was still too young to properly receive her duties, but Izuku was more excited about having a smaller witch to take care of. As soon as she was allowed to leave the barrier, she shot out to hug Izuku, smiling while he held her tight, congratulating her for advancing to the next step. Bakugo watched this unfold, confused. He couldn't help but see his childhood friend growing up without him. The crybaby he knew didn't need him now. He just stuck around him just for sheets and giggles. That wasn't true, of course. Izuku made a promise to Bakugo when they were kids. He was going to stick to that promise, even if it killed him. Okay, ladies. Sadly, I have to leave early. Izuku called to the group, earning a unanimous groan of displeasure. Sorry, but I have a friend with me. And he's like a time bomb. He'll get impatient and barge in. I will see you ladies on the lunar solstice. He called, running to go meet Bakugo. That went better than I expected. We have a new witch, a stronger coven, and I now have a baby sister. Izuku cheered, hopping as he walked. Whatever. The old hag says the dinner's almost ready. Katsuki grumbled. Don't call your mom an old hag. She's very beautiful for her age. Izuku reasoned, groaning when Katsuki flipped him off. Rude. I'm only stating facts. Dinner with the Bakugos was always fun. Izuku always got to watch the two strong personalities fight over dumb shit while he and Katsuki's dad either watched or tried to mediate. Izuku had given up meditating and began to fuel the fire of the argument as any chaotic good person does. But at least they managed to feed themselves before the fight began. And it was over the smallest thing. All Katsuki said was that the nerd had to be a gentleman, and now all the girls who were in that testing were with him were ranting about how they misjudged him. And Mitsuki blew up about how Katsuki wasn't much of a gentleman. At least Izuku used this time to talk with Masaru over small things. Like trains. The next day, Izuku dressed to go home, and he tried to be quiet. But Katsuki always knew he had moved or done something. The F, you going? He asked. Home, Katsuki. I can't stay here forever. Besides, you already know too much about my quirk for one day. I'll tell you more at UA. He said, and with that, he hopped out Bakugo's bedroom window. He landed and began walking home, smiling softly. If I already have fangirls, how am I going to survive fanboys? I know a few of those guys were eyeing me up and down at the exam. The months leading up to UA weren't so eventful. He managed to return the chainsaws for a smaller, but more powerful set of guns he could hide in the sleeves of his blazer. He even gained an accidental following online after he took Daisy for her first official angel patrol with him. Apparently, Daisy was a natural at this. He even took the little one out for ice cream afterward. Maybe that's why Daisy calls him Big Brother Zuzu. She even gave him a friendship bracelet so he always had a piece of her when he has to go off the high school. He's currently playing with the bracelet as he walks to Class 1A with a dumb smile. You miss little Daisy, don't you, pup? Nakshui asks, looking at her contracted human. I just hope her first day back at school after her initiation isn't as painful as my own. Izuku hums. She is strong and intelligent. Knowing Daisy, she will walk all over those mortals. Nakshui reassured him. Izuku nodded and was about to walk into the classroom, but was stopped by a tap on his shoulder. He turned and smiled when he saw the girl from the entrance exam. Oh. Hey. How are you? Izuku smiles, noticing the vivid blush. I just wanted to say thank you. She rambled, hiding in her hands. Huh? Care to repeat, fair maiden? Izuku teased. I'm Achiko Uraraka, she said instead, holding her hand out in greeting. Izuku took it and kissed the back of her hand, as Umbra had taught him. Okay, she taught him to treat every woman he meets like a lady. Pleasure to meet you. Izuku Midoriya, at your service. He coos. He didn't even notice the group of boys watching him. 2 were red in the face and the third one was gobsmacked. That was smooth. He yelled, snapping both Uraraka and Izuku from their bubble. Huh? Oh, sorry. Izuku blushed, rushing into the classroom and hiding in the seat behind Katsuki. Fing nerd, flirting with anything that breathes, Katsuki grumbled. Izuku would have smacked him on the back of his head if he hadn't seen a smudge of yellow on the floor. Pay attention to the front, our teacher is here, Izuku whispered, just low enough for Katsuki to hear, but that's all. The boy from the exam, the one who made Izuku's blood boil, was busy trying to apologize for how he acted during the entrance exam, but Izuku simply nodded and pointed to the front. God, I wish I had some coffee before I left today. Izuku thought as he struggled to keep a straight face while he watched the caterpillar that was his teacher slowly rise from the floor with a disappointed look. If you were facing Izuku, you could see the watery attempt at the poker face he was trying to pull. If you are here to make friends, I suggest you leave, Eraserhead growled. Izuku had to fight the laugh he felt bubbling in his chest. The way he did it was by grinding his fist into his leg, causing tears to fill his eyes. Put these on and meet me at the PE grounds, he said. Was this where they went? Help, the students took a set of UA-issued PE clothes and followed their teacher to the locker rooms. The boys split from the girls and they all get dressed. Izuku got dressed quickly, putting his shoes on while wishing he kept Daisy's bracelet on. He already felt lonely. Whoa! There's a peephole to the girls' side. A little twerp called, drooling. Izuku's eye twitched as he got up from his bench, walked to the little thing, reared his foot back, and kicked the pervert through the roof. Don't spy on the ladies, he yelled. This made all the boys stare at him as he stomped outside and stood with Eraserhead, fuming angrily. What were they thinking, putting that Fing pervert in this class? If I ever catch him harassing the girls, I'll let Gamara eat him. Izuku thought angrily, with most of the feminine demons agreeing with him. Well, Belial disagreed, she wanted to make the boy die a slow and painful death. Soon, the rest of the class joined him and were reprimanded for being slow. The boys all put their hands on Izuku's shoulders and gave him a thumbs up for what he had done. Even if it was a little overkill. Midoriya, you got first in the entrance exam, Eraserhead began, making the boy look at him. Wait, I got first? He asked, not remembering that in the letter. That's because you skipped to the end of it for your class and that was it. How far was your ball toss in middle school? The man asks. 62 meters, sensei, Izuku answered, unsure. Do it again with your quirk. He tells Izuku. Izuku began, looking at his classmates nervously. Do you have earplugs? Or ear protection? Izuku sheepishly asked. I can make some. A taller girl called, making Izuku nod. Okay, I'll wait for everyone to have those in their ears, Izuku says. Once everyone had the earplugs, or headphones, on their ears and secured, Izuku stepped into the circle his teacher pointed to with the ball. Tossing the ball up high enough, Izuku calls upon Nakshui's power and shoots a weave out to hit the ball hard enough to produce a loud boom. He shook his hand out of habit and looked at Eraserhead, who held a tablet that showed his result. 810.9 meters. What? The class yelled, even Katsuki was shocked Izuku could do that, and to a little ball. That gentle, woman-protecting nerd could literally kill someone with one punch. No, he is not One Punch Man. That is copyrighted. As the class took out their ear protection, Eraserhead began a monologue on the hero course. One of the girls mentioned the word fun and all hell broke loose. Not literally, because then Izuku was sure he wouldn't survive it. While this was going on, Izuku was tapped again and he turned to see a red-headed boy. You know, what you did in the locker room was super manly, man. He said. It was nothing. Besides, I'm just a delinquent causing waves. Izuku jokes. Soon the test moves on to many more tests. The 50-meter dash was alright, Izuku used his beast form to finish in 4.09 seconds, and the best was Mr. Stick-in-Mud. Izuku never learned his name, so that's his nickname till he's allowed to know it. The grip strength test was an okay one. Izuku didn't want to stand out any more than he already has, so he settled for a nice 76.9 kilograms. What he didn't know was that someone was going to break the machine. Izuku watched as the boy literally crumbled the thing to bits. Do not speak, Nakshui. Izuku said out loud, holding a finger up. The class looked at him confused. She's a part of my quirk. A sassy woman she is. But a queen nonetheless. Izuku hums, allowing Nakshui to say her hellos. Hello, squishies. She beamed. The confused look on the group's faces made her look at Izuku. Okay. I'll translate. She says hi, everyone. Izuku explained as Eraserhead set up the next test. Yo! That's the lady who kicked that robot's butt? An electric blonde squeaks from the group. HM? Oh. Yeah. She's a powerhouse. Izuku smiles. Not to mention she makes you crave weird but sheet, nerd. Katsuki grumbled. It's called a diet, Sumi. Izuku sighs. Soon the next test was a standing long jump. Would his count, since he can double jump? His turn came and sure enough, he questioned this as he walked up. All he was told was to use his quirk to his advantage. So he did. Big mistake. He tore a hole in his tracksuit from his wings. He cleared the box. Good news. With a facepalm, Izuku contemplated why he does what he does. That was so manly. He heard. Had to be the red boy. Turning to look, he noticed how his face was all red. Confused, Izuku continued on with his day. The repeated sidestep test wasn't much to hoot about, sit-ups were fine and dandy. Izuku could have kept going, but he was stopped. The distance run was fine, using the beast form again, he was racing the girl who made all of the ear protection from before. The last test was the seated toe touches, needing to be extremely flexible in his line of work. For summoning and fighting, Izuku had little to no problem. By the end, the results were in. The kid in last place was a Mineta Minoru. But Izuku only counted 19, oh my god. That's the pervert I kicked through the roof. Izuku realized, holding the sides of his head in a panic. You what? The girls gasped. Well, he was going to be a peeping Tom, because someone drilled a hole to look from both sides of the locker rooms. So I kicked him through the roof to make sure he didn't spy on you or something. Izuku explained, nonchalantly shaking his left hand, breaking into a cold sweat. So that was why the locker rooms shook a tiny beat. A girl with headphone jacks for ears hummed. Seeing as you already dealt with the problematic child, you are all dismissed, Eraserhead said. Midoriya, stay behind for a minute. The elder said, making the boy freeze mid-step with wide eyes. Sheet, I'm Fed, aren't I? Yes, sensei. I did do that. Izuku responded. And why? Eraserhead gauged. Simple. He was ogling the girls like they were SEC toys. Is that what a hero is supposed to be? A pervert who is only in it for fame and women? That's not very heroic. I'd gladly do it again in honor of all the female heroes who deal with being objectified. Hell, I'd even stand up for women in general. They're people too. Izuku began but was stopped by a hand to his mouth. Okay, I get it. But kicking him through the roof? Eraserhead asked. It was better than punching him, as you saw what happened to the poor little ball that got launched to Neverland, Izuku responded. You are right. But I must remind you, do that again, and I will expel you. Eraserhead scolded. Yes, sensei, Izuku responded. He was let go and quickly ran to get dressed in his uniform. Man, you did send that guy flying, the redhead boy mutters once Izuku walks in. You're all still here? Izuku asked, noticing Katsuki, the redhead, and the electric blonde were the only ones left in the locker rooms. We wanted to get to know you more. I'm Ijiro Kirishima. The redhead smiled. Izuku just noticed his teeth are perfect spikes. Denki Kaminari. The electric one squeaked. Well, Izuku Midoriya, at your service, Izuku said, smiling and shrugging one shoulder. He got dressed and Kaminari whistled. Nice tattoo, man. Kaminari said. Huh? Oh, that's just the side effect of my quirk. Izuku hummed. He folded up his tracksuit into his arms and got dressed in his uniform. He left his backpack back in the classroom. The boys got to talking, Katsuki doing his best to tease the snot out of Izuku, but the greenette was used to grown women doing the same to him, so he had learned how to shift the teases back to the sender. A verbal return to sender in a way. So, Midoriya. Why do you do those things? Kirishima asked. What things? Izuku asked as the boys were rushing to get back to class before the bell. You have this way of speaking. It's a smooth way. Kaminari explained. No clue what you're talking about, my dear. Izuku hums, making Kirishima clap his hands. That. Right there. You do that. Kirishima beams. Oh. The pleasantries. It's just how I am, I guess? I mean. I can't help what comes out of my mouth or how to act when a knight or maiden needs saving. Izuku hummed, earning a smack to the head. Would you stop flirting? Katsuki growled, pointing at how Kaminari and Kirishima seemed to have short-circuited. Izuku looked away while the other two boys rebooted. Izuku smiled bashfully before shoving Kirishima and Kaminari into their class to grab their things. Right as the Izuku himself walked in, after allowing Katsuki to go first, our witch was swarmed by a few people. Namely, Uraraka, a girl named Azui, Stick in Mud, and a boy named Siro. Pleased to make your acquaintance, you three. Izuku smiled, looking at Uraraka for help. He already made 3 people in this class into tomatoes, he doesn't need more. I hate to run away so soon, but I must get to my desk. Poor Izuku didn't want to stuck the whole class. He needed other people to charm after all. As Umbra once told him when he first began his training. Always please the outside with your charm. If you can't find a connection, charm your way through. Unless it's angels and demons. He reminded himself. The rest of the school day went as normal. He got to officially know Stickinmud's name, Tenya Ida. OMG, I noticed I did his name wrong. I used it in the Japanese way when I write in the American way, and got to know him. He still doesn't enjoy him as much as he'd like, but he'll take not wanting to stab him. He now just wants to strangle him. In Umbran terms, that's pretty good. He also learned that Uraraka could eat. She was the human embodiment of Kirby. Poor guy was glad he had packed snacks in his pockets and backpack, even his Umbran suit had functional pockets for snacks. So tomorrow is battle trials. Uraraka began, making Izuku choke on the water he was sipping. Forgot about that already. Izuku cursed, coughing violently to ignore two reprimands Ida sent his way. I hope we're on a team, Midoriya. She beams. Izuku sent a thumbs up her way while coughing still. He wasn't looking forward to tomorrow. That means he'll have to be slower than he wants just so cameras can actually see him and not a blur. He'd hate explaining that. The next day came and Izuku was not happy. He had to down not 1 cup, but 2 cups of coffee with 6 shots of espresso just urge a smile on his face. Pup. Keep drinking that, and your heart will pop. Noctui warned. It's so I can get through the day with no thoughts, Noctui. I don't understand what possessed that idiot to allow us, children, to use our quirks against each other. We barely know each other, we're just kids. Izuku groans to his demon. Well, being number 1 doesn't always mean brains. Noctui hummed. Exactly. Couldn't we ease on up to 100? Not from 10 to 100 in one day. I get hero work does that, but can't we slowly work towards that in our first year? Izuku groaned more as he swiped his card on the transit fare machine. It didn't make a noise, so Izuku kicked it to make it go green for the next 5 fare payments behind him. He's had enough practice to do this, people. Getting on the train that takes him close to UA, he began to watch random videos on his phone, standing in the packed train without holding anything. Another thing he thanks his training for. Once the stop nearest to UA was announced, Izuku squeezed his way out of the train, taking a few moments to steel his emotions before walking toward school. Let's just hope this will go off without any issues, NOC. I'd hate to have to redesign my Umbran suit again. Izuku hummed. Unlike his Umbran sisters, whose suits are more on the form-fitting and stuffed side of the spectrum. Izuku's is looser and more formal. Yes, it is a little snug when he's sitting down or crouched, but when he's standing up and moving, it's extremely breathable and easy to move around in. You have grown since the first iteration of your suit, my pup. Perhaps you may need to change it up. Noctui hummed, waving at one of Izuku's classmates who were also walking to school. NOC. I don't know. I like how it is now. Izuku replies. Does anyone draw? If you do and you're reading this, think you can try? I'd be so interested to see. You literally look like a waiter at a French restaurant, Noctui said. How do you even know what they look like? Izuku asked. Noctui refused to answer as they passed the gates. Mito bro. Izuku heard, making him look around in confusion. He soon finds Shiro, Kirishima, Kaminari, and a girl with pink skin waving at him. He waves back and walks forward. Hello? He responds. You excited for today? Kirishima asked, the girl next to him nodding. I'm more on the uninterested side. I have to be extremely careful with my quirk, as you all saw yesterday. Izuku hummed. That was careful? The girl gasped, her eyes wide. Yeah. If I wasn't, I would have probably broken every structure in a 30-mile radius. Izuku sighed. So manly. Kirishima sobbed. Izuku would have said otherwise, but he'll leave Kirishima in his delusion. He'd rather not explain the mental imagery that comes with using his Umbran powers against tangible objects. The cars he's thrown, landed on top of and or used as a shield for numerous of reasons can attest. Man, I hope I'm not on the other side of you, Midoriya. Kaminari sighed. Same here. I hope I don't hurt any of you guys. Izuku hummed. Anyway. Hi. I'm Mina Ashido. Ashido introduced herself, bouncing in place. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, madam. Izuku said, nodding his head. Mina squealed at his response. Oh. You weren't kidding, Kiri. Mina squealed, punching Kirishima's arm hard. The hiss the boy let out made Izuku feel pity. Geez. Didn't have sucker punch me. Kirishima whined, rubbing his arm. Izuku grabbed one of his healing candies and handed it to Kirishima. Here, it reduces pain and tastes like green apples. Izuku smiled. Whoa! A smooth talker and a culinary genius. Kaminari gasps. I learned when I was young. When my quirk first came in, my body wasn't really used to it, so when I do something simple, I'd hurt myself. Figured these would help. Izuku hummed, smiling. Man, whoever bags you as their partner has it made. Ashido sighed. Fat chance, dear. By the time they reach the age of 60, I'll still look how pretty DMN young. Izuku thought with a strained smile. Once Izuku managed to convince his classmates to get to class, they were greeted by All Might. With a booming voice, the students were instructed to grab the case with their desk number and to meet the hero in Battleground B. Everyone noticed how Izuku didn't have one. Midoriya? Did you not fill out the form for your hero suit? A girl named Yaoyorozu asked. HM? Oh. I made my own. Izuku excused. He didn't want to tell them the one they'd see is just a throwaway garment for his Umbran suit. He likes to be dramatic that way. As they walk to the changing rooms, Izuku simply walks out in a replica of his Umbran suit, just in different colors. Ooh, looking snazzy, man. Kaminari whistled, fixing the jacket on his own shoulders. Thanks. I'm going for a fashionable waiter from France vibe. Oh my god, what the hell are you two wearing? Izuku began, getting distracted by Ida's and Aoyama's hero suits. Both of them have literal suits of metal armor. Can you guys even lift your leg up high? Izuku asked, genuinely nervous. Of course I can. Ida called. Show me. If you can do this without fail, Izuku began, lifting his leg high enough that his foot was equal to his head. Then I will acknowledge your hero suits are worthy of being called that. He ended, setting his leg back down while everyone gawked. Yes, even the girls saw this. You never told us you were that flexible. Uraraka gasped. I live in the bad part of my neighborhood. Being able to scale walls in precarious spaces is a must. Izuku explained, sending Katsuki the look of debunk this and I'll cut your hair off and make it into a teddy bear. Katsuki has gotten that look enough times in Aldera to stay quiet and walk on. Both boys failed this test, but Izuku let it go. And off the class went to their battle trials. All of the girls were grilling Izuku for tips and tricks on how to get that flexible. All I can tell you is stretch before you do any bends or exercise? I mean, I cleaned up a beach at the age of 4, and then from there on, I just ran for my life from tall people. Izuku explained, shrugging as they stood in front of All Might, who boomed more words out. If Izuku wasn't already used to the noise generated from fighting angels, demons, and the occasional eldritch horror, his ears would have died. He did manage to get the words, teams, 2, heroes versus villains, and draw. Everything else he followed the class for. Since Izuku kicked the pervert to space and got him expelled, right on, man, the class was an odd number. This meant one team would have a numbers advantage. Sadly, being the outcast student, everyone wanted him on their side. I think it'd be safer if I sit out this exercise. Izuku tried to reason, only to get shot down by the big blob of patriotic colors. For the number 1 hero, you one dumbass man. I hope you regret your choices today. Izuku thinks as he squints his eyes at the man. He's later lumped into the team with Uraraka and Yaoyorozu. Uraraka is excited to have him on the team, while Yaoyorozu is wary. He doesn't blame her, considering yesterday. Their team is up first against Team J, Kirishima, and Shiro. Sorry. I want to stay semi-true to the canon, but I can't have Izuku go against Katsuki in this. Their team was given the role of villains. That's FING ironic, huh? Give the kid with a scary-esque quirk the evil role, real FING funny, ya piece of now, Izuku. You can't fault him for having a dumb misconception of your power. Just smile and bear it. Izuku thought to himself while Yaoyorozu laid out the plan to trap the building they were in. Should I be on hall duty? I don't mind. You two protect the poor excuse of a bomb. Izuku said, looking at the gigantic rocket-looking bomb thing. Yeah. That seems a bit too obvious, even if this is an exercise. Normal villains would probably use a backpack and hide it amongst a bunch of other backpacks. Uraraka said. Izuku nodded and jumped when Yaoyorozu handed them some earpieces. So we can always be in communication. She said. Wow. And I was going to give you guys these amulets to borrow one of my demons. Izuku beamed, making the girls pale. Don't worry. They're very small and are great at making distractions. Here, look. He began, sending out the Inferno bad boys. I need 2 of you to protect these 2 beauties in front of me, please. He begins, making the group turn to look at the girls. One of the smaller ones rushes to Uraraka, nuzzling her softly. The pink-cladded hero student giggled and patted him. He's cute. She laughs. Good. Just say the word and he'll rush off to be whatever you need him to be. Distraction, friend, or bodyguard. Izuku says as the biggest floats to Yaoyorozu before bobbing and staying beside her. Oh. Same for you, Miss Yaoyorozu. These two are contracted to me just for today's class. Izuku smiled. You keep on surprising us, Midoriya. The raven-haired girl hummed. Also, I hate to be a burden, Yaoyorozu, but why are you in an unprotected hero suit? Your vital spots are out in the open, exposed. Here. Izuku begins, taking his vest off to wrap it around the girl's torso. He was blushing the entire time. Again, sorry for being this way. I have a few sisters in the hero world. So I worry for every feminine hero or student who may get hurt, he said. This made both girls smile at him softly. As long as you don't mindlessly throw yourself into danger to protect us, you're fine. The taller girl smiled. How am I supposed to win your trust? That defeats the purpose to why I act this way. Izuku panicked. I'll do my best, but don't get upset with me if my body reacts faster than my mind can. Izuku laughed. So, bomb is going where? The boy asked. Soon, the preparation time for their team was up. Thankfully, Izuku had managed to convince the demons he contracted to help. He had used the time to set up locational runes so he could keep tabs on where Kirishima and Shiro were. Soon, he was following the two heroes, with a sly smirk on his lips. Where the hell is that thing? Kirishima huffed. Taking this as his cue, Izuku made a noisy sigh and slipped into his Umbran persona. My. What pretty little things. What are you doing in this dangerous place? He asked, purposefully hiding in the shadows. He could be ruthless like he normally was, but these two are not angels he can throw cars at. These two were human, mortals who can die from a multitude of things. The two boys demanded that Izuku show himself, so he did. In a grand gesture. After introducing himself, he dodged the attack sent his way, skillfully informing the girls up above him. Girls, there's been a change in plan. These two are very trigger-happy. Strategize carefully if I go silent, he cooed, dodging just as a punch from Kirishima landed, sending him into a murder of crows before reforming behind Kirishima and kicking him just light enough to wind him. He changed targets to Shiro, who tried to tape him. Ducking behind the stream of tape, he swept the boy's legs with one of his own, landing a kick to his chest. He wasn't trying to maim the two, just knock them out. Kirishima had gotten his footing and came at Izuku again, making him dodge again by falling to the ground. Using a trick he learned from Jin, he wrapped his legs around Kirishima's arm and threw the redhead to the ground, instinctively using the gun in the heel of his boot to pin Shiro to the wall. After he knew that one hero was down, he tightened his grip on the redhead while Kirishima tried to get the tape on him. He managed to dodge this, and made a tactical retreat. He hopped off Kirishima and went into the vents of the building with a taunt of, "Catch me if you can, hero." He soon reunited with the girls and explained the situation, showing that he had broken his earpiece. "You have one pinned?" Uraraka gasped. "Wasn't that hard, but Kirishima is on his way. Keep your guard up. He's too broad to fit in the vents, but he's durable enough to go through walls," Izuku said, right as Kirishima had plowed through the wall facing the three. Huffing. "What was that about?" Kirishima yelled, a blush evident on his face. Was it from the run here or was it from Izuku being himself? "Oh, he's here," Izuku replied, getting in a battle stance. Yaoyorozu got ready as backup while Uraraka stayed near the bomb. "This'll be fun," Izuku hummed. To make a long story short, Izuku's team won. What can he say? Going up against a trained Umbra which isn't an easy fight. Even he struggles against Killia, and she's a support hero legally. Poor Shiro and Kirishima were heartbroken at their loss. But they learned a valuable thing. They may have had a case of bi-panic. Or gay panic. They don't know yet, but their brains are a little different now. "By the way, how'd you do that, Midoriya?" a girl named Jiru asked. "HM? What?" Izuku asked. "That crow thing." Kaminari beamed. "Oh, well, it's a failsafe in my quirk. If I dodge right as I get hit, my body separates and transmutates into a smaller size, usually a crow, and reassembles itself back to my normal form. It takes less than a second for that whole process to occur." Izuku explains. "Is that how you got me out of the entrance exam?" Uraraka asked. "HM? Oh. That? No, it's close, but I can trigger that. You see, I can turn into a leopard of sorts, and I can gain a speed boost from that. I also gain agility and better senses in that form. Which is why we were at the beginning so quickly." Izuku explained. "Just wait till he shows you the giant spider," Katsuki called, making the girls, except Azui, squeak. "You leave Phantasmarani out of this. She deserves her rest." Izuku huffed. You summoned her just to freak out a guy trying to harass a girl. Katsuki huffed. It was for a noble cause, you heathen. Izuku sniffled. Soon they're evaluated and Izuku is named MVP, even though he pushes the title to Kirishima and Shiro for their valiant efforts. If I wasn't on the team and sat out, I feel like the outcome would have been in the hero's favor, Izuku explained, petting the two infernal bad boys who stayed behind. That's right. If Midoriya was left out of the exercise, Yaoyorozu and I wouldn't have had these little cuties to protect our blind spots after Shiro freed himself of the thing Midoriya shot at him. Uraraka said. It was just super sticking goo. Izuku replied. Water-soluble would have been his selling point, if he hadn't gotten an All Might patented glare shot his way. DMN, what did he do, bro? After explaining what each team could have done better, they moved on with the other trials. The next teams were Todoroki and Shoji vs Ojiro and Hagakure. Todoroki's team won, unsurprisingly. Then Katsuki's team vs Azui and Tokoyami. Somehow, Azui and Tokoyami won. The praise Izuku gave the black-clad boy was much like Umbra's when he first made a contract. You did amazing. Your Quirk fought valiantly as well, Nakshui, stop giving his Quirk those hard eyes. Izuku began, cutting off when he saw his contracted demon getting the love hard eyes. Oh, but look at the little thing. He'd be a great addition to my collection, she beamed. Forgive her. Izuku pleaded, bowing in apology. She's never seen someone with a quirk similar to herself. If she ends up flirting with him, please tell me. Izuku said. Tokoyami nodded and smiled the best he could. Your darkness is much stronger than my own, Midoriya. I should be the one respecting you. He said. So he knows what I am. Or he has an inkling. Good to know. Izuku thought as the next few teams went. At least he didn't end up in the infirmary like Kaminari, Aoyama, and the team that consisted of Hagakure and Ojiro. The last two was to make sure they didn't get frostbite or anything. The day went by normally after that. Well, the class got scolded by Eraserhead, who also introduced himself as Aizawa. So they were on strike number 2 in 2 days. If this was a baseball game, Izuku was sure their baseball team was going to lose terribly. Suppressing a snort at his thought, Izuku took a big swig of water. He almost spat it all over the back of Katsuki's head when a hand landed on his shoulder. Swallowing, he looked up and saw Yaoyorozu standing there. She handed him his vest back with a smile. Thank you again, for the vest. She said. Oh. Forgot all about this. You can keep it if you want, I don't mind. He explained, noticing the blush on her face. You sure? This is made of extremely good quality silk. She explained. Izuku waved it off and folded the vest before handing it back to her. It's quite alright, Yaoyorozu. As long as I know you'll use it only when you need to, I do not mind losing a lowly suit vest. He replied. Someone, take notes on how to talk as smoothly as this man right here. Kirishima joked. Izuku rolled his eyes as their break passed and Aizawa re-entered the room. Choose a class representative. Be quiet, and fast. He said. The class was not quiet, nor did they decide quickly. How are we gonna choose a class rep? One of the girls asked. We barely know each other. One of the boys called. We should hold a vote. Uraraka called. Somehow, in this chaos, Izuku felt more at ease. He looked out the window and groaned again. They're at it again. Stalking my school. But why are they only concentrated on the hero core section? I know I'm here. But these are high-ranking angels and demons. There's something wrong here. Who? The F- is FING with the balance of this country? Izuku thought. He was lazily scribbling the names of who he thought would be a great class rep and vice. Yaoyorozu and Ida. He may not like Ida that much, but he knows authority when he sees it. Izuku drowned out the commotion from his class by petting one of his infernals. Even though these guys all represent sinful things, they're all pretty much overpowered pets. Except Nakshui. She's like a sister to him as well. The last thing Izuku heard was everyone had to write the name of who they wanted to be the class rep, so he wrote down the first name he could think of. The results were Midoriya, 4. Yaoyorozu, 3. Ida, 2. Azui, 1. Ashido, 1. Azui, 1. Bakugo, 1. Kirishima, 1. What? Why me? Izuku yelped, as he got out of his seat to look at everyone. He knew exactly who voted for him. They wouldn't look him in the eye. As he was instructed to go up front with Yaoyorozu. If it makes you feel any better, I voted for you. She said. Izuku sighed as he stood in front of the class. I'll do my best to represent us all. He said, earning praise from his classmates. Yes, even Katsuki. Lunchtime hit, and Izuku was gearing up for the inevitable chaos to occur. He knew once he saw the angel and demon tailgate party part like the Red Sea. Using his phone, he called Umbra. When she answered, he began to explain his situation. "Hey, Master. Have you noticed any odd behavior with the residents of Purgatory?" he asked. "Now that you mention it. I have. Are you okay?" she asked. "Yeah, nothing I can't handle. But what happens when both parts like the Red Sea?" he asked. The silence from the other end made him wonder if he accidentally hung up on her. "Izuku, listen closely. Is there someone walking where they are parting?" she asked. He looked and saw that, yes. There was a person. "Yep. Why?" he asked. "Get ready for the intruder alarms to sound. That's a disciple of the boogeyman. Not the mythical one, the real one," she said. Izuku nodded on his end and hung up, going to his classmates. "Intruder alarm's about to sound. Once it does, we need to gain everyone's attention somehow and get them to stay calm." He began, right as it hit. Chaos erupted as students began to run and shove. "You're good," Kaminari gasped. "Had some help from the outside." Izuku hummed, taking his pistol out and shooting out a shot to gain everyone's attention. "Sorry for the gunshot, but relax. Look outside. Reporters are the cause of the alarm, so please, evacuate in a calm and collected manner. We can't have people getting trampled on," he instructed. He looked at his classmates for help and Ida was the first to jump into action. Izuku used this time to rush over to the teachers and thoroughly explain. "Sensei," Izuku began, catching up to Eraserhead. The teacher looked at him expectantly. "Was there any documents missing from any teacher? Like All Might?" Izuku asked. "I ask because I fear that the classes All Might teaches are in danger," Izuku said. "Why would I tell you?" Eraserhead asked. Izuku gave him a look. "I know this because I see things you cannot see. And things are out of balance," he explained. This didn't seem to move Aizawa, so Izuku was told to go back to the students while he handled the situation. Humans SCK. Izuku grumbled to himself. Meanwhile with the teachers after this incident. "All Might, was there anything missing from your desk?" Aizawa asked the number 1 hero. "I do not know," was the reply. Once foundational heroics hits, Izuku is shocked to see Eraserhead. "We're going to the USJ for your lesson today," he grumbles. The entire class had the same thought. Universal Studios Japan? "No, the unforeseen simulation joint," Aizawa explained. "That cannot be the actual name." Kaminari starts. He gets a look from Jairu and he shuts up. As Aizawa explains the impromptu field trip, Izuku keeps himself busy deciding how his updated suit should look. Should he ditch the gentlemanly look and go for a tactical route? Or should he follow his sisters and go for a bodysuit? He's leaning towards pockets, so tactical is winning. His body was on autopilot as he instructed the class on how they should act. He only said, "Okay, guys. We're hero students. That means maturity and manners. No funny business unless you want us to laugh, got it?" Soon, they were all on the bus, with Izuku sitting toward the middle of the bus. Azui stared at him intensely, making the boy feel uncomfortable. "Midoriya-kun, I hate to ask, but what is your quirk, Karo?" she asked. Izuku smiled and leaned forward, putting a finger to his lips. "It's a secret, but since you asked, my quirk is always evolving. Once I get a name for it, hecking changes. Sorry, gotta break the bad habit that is my swearing." Izuku finished, coughing lightly. He watched his shadow shake its head. "Not helping, Noctui. I can't tell her that I'm a male Umbran Witch. I would love to be called an Umbran Warlock, but Umbra said no." Izuku grumbled to her. The way his shadow playfully flips him the bird made him chuckle. He can't help the fact that he's developed it from training with Killia. She can curse worse than a sailor at sea. The bus stops at its destination and Izuku sighs, instructing the class to do their best. He wasn't going to hold everyone's hand for trust. The Umbran way is trust is through hardship. If you can walk out of the past unscathed alongside someone else, they're trusted. But if they crossed you, either by betrayal or something far worse, by Umbran law, you were allowed to kill them. Moving on. The first few minutes at the joint were forgettable. An introduction to the place, caretaker and Waddle happy, but that was all. Until a black void appeared, Izuku nodded to it and pointed. "That's not supposed to be there," Izuku said, looking to Ida and leaning over to whisper to him. "You wanna bet it's an exercise? If it is, I stay class rep, if it ain't, you get it. Deal?" he asked. The boy raised an eyebrow and nodded. "Deal," he said. Izuku knew DMN well. This was not a FING drill. He just didn't like being class rep and wanted a dumb reason to appoint the job and title to someone else. "Everyone. Those are real villains," 13 yelled. "Well, DMN. Ida, you won that bet?" Izuku whispered, earning a punch to his arm. Be serious, fucker. We're probably about to die. Katsuki growled. Katsuki, baby, darling lovebomb, my childhood bestie since diapers. I cannot be serious unless I'm in a fight. You know this. Izuku sighed. You got in fights? Kirishima asked, watching as more villains poured from the void that they later learned was a portal. Izuku noticed how two forces were pulling at one of the villains. He's being used. He died. That cloud thing is already dead. Naksui gasped, covering her mouth in shock before her face darkened. Whoever is messing with the balance of your home is responsible for this. That poor thing. Their soul is still trapped in the shell that was their body. She growled. Relax, Naksui. We can't afford loss of control here. There's too many innocents. Izuku replied. There's more criminals than innocents, Midoriya. I think a loss of control is justified. Katsuki growled. The next thing Izuku knew, he was falling through the floor and into some water. He notes there's something coming towards him, so out of instinct, he sends a weave out and connects with the thing. Oops. Sorry. He called underwater, shocking the villain he'd sent a ways away from him. Izuku is grabbed and hauled out of the water by Azui, who looks like she'd rather be in bed than here. Same, girl. Thank you. Izuku replied. You okay, Karo? She asked. I'm doing swell, you? He asked, grunting when a heavy body landed on top of him. Not the hair. Oh, hi Midoriya. Smooth talking another lady? Ashido teased. Nope. We were making sure we were both alright. Izuku smiled, holding the girl by the underside of her thighs while she clung to his back. It reminded him of the entrance exam. A harsh rumble and a bang alerted the kids to get to the part of the boat that was tilted upward. Once they got there, Izuku noticed how cautious the villains down below were being. They don't know our quirks. They know a little of mine, but you two are still mysterious to them. He said. Think I can make the lake we're in acidic enough? Ashido asked. I wouldn't suggest that, Karo. We are also in this lake, Karo. Azui hummed. Wait. You two wouldn't mind actually doing that, could you? Azui, you play a big part in this plan of mine. Izuku began. Both girls looked at him in concern, but allowed him to make his plan. If I can produce enough force in the center of the lake to create a whirlpool, we may have an escape. Ashido, I need you spew as much acid as you safely can when I do this. Not enough to dissolve, but enough to sting. Azui, you need to get Ashido out of here with those strong legs of yours, okay? Izuku rattled. What about you, Midoriya? Ashido sniffled, hopping off his back. I'll be okay. There's a few tricks I've never shown anyone. But do you both agree to this plan? Izuku asked, smiling at the enthusiastic nod from Ashido and a hesitant one from Azui. You trust him wholeheartedly, Karo. Azui hummed. He's smart and charming. Ashido replied, waiting for the signal. Izuku blushed and hopped off the part of the boat he was on, making his way to the center of the lake with a mix of using Nakshui's bat wings to help elevate his ascent and his crow form to help his movement laterally. Once he got to the center of the lake, he shifted to his human form and called upon Nakshui's help for his plan to work. Sending a punch downwards, one of her fists stopped just before the water's surface, but the force from the displacement of the air around her fist speared into the lake, creating a whirlpool strong enough to slowly sink the sinking boat in. Girls. Now! He called, transforming again to help Azui, should she need it. Ashido giggled as Azui landed them on the shore with Izuku following shortly after them. He stumbled slightly once he landed. Whew! Head rush. So, what next? He asked, making the girls hide behind a large boulder to watch the scene in front of them unfold. You know, Sensei's got some moves for being so old. Ashido hummed. Izuku had to cover the girls when he felt a force he had only felt once. Azui began before he shushed her and placed a finger to his lips again. The group saw how a hulking figure stepped out from the portal. An amalgamation. Izuku whispered, making the girls look at him. The dark look on his face frightened the two, but they didn't say anything as his protective grip tightened over them. Ashido, being the social butterfly, quietly asked what he meant. That's not human. It used to be, but that thing has no free will. Last time I encountered one of these. It wasn't pretty. Izuku growled, remembering that fateful day. He'd love to show you all, but maybe another time. Do not break the fourth wall. I don't have the license to fix it. I'm joking. Or am I? What do you mean? Azui began, right as Izuku stopped the incoming fist with his hand. He stared at the Nomu intensely, allowing Nakshui's anger of the situation to show through his eyes. Right as he was about to deal with situational hazard number 1, situational hazard number 2 decided to ambush him. Bro, talk about dirty fighting. It was a blur for the most part for Izuku. He vaguely remembers dodging and letting hands-on touch the amalgamation. But the rest is all foggy. He only knows a section of his consciousness is blurred as if Nakshui censored it for his own safety and well-being. He's blinking as he watches All Might bend backward with the thing in his arm and a portal where the thing's head should be and its torso holding All Might's lower half. That looks like a F'd-up version of Twister. Izuku groaned, throwing away the attempt to break his cursing habit. You just had to say it? Katsuki sighed as Hanzi began to cackle and monologue. As the students, sans Izuku, stared in unease as the man kept yapping. Izuku noticed that Todoroki had frozen the thing, allowing All Might to free himself and attack. Izuku used this to summon Goromora and instructed All Might to send it towards the demonic dragon. As the hand villain began to complain, a gunshot was heard and it hit the man's shoulder. Everyone looked at Izuku and he held his hands up. I may be trigger happy, but I shoot to kill or hospitalize. He explained. Edshot appeared as Todoroki frowned at Izuku. Izuku, being the bratty, sassy, teenage witch he was, stuck his tongue out at him while closing his eyes. The two villains got away, but the ones the class had managed to overcome were taken in. Everyone alright? All Might asked. Oh yeah. We're peachy. We 100% weren't just held hostage and traumatized. We're doing great. Katsuki sassed. To be honest, if I had an American dollar for every time that has happened to me, I'd have $2. Not a lot, but odd it's happened twice to me. Izuku replied. You have to tell me when, where, and how. Katsuki told Izuku. He nodded and mouthed, I'll tell you when you eat dinner with me and Ma tonight. I'm kicking your butt in Just Dance. The paramedics carted Aizawa away to the hospital and checked all the students over for any injuries. As Izuku was being checked over, shocking the medical officials as he showed off how he wasn't injured after catching a souped-up corpse's sucker punch with his bare hand, a detective approached. Izuku Midoriya? He asked, making him nod. My name's Naomasa Tsukachi he began, only to get cut off by Izuku. And you're here to get my statement. Your quirk is lie detector and you'd like to know if I mind being recorded. Izuku responded, shocking the man. I saw you in my visions today. No, I will not tell you my quirk for your own safety, and yes, I'm fine. This is a normal. What day is it? Monday? Tuesday? Izuku smiled. Well, All Might wasn't lying. He sighed. Izuku wasn't going to tell him that the visions felt more like a future version of himself had managed to send back glimpses of his past to warn the version of himself that was in the present, who was quickly becoming a version of himself from the past. The kids were later carted off to UA so they could grab their things and go home. Izuku was held back by All Might and he sighed. What? In God's name did you make me punch that Nomu into? All Might asked. Oh. That was Goromora. He's a demonic dragon who is constantly hungry. It's a part of my quirk. I get my power as long as I have a pact with a demon from Inferno, or Hell in common terms. Izuku hums. The look of confusion on the hero's face made Izuku wonder if he needed to do a hard reboot for the hero. He could tell All Might wasn't one for thinking, so he let the man stew in his thoughts. The scrunching of the man's eyebrows and the steaming that emitted from the older man made Izuku sigh and drag him to the side of the hall they stood in. But your personality he starts. That's all me. I was raised to be a gentleman, which means opening doors for people, pulling out chairs in eateries, escorting my date to their door, and giving them a kiss on the back of the hand for greetings and farewells. Sensei. If you'd like, I will personally give you the phone number of my mentor, Umbra. She can explain exactly how she taught me when I'm in a public area. Izuku said, handing the business card he had made just for these situations. Welp. I have to go, or I'll miss my train. Bye, sir, the teen smiled, hopping away to hopefully catch his train home. He didn't make the train, so off he went to Purgatorio to beat that train to its next stop. The sports festival is in 1 week, Aizawa murmured, the bandages and casts obscuring his words. What? Kaminari asked, confused. 1 week? Uraraka gasped, looking panicked. That's not enough time. She hiccuped. Why so soon? Why not postpone it after the recent incident? Yayorozu asked. Aizawa remained quiet and simply fell asleep. How about we train in the gyms today? During our foundational heroics class? I'm sure whoever takes the class for sensei wouldn't mind. Ida began. Izuku began to tune the class out, using this time to look outside and smile. Balanced for now. Nothing stalking me. For now. Izuku thought. No one mourns the wicked, he began to sing softly, humming the rest of the song. Could you stop humming wicked? I know you love that pre-quirk sheet, but come on. Katsuki growled. You just don't like it because we both loved Elphaba and I won the rock-paper-scissors to be her for Halloween when we were 10. Izuku sighed. I didn't want to be Glinda. Katsuki huffed. But, you have blonde hair? Kirishima piped in, getting an explosion to the face. Not to mention, seeing Midoriya-kun's quirk, it would fit better, Karo. Azui croaked, blinking. I mean, my quirk wasn't as special as it is now. All I could do was move things closer to me and then fling it away. Izuku sighed. You made a pencil embed itself into the wall during grade school, Katsuki grumbled. As the students of 1A conversed about the sports festival and whatnot, the bell rang, signaling for the class to split into their other classes. Izuku sadly had to have a different language class, due to being fluent in almost every language except Italian. Don't ask why Italian specifically, he just can't grasp the language. Even Umbra was confused as to why Izuku struggled with Italian. It was like the grammar rules for Italian were more difficult than English's grammar rules. As he walked to the principal's office for his class, he bumped into another student. Ah. Sorry, my friend, sorry. I wasn't looking. Izuku yelped, helping them in whatever way he could. You're a hero course kid. They growled. Izuku looked at his sleeves and sighed. I'm very sorry. I was so lost in my Italian lessons. Izuku began, quieting down when he felt a pull. He smiled and hugged the boy. You know, I'm immune to most mind-manipulating quirks. Izuku hummed. He let the boy go and smiled. But I do know someone who could use the practice. He said. Did he just set the guy onto Katsuki? Yes. Was it in good faith? Somewhat. To the sports festival, 'cause we gotta get moving. Class 1A and many other classes stood just out of view from the audience. The teachers took this opportunity to introduce and open the event. You think they're gonna let us walk in yet? Kirishima sighed. Soon. We need to line up in numerical order. Ida began. What? Izuku questioned, resting his head on his hand with his other arm supporting his elbow. As he stood there, watching his classmates scramble, one of the students from 1B came over to him and asked if he was okay. I'm just watching my classmates be idiots. You? He asked, looking at the girl. Trying to keep Monoma from making an idiot of himself. Itsuka Kendo. She introduced. Izuku Midoriya, I would do my usual at your service, my dear thing, but with all the glares I'm being sent, I better line up. I'm coming. He called, scooting into his spot in line. What were you doing talking to an enemy? Katsuki asked. She's not an enemy, just another student who thinks this is stupid. Izuku sighed as they were called to enter. He watched as the entire class got out of line and walked like a group instead. He shook his head and pat Ida on the back for his efforts. Admit it, man. It was a wasted effort on teenagers. Izuku sighed. He knows he speaks like he's older than a teenager, but when you look at his life expectancy and compare it to one of his classmates, he's got a good run. As all the first years stood in the spotlight, they could all hear the cheers. Izuku managed to tune into a set of familiar cheers and looked up, smiling. Umbra and his coven were in the stands, waving his flower. Even Daisy was there and she looked adorable in the little flower crown of white and blue spider lilies. The fact that he almost cried seeing his coven there in person cheering him on made Katsuki hip-check him to bring him back to the moment. Can't a guy appreciate his coven? He whispered to Katsuki. Get up there and make a FING speech. I want to get this done and over with. He sighed. You liar. You want to see me flounder in front of everyone. Izuku grumbled as he skipped to the stage and rambled about nonsense. 1 second he was praising the first-year students for even surviving the entrance exam, and the next he was considering what to get to eat after their events were over. He even ended with, let's make sure we don't kill each other, since that'd be a hell of a way to go, and then he silently said, I miss my bed already, in the mic thinking it was off. Soon the first event was starting with an obstacle course. Poor Izuku was more or less nervous about how he was going to use his Umbran powers without hurting or outshining someone. He was already trying to hide most of his power from his classmates. He doesn't need more people to know. As he stands in the back of the crowd for the course, he also bumps right into the boy he spoke Italian to. Shinso. Hi. He cheered, standing next to him. What are you doing next to me? Shinso asked. Well, I wanted to say hi. And I was about to ask if you'd like to share this time with me for some small talk. Izuku sniffled. I just want to do good enough to make it to the hero course. Shinso sighed. Good news. I kicked someone through a roof on our first day, so Class A has been down a student ever since. Izuku hummed. You what? Shinso asked as the horn sounded. Izuku smiled and saluted Shinso with a goofy expression. You have my support, friend, Izuku said, transforming into his leopard form and racing out from the ice blast that was Todoroki. He slipped between other participants, hopping up on Katsuki's back and transforming out of his leopard form to send a weave out to destroy a robot. He landed on his feet and laughed at Katsuki's curses and attempts to catch up to him. After a while, Izuku decided to slow down and let other people pass him. He figured it'd be more interesting to see some variation in the ranks. So he purposefully let 20 people pass him before he picked up his pace. He remembered what Umbra once told him when he was given to Jin for stamina training. Never use all your energy at the beginning. Make a show of it. That is the Umbran way. Take your audience's breath away with a dazzling ending. That's exactly what he did. He knew he'd have to teach Dicey this soon, but he enjoyed helping her with the pronunciation of demon names. The next obstacle came and he transformed into a crow to cross the gaps. When he landed on the other end, he went forward, making it to a minefield. He noticed a few had gone off already and he sat and watched as the people inside it carefully poked and prodded for a mine. He even saw Katsuki and Todoroki being careful. He could be a menace and run through, using witch time to make his time easier. But where's the fun in that? So he followed suit, walking carefully on the ground. He was glad he had Nakshui's power. He could use the sounds his footsteps made inside the ground and follow their sound waves to where they were bouncing. If they bounced, he knew there was a mine, which meant he'd sidestep it and repeat the process. Apparently, Aoyama had no tact for this, as he fell on one and set it off, covering him and Izuku in pink glitter and micro-pigments. Izuku covered his nose and waved the air. "You okay?" he asked, looking at the boy. He looked like a Disney princess who had a run-in with a fairy godmother who was drunk off of mead and wine. He looked at himself, and he wasn't as bad. Just lightly grazed by glitter. "At least I can pull off pink," he shrugged, deciding that now is a good time to be reckless. He jumped onto a mine and swiftly dodged to activate witch time and he began to run, passing just enough people to be close to the front, but not first. He didn't want to be first. Rumor has it there's a hefty price for being first in this event. Soon witch time expired and he was in the middle of the pack with Azui and Jairu from his class along with a girl with vines for hair. "That girl. Stay away from her, pup. She's not what she seems." Nakshui warns Izuku, who nods minutely to her. After skidding past the few remaining mines, he made it to the end. Placing fourth. "How the hell did I get fourth?" he yelled, confused. He was sure he counted 5 people in front of him in the tunnel. "You're that fast." Katsuki sighed, playing with his nails. "What place did you get?" Izuku asked. "Second. Candy cane over there got first." Katsuki growled. "Candy cane? That's the best insult you can give him? You. Kastuki Bakugo. Mr. King Explosion Murder, could not come up with a better insult for Todoroki-kun?" Izuku asked. "You wanna have a go at it?" Katsuki challenged. "He seems more like a Coca-Cola can. Reliable, easy to spot, recognizable. And a household name." Izuku smiled. "Where's the insult?" Katsuki asked. "He's a product of mass production." Izuku hummed. "You did not just go there. He's got like 3 other siblings." Katsuki pointed out. "My point stands." Izuku finished, turning to the tunnel to see Jairu, Azui, Ashido, and Uraraka running ahead. "You got it, girls. You got this. Almost to the finish." Izuku called. "Oh, shut it." Jairu yelled as she passed the finish line with Azui beating her by a few seconds. "Thank you, Midoriya-chan," Azui said, hopping over to rest in Izuku's shadow. Nakshui loves Azui, she always makes his shadow big enough to cover her whenever she gets close to Izuku. Uraraka and Ashido cross soon after and also hide in Izuku's shadow, attempting to sit down. "Wait, don't sit down yet. Your blood is flowing faster than it normally does now that you've run so much. If you sit, your vessels will close. Like a water hose when you bend it too much." Izuku began. He earned looks of shock from everyone around him. "I do parkour for fun, I know what I'm talking about," he replied. Soon, all 42 slots were taken up for the next event. Izuku was glad to see Shinso in the group with them. "Oh, that's the boy I was telling you about, Katsuki," he beamed, pointing at Shinso. "Him? He looks so scrawny." Katsuki said. "That's where we come on. We'll train him and bulk him up if he survives this." Izuku smiled. "You are so fing insane, I sometimes wonder if that's you who says this sheet, or if it's your quirk influencing you to be this insane," Katsuki replied. "Nah, it's all me. You just deal my stupidity, Shinso." Izuku sang, running over to jump into Shinso's arms. The boy didn't catch him, resulting in them both tumbling to the ground. "You made it. What place did you get?" Izuku asked, laying on top of the boy like a cat. Shinso wheezed and tried to speak. 39th? Better than last place." Izuku beamed, sending a look towards Aoyama. How did the guy get last when Izuku was literally right next to him in the minefield? After allowing the kids who qualified for the next event to rest, the staff used this intermission to introduce the qualifiers and the classes they were enrolled in. Once Izuku heard his name and his class, he waved shyly, hiding in his hands when his coven went crazy, screaming his name and whistling. Who are they? They don't look like you at all. Shinso asked. They're my extended family. My mom couldn't afford the tickets to this, so she's watching on her phone at the hospital she works at. These guys are my aunts and cousins. He replied, pointing to his coven. Why do they have spider lilies? He asked, noting they all had blue, white, and yellow spider lilies. They believe those flowers are mine. They say my soul radiates the meanings of those flowers. Izuku sighed. Even the red ones? Shinso asked. Izuku looked down, saddened by the line of questioning. Yes. Even the red. We try not to brush that topic. But it happens. But none of that, wave to them or they'll start catcalling you. Izuku replied, noting Kilia's little eyebrow wiggle towards him. You're such an butt. He whispered to her, knowing that her pact with the demonic wolfwoman would make her hearing greater than an average quirked individual. The offended look on her face said it all. So, since we're in the middle of an intermission, I have a question to ask you. Izuku smiled. Oh? The last time I saw that smile was when you decided to teach me the entire play to Wicked and the moves to the prince. Shinso winced. Good news, it's not as bad as that. I want to know if you'd like to learn to fight? Izuku smiled. Like, without a quirk? Shinso questioned. Izuku nods with a hum and then grabs Shinso's shoulders. Shinso Hitoshi. You have a marvelous quirk, useful in many situations. But you can't always rely on it. Like when we first met. It didn't work on me. You need to know how to punch and kick correctly. Please. For the love of All Might and his successors. Do it for me. Izuku begged, shaking the boy relentlessly. Shinso shook out an affirmation, making Izuku squeak and hug the boy tight. Poor Shinso felt like a shelter cat who got adopted without his knowledge. Izuku was that invested in him. The next event was called and it was a doozy. First, the students had to choose 2 to 5 people to form a team. Next, they had to pick the basket that equaled the sum of their ranking from the past events. So if first place was in a team with 13th, their sum would be last. Each person on the team had to use whatever was in their basket to protect the small colored egg in their baskets. However, each team had to remove their egg from the basket. Why not just have us fence with wooden swords while we also balanced a bowl of hot soup on our heads? Izuku sighed. Midoriya. Wanna be in a team with us? Uraraka asked, pulling Tokoyami with her. The poor bird boy looked so out of place. Sure. Shinso, do you want to go off on your own, or do you want to join us? Izuku asked. Shinso looked around and sighed. I'll stick with you. He said. Okay, so we've got zero gravity, dark shadow, and... Was it mind manipulation or impulse control? Izuku began, asking Shinso for the last bit. It's brainwashing. Shinso replied. Perfect. Izuku began. Don't forget your quirk, Midoriya, Tokoyami said. Oh. Right. So we've got forbidden magic, zero gravity, dark shadow, and brainwashing. What are we missing? Izuku began before a pair of hands groped his chest. He would have accidentally sent the person flying if he wasn't trying to stop himself from laughing. My babies will love you. The person cooed. Izuku failed to keep his laughter at bay and turned to look at the person. Thank you. By the way, are you looking for a team? He asked. Only if my babies get to see the light of day, the girl said. Deal. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said. May Hatsum. She beamed. Well then, Miss Hatsum. Let's get your babies the playtime they deserve, Izuku cooed. Uraraka held her chest and leaned onto Tokoyami. He's at it again. She wailed. Tokoyami sighed at her reaction. He does this often? Shinso asked. Like a leaking faucet. It never stops. Tokoyami sighed. So, we now have extra tools. What was everyone's placements? Izuku began. I do not remember the placements of canon, so these are somewhat made up, sorry. 7th. Uraraka said. 12th. Tokoyami replied. 23rd. Hatsum beamed. 39th. Shinso whispered. 3rd. Izuku finished. Adding all the totals together, they were given basket number 84 and they looked inside. A tarp, a megaphone, a jar of pebbles and a telescope? Uraraka asked. I got it. Tokoyami, can you wrap this tarp around Dark Shadow? It should block enough light to let him be strong enough to block and attack. Uraraka, the pebbles are for you. If you can negate their gravity, you can hurl them at the other teams to get them off out backs. Shinso, can you use this megaphone to amplify your voice? If some people respond, I think you can use your quirk to make multiple people turn on their teams. Izuku began. What about the telescope? Hatsum asked. My quirk allows me to see minute things. Hatsum said. We're not using this. Izuku said, throwing the telescope back into the basket. Can those little things from before help? Uraraka asked. Technically, yes. But I worry I'd lose them in the chaos. Izuku laughed. So? Shinso asked. We're gonna dismantle our basket and use it as a container to transport it. We're going to be wandering combatants. Izuku smiled. Skipping past this event, Izuku's team managed to make it to second place. The top 4 teams were Todoroki's, his, Katsuki's and a team full of the Class B. We made it to the last event. Uraraka cheered, hugging everyone in her team. She lingered on Izuku's hug for a whole 10 more seconds. Izuku looked up at his coven, who were all sending him their strength. Soon he was freed and the team had to disband so they could clear the arena for the battle tournaments. As the Class A students went to where they needed to sit, Izuku broke off to meet with his coven. Once he was in the busy halls of the stadium, he felt his leg get enveloped in a hug. He smiles and looks down, lifting his leg to see Daisy dangling off it. Hi, Daisy, he said, picking the girl up and resting her on his hip. Even though she was around of 7, she was still small. Which made hugging her easier than you think. Oh, my little duckling has grown up. Umbra called, hugging Izuku tight. Soon Kilia gave him a noogie and then a punch to the shoulder. It was light, but he knew her punches. Oh, my little brother's doing the impossible for our people. Jin beamed. Pectra nodded in silence. Well, I have to get back soon, guys. Izuku hummed, sadly. He pushed back Daisy's bangs and smiled at her softly. You be safe, Spider. You're a one-of-a-kind kid. Umbra said, taking Daisy from her brother's arms. The girl made grabby hands and Izuku handed her one of the ribbons he was using to keep his bangs out of his eyes. She took the ribbon and smiled. Izuku knew in that moment. He was going to do his best to make sure that little girl's smile stayed. The tournaments were simple. One student against another. Izuku wasn't so excited. What was the whole point of this? Seeing teens beat each other to a pulp for the sake of entertaining the masses? This made him feel like a gladiator awaiting his impending demise. Izuku felt the intense gaze of something to his left. He would have looked, but the last event took too much energy from Izuku. Sato, can I use your shoulder for a second? Izuku asked, patting the larger boy. Sato, confused, moved closer to Izuku, jumping when Izuku rested his head on it. Thank you. Sorry for making you a pillow until my turn is up. Izuku yawned, taking a small nap. Poor Sato. He was now stuck. You see, Izuku was like a cat when it came to naps. If you are the unfortunate, or fortunate, person he decides to take a nap on, you are forever stuck in place until he wakes up and wanders away. Most of the time, it's always Katsuki who was blessed with this gift, but that is because on the off chance that Izuku makes the train to home, he's also on the same train. Most of the time, the class has only seen Izuku sleep on his desk or perched in precarious situations. Like tree branches, windowsills, or standing up while the class was in the middle of their heroics lessons. Who's up first? Kirishima asked quietly, leaning to take a few pictures of the sleeping Izuku. The class had a contest going on to see who could get the best picture of their resident sleepyhead. Heard it was some Gen Ed student against a B-class student. Ashido hummed. The mention of Gen Ed made Izuku jolt awake in a panic and look around, frantically. Midoriya-chan? Azui asked, reaching a hand out to comfort him. Huh? Oh, hey. Has the game started yet? Izuku said, brushing off the panic. He wasn't about to tell the class that he just had a bout of mental warfare with a Lumen Sage. A Lumen Sage who is also a student at UA. A Lumen Sage who can and will fight him for even thinking he could be on the same level as them. Unfortunately, the Umbran way is to never back down from a fight. Even if you know you'll likely lose or die, never walk away from an enemy. Looking towards Class B, he locked eyes with a girl with vines for hair. Gotcha, he thought to himself as he nodded minutely to her. She returned the nod and turned back to the events. Shoji, can I ask you if you have any information on the girl over in Class B with the green vines? Izuku asked. The multi-armed boy looked shocked and nodded a little. I know her quirk is called Vines, she's very graceful, and she's brutally honest. He replied. Thank you, friend. Izuku smiled. You have a plan to deal with her? Uraraka asked. I'm silently praying to every being I can think of and have made a contract to for mercy and pity. Izuku replied, making a show of clasping his hands and shaking them to the sky and ground. Dear God, if I have to go against her, I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind. Izuku thought to himself with a wave of panic. If he could barely escape the girl's attempt to skewer him in his head, how is he going to fight her in a physical way? You could always let me masquerade. Nakchui chimed in. Again, that is only for emergencies, like if I'm dying, Izuku whispered to his shadow. In this case, you may just die. Lumen sages do not care if you are chivalrous or being polite. They hate us just as much as we hate angels. Nakchui huffed. I can't, in good conscience, hate a girl I barely even know, Izuku replied. Many fights went by before Izuku found himself in the arena against that same girl. Present Mike introduced the next battle as Izuku Midoriya vs Ibara Shiozaki. Izuku used the intermission of midnight reviewing the rules as a way to silently communicate with her. A twitch of his eyes asked if she wanted a full-on fight or a quick spar. A head tilt to the left from her said spar. He nodded and took a step back into his usual stance to fight. Once midnight called for the fight to begin, Izuku instantly dodged, narrowly avoiding a vine pointed in a way it looked like it'd be lethal. He tucked his body into a roll and kept evading. He managed to send a few punches towards Shiozaki, but she blocked them. This was what he was counting on. He noticed during their little mental battle that she never considered the ground she stood on was a weak point in her solid defense. I'm sorry. Forgive me. He yelled as he sent a weave right where her feet were, pulling her out from the vines protecting her and moving her out of the bounds of the combat zone. He made sure that Nakchui wouldn't touch her, using only the wind around them to attack. He expected Shiozaki to pull him with her, but instead, she wrapped her vines around his neck and held herself just out of bounds. Izuku struggled to get some air, refusing to cut the vines obstructing his airway. Nakchui was rattling on about getting out the daggers Rodan had crafted for him while the crowd was booing and cheering for each combatant. Izuku was losing this battle, whether he liked it or not, but Nakchui? She was said. Forgive me, pup. But you will die if I do not intervene. Nakchui explained right as Izuku lost consciousness. When Izuku woke up, he sat up in the medical bed along with Shiozaki next to him, in the same condition. Recovery girl rolled over in her wheeled chair and sighed at the two of them. Young man, I expected you to let her off the hook. She chided. I'm sorry, what? Izuku asked, gasping when she showed him the recording of their fight. There in his body was Nakchui, who was in the middle of fighting Shiozaki. The two moved just a touch faster than human speed, making Izuku pale at this. Nakchui, he called, making the demoness hop out of his shadow and explain. Before you get upset. You almost died on me. You promised me at least 300 years before you die. And you carelessly let gender cloud your judgment. She huffed, her fists curled. You could have killed her. Izuku began. She was no better. Look at your body and you'll see. Nakchui huffed, looking away as Izuku did so. There were bruises all over his body, but looking to see the recording, he saw vines piercing his body where the bruises lay. I healed what I could, but you were hanging on by a thread, kid. Recovery girl said. You're lucky I got her to forfeit. If we kept going, we would have died. Nakchui grumbled, crossing her arms over her chest. Izuku was glad he managed to convince the demon to wear more modern clothing rather than the lacy lingerie she used to wear when he first made his pact with her. He sighed as he saw the band t-shirt she had remade scrunched up as she moved. He's gotta find her some new shirts to replicate. He loves Panic, at the disco, don't get him wrong. But Nakchui just has the type of body that makes anything she wears seem like it is meant for the wrong purpose. Is she alright, Miss Recovery Girl? Izuku asked. The elder looked at Shiozaki and nodded. You only knocked her unconscious, Sonny. She said, fast-forwarding where Nakchui used his beasts within to make her turn before slipping behind her and pistol whipping her on the back of the head. Izuku sent a glare to the demoness, who stuck her forked tongue at him in response. He was lucky she didn't outright kill the girl. I'll leave you too. Recovery girl said, scooting away as Shiozaki began to stir. He sat up and padded over to her, sitting on her bed. I'm sorry for causing your demon to have to take control. She apologized. It's not your fault. It was mine. I didn't want to hurt you too badly. I guess I was in the wrong. Izuku sighed. You both are, but no, don't listen to the demon who's been alive since Adam and Eve. Nakchui sassed, making both glare at her. Wait, you can see her? Izuku gasped. Of course I can. I come from a family of lumen sages. Sadly, they are very closed-minded. I cannot be a sage. You are lucky to be a witch, Midoriya. An achievement only our generation can appreciate. She said. Izuku sighed and looked at his hands. Sometimes, I feel as if I don't deserve this title. Let alone the rarity that I am. Izuku joked. You'd be surprised just how deserving you are of this, Midoriya. She said, placing a hand on his forearm. You have suffered more than your soul remembers. Let yourself indulge in this lifetime. She continues. You are so rare, both Inferno and Paradiso are fighting for you. She finished. Yeah, about that. Have you noticed any angels and demons around our school? Izuku asked. I have. They do not cause trouble, more so observing the school, she remarked. Probably looking for me. Izuku quietly thinks. Or the Lumen sages who are hunting you down. She adds, making Naksui and Izuku stare at her. Hunting? Izuku gasped, holding his chest in offense. What am I? A pheasant for rich people? Izuku asked. This made the girl laugh. No idea. But lay low for the rest of this event. Shiozaki replied, shooing Izuku and Naksui out. Now enjoy the next battle you have. She called. Still think you were stupid in letting her strangle you. You should have just let me take the wheel when I said. Naksui said. Izuku limped back to his seat with his class, rolling his eyes. Again, what good would it have done? You would have killed her. Hi guys. Izuku beamed, making his classmates scoop him up like he was Simba and placing him in between Kirishima and Koda. What just happened? Izuku asked. You almost died. What was that about? Uraraka sniffled. Oh, that? Yeah, it happened. Izuku hummed. The way you just snapped those vines and went to town on her. Poor girl. Kaminari sighed. Oh, that was Naksui. You know the giant lady from the entrance exam? I lost consciousness and NOC had to take control before I died of asphyxiation. Izuku sighed. You are still a stupid little boy, no matter how much I try to teach you. Naksui grumbled. The next battle was Shinso against Tokoyami. I hope there won't be any hard feelings. Izuku sighed, watching as the battle was over before it began and Shinso made Tokoyami leave the bounds. Many more battles came and went until Izuku was called up again against Todoroki. He was in the hallway, chewing away at a vitality chew he made, when he was cornered by Todoroki. I will beat you. The dual-haired boy said. Izuku, being the strange, not gay. He's still trying to figure things out, little thing he is, shook his head in confusion with a matching smile. Work, I guess? I'm not here to win. I'm here to show my baby cousin that our powers are not bad. I am here to make that little girl forget about her troubles for one day. But, I hope we have a fair fight. Izuku smiled. He lost that fight, but he did knock some sense into the boy. Literally, he punched him so hard he made Todoroki use his flames for the first time. So here he was, getting his hand wrapped by Daisy, who was fussing and crying that her big brother Zuzu got hurt again. The poor boy had to take her his classes section to ease her back to being calm. The girls loved little Daisy. The next 2 days, Izuku spent time with Shiozaki, trying to help snap her family's somewhat racist ideologies against the Umbran Witch society. Although, some of the ideals do make sense. No, an Umbran coven is like a family. We're not a cult. We won't force people to join if they agree with our beliefs. We simply look at them like they are crazy. Izuku explained to the girl while sipping his Mu-Opa-Wheaton milkshake. It was like a Neapolitan look-alike. Shiozaki looked at his drink with disgust that only she could manage. How can you drink that? She asked. Izuku finished his sip and sighed, crossing his right leg over his left knee, looking her in the eye with a coy smile. Darling, in my line of work, I burn up to 16 million calories an hour. I will take what I can get. Izuku said, leaning back in his seat as an older woman walked over and gave them an extra plate of cookies, congratulating them for their performances at the sports festival. He smiled gently, dropping his leg, and thanked the woman for her generosity. As the lady walked away, Izuku turned back to Shiozaki. Where were we? He asked, setting the cookies down and taking another sip of his drink. Covens. She replied. Izuku hummed, swallowing the sugary drink before continuing. Oh yes. There are multiple types of Umbran witches. You usually can tell with the gemstones they wear. Rubies signify a witch in training. Izuku said, brandishing his watch with a singular ruby on the face cover. Once a witch is considered out of training, then they are allowed to wear diamonds around their rubies. It's a pain, but the life of an Umbran witch is to be glamorous and fashionable. My fashion sense SCKS terribly, as you can see. Izuku said, gesturing to his ripped blue jeans, gray button-up shirt, black zipper hoodie, and his iconic red sneakers. Shiozaki shook her head. I disagree. You remind me of those pre-quirk gay boys who are trying desperately to look straight. She said. Izuku choked on his milkshake from trying to laugh. After surviving the coughing fit, Izuku looked at the girl in shock. The daughter of a Lumen sage using the word gay in a sentence? The world is ending. Izuku gasped, playfully acting as if he was in despair. Shiozaki sighed at his display of drama. You make these things too dramatic. She sighed. I do these things to draw attention away from my flaws. Izuku grumbled. Flaws make us human, Shiozaki replied. Izuku snorted and looked at the swarm of cats slinking his way. It's funny. Ever since I accepted being myself. The only animals I feel comfortable around are cats. Izuku hummed, allowing all 6 cats to lay on top of him in any way they could. Shiaki watched, helpless. All her life she was told that Umbran witches were the most evil and twisted beings on the planet, but looking at Izuku, she saw someone who was struggling. She didn't blame his struggles either. Being a part of a family who can see angels and demons isn't easy. As she watched the boy smile and play with the cats, she noticed how the tension in his eyes eased. How his ever-observing gaze melted and was replaced with the gaze of a normal teenager who adored cats. "What is it like? Fighting in Purgatorio?" she asked, making Izuku jolt. Oh. Kind of like when you fought in the sports festival. Just a bit faster and more crowded. When you go in, you have to be alert at all times. Izuku replied, letting the cats hop off and play with each other and the smaller kittens. Izuku and Shiaki spoke some more, the girl inquiring about his injuries. Izuku waved it off as another day in his shoes and turned the conversation onto her own, knowing firsthand that getting clocked on the back of the head by the handle of an Umbran pistol is not a fun thing to heal from. She shrugged and rubbed the back of her neck. "Still a little groggy, but the candies you gave me helped more than I thought they would," she said. Izuku clapped and smiled. "Great. They were the heaviest dose of healing herbs I could infuse into the sugar." He beamed. "And Monoma wonders why Class A treasures this guy," she thinks to herself. Izuku looked at his watch and gasped. "Oh my, I have to go, I forgot I had to meet my coven today," he yelled, grabbing his milkshake and leaving a hastily placed kiss on the back of Shiazaki's hand. "I'm so sorry," he called as he was already running out of the cafe and towards Dagoba Beach. He had forgotten that today was technically his and Nakshui's coven hearing. You see, the first law of his coven was to allow your demon to masquerade as you only in life-threatening, world-ending emergencies. So there he was, panting violently while the women of his coven stared at him. He stood up straight and with a nervous expression, he bowed his head in SBMSN. He was glad Daisy had school during this, he couldn't bear to see her confusion. After the silence, Umbra began to speak, making Izuku keep his gaze down. A soft nudge to his chin made his eyes move upwards, seeing the soft smile on his mentor's face. "Relax, child. You are not in trouble. We are more or less worried how your mental state was. Being in a forced masquerade is hard. Especially at such a young age." Umbra cooed, brushing the small tears that gathered in his eyes. "Also, we need to talk to you about internships for hero work." Jin piped, earning an elbow to her side by Pectra. Killia nodded in agreement with Jin, playing with the poppy in her hair. "There is that issue as well. You see, we've gotten news that one of your classmates, Ida, his brother was injured by Stain." Umbra began. "I see. Are we going to be hunting him?" Izuku asked. "No, we want you to be safe. Even though your Umbran sisters have placed requests in for you to intern under them at their hero agency, I want to urge you to not feel pressured to choose one of the 3 of them," Umbra said. "But if you do choose one of us, we promise we'll feed you your favorite meal the entire time." Jin beamed, getting a glare from Pectra. "What she means is that if we have time and are not being called away. Hosu is a busy city," she said. The entire coven, minus Umbra, stared at her in shock. "You can speak?" Jin gasped. "I spoke to you during your initiation, dumbass." Pectra groaned, rolling her eyes. "Girls, behave," Umbra warned, making both nod. "But yes, should you choose to intern with them, you will be in Hosu for the time being. I already asked your mother if that was all right," Umbra said, making Izuku jump in surprise. "You spoke to my mom?" he asked. "Yes? Who do you think permitted me to train you?" she asked. "But why did you tell me to keep her at an arm's length?" Izuku sniffled. "To protect her. You and your mother are unique individuals." Umbra hummed, poking Izuku's nose to mess with him. "I'm 14. Izuku sighed. "Still our baby brother." Jin squealed, rushing over to hug him tight. The fact that he was shorter than most of them made hugs a bit awkward. You see, his head just barely clears Jin's cleavage. He's 5 feet 5 inches while Jin's at 5 feet 11 inches. So when she hugs him, he has to angle his head in a way so he can avoid being uncomfortable as well as not seeming like he doesn't want to be there. The next day at school, Izuku stared at the board in front of him. He had only received 3, but that was expected, considering his sisters would rather him choosing to work with them, rather than force him to. Leafing through, he smiled at the little notes of encouragement his sisters put on their requests. "Midoriya, why don't you have as many the others who were up in the top?" Uraraka asked. Oh. I guess being repeatedly impaled on live television scares people. I'm used to being the outcast." Izuku smiled, hiding the fact that he was kind of disheartened for only having his sisters request him. "At least I got and that's enough for me." He smiled, looking out the window, knowing he'll probably choose Kilia's request since he doesn't spend much time with her. Just then, Midnight slid into the classroom and announced that they'd create their hero names in preparation of their internships. After getting the whiteboards from their desks, the students of Class A conversed to each other about what their hero name would be. Izuku wanted to stay close to his roots, so he began jotting down names. He couldn't decide on Deku or Gensho. He knows Deku means useless, but it was like a badge of honor for him to be judged so quickly only to turn the tables. But Gensho meant phenomenon. And according to Umbra, him being able to experience any of his Umbran powers is a phenomenon all in itself. He sat contemplating between the two. He couldn't merge them together, it didn't flow right to him. As he sat, thinking, he began to hum the tune to Mission Impossible. This did feel like an impossible mission to him. Katsuki growled and turned in his seat, smacking Izuku on the head with his marker. "Stop humming that DMN song, nerd." He growled. "You don't like it because we used to do stupid shit to it when we were 7. Izuku grumbled, rubbing his head. This made Katsuki roll his eyes and look at Izuku's board. "You're seriously thinking of using an insult as your name?" the blonde asked. "No. Maybe, it's not gonna mean that if you push hard enough," Izuku said. "Said the top to the bottom," Katsuki sarcastically remarked. "How do you even know those terms?" Izuku asked, worried. "It's called the internet and curiosity. Now spill, what's got you thinking?" Katsuki asked. "Do I go for what I truly am, or what people think of me?" Izuku asked. "I say, be you. Just call yourself something that only you can pull off. Like flirt." Katsuki shot back, ducking to dodge the swing of Izuku's hand. He didn't account for Izuku's faster reflexes, and he promptly got a faceful of marker ink. "EY!" he yelled, wiping it off. "Bleh!" Izuku gasped, putting his fingers into the sides of his mouth and sticking his tongue out at Katsuki. "I think he should call himself what his family called him at the sports festival." Uraraka chimed in, standing by Izuku's desk. "You mean Spider Lily?" "I dunno." Izuku sighed. "Then call yourself Spider," Katsuki said. "What sin did I commit to be tormented by this, God?" Izuku asked before lowering his voice to a gruff tone. "Your sin was existing, child." He finished. He figured he'd stick with Equinox. Spider lilies are also known as the Equinox flower. Well, the red variant, that is. When he went up to present his name, he flipped his board around and smiled. He explained the reason why he chose the name and that it wasn't permanent. Everyone, except Katsuki, stared in horror when Izuku mentioned constantly getting red spider lilies on his desk every school day. Soon he was handing in the form with the hero agency he chose. It was all the same to him. His sisters would smother him with tasks inside to keep him safe. After that, the waiting game came and went, with the class carrying their hero suitcases and a week's worth of luggage to their internships. "Midoriya!" Izuku heard, making the boy turn around. Uraraka was running at him at full speed. He set the things in his hand to the ground and kept his arms open in case she threw herself into his arms. "She's been doing that more and more recently." "You're going to Hosu, right?" she asks, out of breath. "Yes, my pretty?" he questioned, the little flirt slipping out on accident. "Ida's also going to Hosu. Can you make sure he doesn't get into any trouble there?" she asked, her eyes full of fearful tears. Izuku, being the gentleman he was, cupped her face and wiped those tears away. "Don't cry, Bubbles. I'll make sure our knight in shining armor returns in one piece," he said. As he finished, Katsuki was walking by and smacked him on the head again. "Stop flirting with the poor girl and get to your internship. Or I'll tell Auntie to sell all your All Might onesies," Katsuki said. "What the hell, man?" Izuku yelled, making Uraraka giggle some. "You two always seem to brighten my day." "Thank you, Midoriya," she said, turning and walking away. "You piece of shit," Izuku growled. "You keep letting the garbage flow out of your mouth. Excuse me for protecting a poor innocent from your stupidity." Katsuki shrugged. "You sound like a wife who knows her husband is a cheat, but she's only in the marriage for convenience," Izuku said. "Well, what do you know? At least I can cook," Katsuki sassed. "I can do alchemy." "That's almost the same thing," Izuku countered as Katsuki's back met him. "I'll believe that when you stop setting fire to tomatoes," Katsuki said, flipping the bird to Izuku. The green-haired boy copied the gesture with a smile. "A-hole," Izuku mumbled to himself, picking his things up and walking to the station that takes him to Hosu. "Later sometime. We're going to need to patrol tonight." Pectra hummed, sipping some tea. "Already? But Zuzubi just got here." Jin groaned, leaning back in her chair. To be fair, the first thing the girls did once Izuku stepped foot into the agency was to smother him in hugs and kisses like all big sisters do. The poor boy had to be dragged out by his sister's coworkers. One of the male heroes had to hold him up like a cat to make sure the three didn't suffocate him in love. I wouldn't mind a patrol. I've missed the feel of adrenaline. Izuku hummed. All right. Jin, Killia. You two together. Izuku and I will team up. Pectra said. Killia wilted a little at being paired with Jin for the 7th time in a row. She knows Jin can be a blabbermouth and a little impulsive. But if Killia hasn't thrown her Umbran sister into oncoming traffic, then she knows she's fine. The two teams left to partle. Jin and Killia took the west side, while Izuku and Pectra stuck to the east. As they patrolled, Izuku kept worrying about Ida. I hope he's not being dumb. If he is, I'm going to smack him with a fish. Or something like that. Izuku and Pectra took to the train station. Pectra wasn't entirely sure why she felt the need to patrol the normal way, but she felt like this would give them something to do rather than have Izuku become bored of walking. While she and Izuku stood in the train, many of the patrons tried to get them a seat, only for the both of them to decline politely. Many people tried to make Izuku sit, due to his and Shiozaki's battle from the sports festival, but he would simply smile and shake his head, pointing to Pectra. Both witches were in a quiet discussion over whether Izuku should learn how to file certain reports correctly until both looked to the window behind them and moved every person within the strike just in time to see the train car they were in get cut in half. Izuku kept the patrons on his side from falling out by dangling precariously on some of the wires the train had jutted out. Pectra did the same, yelling for Izuku to get his whips out and reattach the train long enough for her to seal it back together. He nodded and did so, feeling a little embarrassed that he had to tap his shoes to switch the weapons he'd got stashed in the heels of his combat boots. He hated how much more comfortable these were than the old shoes he had worn before. Using the strength he had in his core, he held the two pieces together as Pectra fused them back together. Once she finished, he let his whips return to his heels as the car began clapping. He smiled softly and looked for Pectra, who was poking her head through one of the broken windows. Spider. Come on. We've got trouble, you ready to follow? She asked, earning a nod from him. He followed after her, waving goodbye to the train. The two landed nearby, Pectra grabbing his shoulders and looking him in the eye. Do not, under any circumstances, engage. Do you hear me? She asked. Izuku looked past her, making her shake him. Do you hear me? She repeated, making him nod. Good. If I find you anywhere near the fight, I will ground you from hunting. Do you understand? She asked. Yes, Water Lily. He said, using her witch name. She hugs him tight, placing a kiss to his hair. Be safe, for your sister and I, okay? She said, turning to help the other heroes who were probably in worse trouble. Izuku stood where he was, conflicted on what to do until he saw a glint in the corner of his vision. He followed it and saw Ida and another pro-hero on the ground in an alley, with a figure over them. Izuku shifted into his crow form, flying above to get a better look. I know that man. That is Stain. He tricked one of my sisters into granting him his strength. Noctui growls. The boy landed and shifted into his human form. He got his phone and scrolled through the contacts before finding the one he needed. Please understand what I'm about to send you. He prayed, hitting send and prepared to get the snot kicked out of him. I don't remember this being in Chapter 6 of Who Asked for Your FING Opinion? Izuku asked, stepping into the alley. Midoriya. Ida gasped, his body paralyzed. Shut it, Ida. We'll talk later, right now. Izuku began, getting his pistols out and readying for a fight. I've got to buy some time before all hell breaks loose, he said. Stain tilted his head before rushing towards Izuku. The boy knew he wasn't strong nor clever enough to fight Stain on his own, but he knew that if he could hold out long enough, help and possibly his trump card against this maniac would come. Dodging came easy to this fight, it was landing a hit that scared Izuku. It wasn't because he was scared he'd kill Stain, no. It was because he knew if he got too close, Stain could nick him and ingest his blood. He didn't know what will happen should he ingest his blood, but he didn't want to find out. Not like fate has ever been his friend in his life, but he hoped it was on his side. As Izuku evaded and used witch time to his advantage, pushing Stain further from Ida and the pro-hero who were still paralyzed. He knew if he managed to get Stain far into the alley, he'd be able to fight him properly without worrying about the other two on the floor near them. As Izuku used his pistols to deflect Stain's blade, he blocked a jab a bit too late, causing Stain's blade to graze his cheek. Knowing he was done for, Izuku kicked Stain as far as he could without severely hurting the man. Stain grunted and slid back, glaring at Izuku and bringing the blade to his lips. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Izuku bluffed. He had no idea what would happen, and if this man became a Nomu, well. Let's just say Izuku would gladly feed him to one of his many contracts. Stain, being the maniac he is, starts to dart his tongue out towards the blade, resulting in Izuku shooting him in the shoulder. Midoriya! Ida called, his eyes full of fear. I'll say it one more time. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Izuku growled, his eyes no longer the bright shade of green he usually shows people. Even Ida saw how his eyes were darker than normal, bordering on black. And I do taste your blood? Stain asked. Well, there are 6 ways this ends, 3 end with one of us dead, 2 with severe casualties. And 1 where you wish you had listened to me. Izuku said. He had to keep this character up, gambling on his charisma to buy more time. Todoroki, you slow poke. Hurry the hell up. Sorry, Noctui. I don't mean it in vain. Izuku thought, sweating a little. Stain liked his blade, making Izuku freeze up. The boy fell to his knees, struggling to breathe. Stain was no better, falling to the floor, writhing in pain. Oh! I forgot to mention. My power and my sister's power can never inhabit the same body. Noctui chirped, making Izuku's eyes dart to her in the way of saying, now you tell me? The demoness was more busy gushing about how this specific sister's power had the most volatile consequence of mixing her power with Noctui specifically. And Enosi Noctui. What's gonna happen to him? Izuku managed, lying on the ground, struggling to hold his weight up. The demoness sighed, revealed herself to the alley, and walked to Stain, crouching beside the man. Noth, excuse me. Nothing too serious. His body is under the control of my sister as punishment for breaking the deal between him and my sister, Desperation. She hummed in Japanese. Just as she returned to her usual place by Izuku, Stain's body got up with a dead expression. Oh. I can't wait to see my sister. She cooed. Izuku's first thought was to try to shake off the temporary paralysis, but that was just too much work. You have a weird way of showing your love to your sisters, Noctui. Izuku sighed. The demoness waved that statement off, whistling a little catcall. Your favorite is here, she teased just as Todoroki blasted the alley full of ice. Hey! There's injured down here. Izuku yelped, barely getting grazed by a cold front. Sorry. Your message was so odd, I was confused at first. Todoroki said. How confusing is, in trouble, no can XPLN, get here RN, and a screenshot of his location. Izuku, baby. Todoroki doesn't know text slang. You need to send a full-on essay for him to understand, honey bun. Izuku rolled his eyes and struggled to stand, using the ice structure next to him for support. You alright? Todoroki asked Izuku. Yeah, fine. Totally didn't just have a mini heart attack and slide at the same time, no. Izuku groaned, standing tall now. I've got this. Todoroki said. Bullshit. This guy's not normal. My fault. Izuku said, switching his pistols out for a newer weapon he was tasked to gather field experience with. They were a pair of fans with sharp spikes at the end of the feathers. He also switched his boot weapons out for another new weapon he was given. They were based on Todoroki, but instead of creating ice and fire, they caused their victims to either get burnt or frostbitten. Those seem dangerous, Ida said, also getting up to join in the fight. They won't kill. Just slow him down. We need to hit him above the neck. Izuku said. And you know this because? Todoroki asked. He's being puppeteered. Meaning he doesn't feel pain. We need to knock him unconscious to break the hold on him. Izuku said. Another quirk? Ida asked. If I say yes, will you never question me again? Izuku asked, cheekily. The boys stayed quiet, so Izuku remained quiet as well. They stood their ground until Stain rushed them. Todoroki blocked with an ice wall, letting Izuku melt the ice beneath his feet and refreezing it with his shoes. Ida followed with a kick, landing on Stain's back. The head, Ida. Izuku reminded him, dodging out of Stain's wild motions. The man bashed at the wall in front of him. The 3 teens got behind him and hit him on the back of the head, the same way Izuku had shown the whole school how to during his tournament. Soon, Stain crumpled to the floor. Izuku watched as Noctui's sister's power left the man and returned to Inferno, where it rightfully belonged. Ida and Todoroki watched as Izuku stared at the floor before nodding and melting the ice on Stain. Grabbing some capture tape he managed to swipe from UA and rifle through Stain's clothing for hidden weapons. Did he pocket each of them? Yes. Was he supposed to? No. Did Ida protest? Absolutely. We need a pro hero to take the credit. Todoroki, does your dad mind if we dump this on him? Izuku asked, getting out the green candies Uraraka has now deemed healing chews and handing one to Ida and the pro hero he was with. He popped one into his own mouth and used his tongue to push the candy to his cheek. My father won't mind. In fact, he'd probably let it get to his head. Todoroki sighed. You know, we'll make a human being out of you soon, Todoroki-kun. Izuku hummed. The teens left the alleyway and rushed to find any pro-hero nearby. The three saw the one they were assigned to, making them rush to help. Pectra was furious when Izuku jumped into the fight. "What did I say?" she growled, shooting the brain of a Nomu. "Not to get involved. But we have a situation. Stain was contracted to a demon." Izuku began, getting smacked on the head by his other two sisters. She said to be safe. Jin chided. "Well, a classmate of mine almost died, okay? Duck." Izuku called, sending another Nomu flying with a weave. The girls ducked when he said and then sighed as they stood back up. Izuku was in the middle of explaining what had happened when he was lifted off the ground by a flying Nomu. The boy looked up and froze at the sight of the Nomu's wings. "Tsubasa," he thought, sighing when he took his Umbran agency brooch off his vest and used a weave to send the both of them downwards. The Nomu had lost its hold on Izuku, allowing him to fall just a bit higher than the Nomu. He used this to his advantage and stabbed the poor thing in the head, using its corpse to land on the ground. He wiped the blood off his brooch and hopped off the thing, summoning Labelas to help dispose of the thing. "Spider Lily!" Jin yelled, rushing to check over Izuku, grabbing his face and tilting his head around to see any hints of injuries. "I'm fine, Poinsettia." "Serious?" Izuku sighed, smiling when Killia joined, poking and prodding at his back and sides. "You too, Poppy." "I'm okay." He sighed. The two looked at Pectra, who sighed and waved it away. "You are so grounded, mister. But for now." Pectra began, his hardened look of fury softened to a small and grateful smile. She hugged her little brother by affiliation tight and kissed his rubble-filled hair. "You did well." She hummed, smiling more when the other two joined the hug. The other pro-heroes watched the Umbran family embrace each other with a mix of expressions. Todoroki was confused while Ida felt regretful. Both were sure that all three of them were either expelled from UA or in huge trouble. The three boys were later admitted to the hospital after their battle against Stain. Izuku was treated for the claw marks the Nomu left on his shoulders, which required him to have bandages and hindered his arm movements for the whole day. "What do you mean the heroes we were stationed to will have to serve time in jail?" Izuku growled to the chief of police. He hugs Jin in her avian form tight, attempting to smother both his and her rage. This didn't help much, as the witch hopped away from Izuku and shifted into her human form, trembling in anger. She pointed her finger and put it on the chief's chest, staring at him eye to eye. "You piece of shit, you'd punish a few heroes for what? The fact that things were so chaotic in Hosu that they couldn't keep track of their student heroes? That's like punishing a mother for losing her child amid a crowded mall during Christmas shopping. Do you know how difficult it is to keep a city safe? Not just within the law, but in general? What amount of backbreaking sacrifices do we all have to endure for the sake of others? Do you know how many heroes I've worked with who question why they chose to become a hero when they were starry-eyed kids?" Jin growled, grabbing the chief by his collar. "Poinsettia!" Izuku called, making the woman stop and turn to stare at him. "Do not get involved, Spider Lily." She growled. "I must get involved, sister. I disobeyed Water Lily, and that was my mistake. However, Mr. Police Chief, please be lenient on them." We all heard the cry for help and our instincts kicked in before our brains caught up. Izuku replied, looking to Ida and Todoroki for help to further solidify the small white lie he spun out of a bad situation. "Yes. How about you allow the heroes and the agencies we were stationed with to get the credit? We were technically under their guidance." Todoroki hummed. Ida looked guiltily at the two of them. He was about to debunk the whole thing until Izuku sent a trademarked witch glare his way. This made him follow the lie up in complete obedience. Jin saw this and looked at Izuku unimpressed. He tilted his head in place of a shrug and let the breath he was holding out when Jin placed the police official back to the ground. "I'll see what I can do, and I will ask your hero agencies if they would be alright with taking the credit for Stain's departure from the streets," the chief said, turning the leave after he bowed in apology. Once he left, Jin turned to Izuku. "You know, if you hadn't intervened, that man wouldn't have walked out the door." Jin sighed. "That was why I intervened, Poinsettia." Izuku shot back, leaning to rest his head on his hospital bed. "I'm sorry. Why are you two calling each other those names?" Todoroki asked, clearly beefed at being left out of the loop with Ida. "Ah. He never told you what he is?" Jin asked, dodging the TV remote Izuku grabbed and hurled her way. "Do not even think about it. I'll tell Tulip about what happened to her beloved motorbike that disappeared after you last used it." Izuku threatened, making Jin gasp in irritation. "You wouldn't," she countered. Izuku squinted his eyes and smirked. "Try me. You are speaking to the boy who got away with controlled arson. In an elementary classroom." Izuku replied. To be fair, his bullies had it coming. He just casually used a sunbeam in a clear water bottle and pointed the beam into the bag of one of his bullies. Not his fault. He was just less outwardly chaotic when he was like, now he's openly chaotic and lives for the destruction that he causes. You are a horrible baby brother. Jin hisses, going to noogie the boy. Izuku waves his hands to try to wave her off, but fails when she grabs his head and ruffles his hair. EY. Do you know how hard it is to get my hair this way? Izuku gasped, trying to fix it. Baby. You literally sleep, toss and turn around in bed, wake up, run your fingers through it and say, this'll do, and leave. There is no effort put into your looks. She replied. Go home. Izuku yelped, blushing in embarrassment. Jin snickered and gave her baby brother a soft kiss to his forehead, turning to the window and giving him a wink. She slipped off the window ledge and turned into her Avane form, flying away to give the news to Umbra and the rest. So, why do you and your sister call each other Flowers? Todoroki asked. Our family makes it a habit to use codenames while in public. It's how we stay safe. Izuku replied. You know all my sisters are heroes. My eldest is an international one, 15th in the rankings, but not that she cares much. She was rocked to the core once during a mission in. Where was it? A place called Vigrid. Apparently, the place was super religious and all that, not the point. She and another international hero were stationed there to find a trafficking ring for illegal imports. They found the ring, thankfully. But they found another hero's entire family there, abused and tagged like they were nothing. Since then, she's used codenames when talking about her family with people outside of our circles. Izuku began. He wasn't exactly lying about what Umbra saw during her visit to Vigrid, where the metaphorical crap hit the metaphorical fan in many ways, shapes and forms. The woman was barely in her 120s when she witnessed the situation mentioned. Granted, the person she was with was her old coven, but Izuku couldn't say that. It was hard to get the hang of as a kid. I ended up just telling people I was an only child and that the ladies picking me up were my aunts. And it's the story I keep when I don't trust you or can't decide if I can. Cat M. Bakugo knew that those ladies from the sports festival were my sisters. Izuku finished, wringing his hands. Why flowers? Ida asked. Each flower has a meaning to our personalities. Spider lilies were for me because I was often gifted these in school as an insult. I embraced them once I got into my last year of middle school. Izuku sighed. My eldest sister is called Tulip, for her deep love for each of us. My second eldest sister is Water Lily, for the amount of times she's been hospitalized and sauntered out like she owned the DMN place. The third sister is called Poppy. Her reason was because she knew how to console grief into something easier to digest. I just think she likes how the seeds taste. And the fourth one is called Poinsettia. We call her that because she got lost in a Goodwill. And my youngest sister, the small little squishy one, she's called Dicey. She's our innocent and joyful one. Kind of fit. Izuku hummed, then he looked outside. We all share the same quirk, except for my mom. We all call her Allium. She's the reason my sisters, minus Dicey, she's still too young, and I fight. She's the person we all want to protect. Izuku said, looking at his classmates. Ida nodded in understatement, but Todoroki seemed conflicted. Like he was experiencing war flashbacks. Izuku. Bro is experiencing some stuff, man. Let him watch it out. I see. So it's for safety? Ida repeated. Yeah? I was sure I said the dash, Izuku began, getting cut off by Ida's robo-chops. That's a brilliant idea, Midori-Yakuin. He called, chopping the air. Izuku blinked at him and shook his head softly. It's really not that revolutionary, man. It's also for when we're fighting angels and demons as a coven. Those fuckers are like weeds when they know who you are in the human realm. Izuku thought to himself as he laid back in his bed, blinking a little. The boys got to know each other better. Ida was apologizing for Izuku and Todoroki having to intervene, but both simply explained that if they didn't, Ida would be deader than the poor spider in the corner of their hospital room. Todoroki seemed conflicted still, but Ida and Izuku let it be. Izuku made a mental note to find out where Stain was sent and check on him when he can. He also reminded himself to do some technique research on demon puppetry. He knows that if a demon can perform such a thing, there's got to be some type of documentation on how to fix it. Unless it says to kill the victim. He'd rather hand that stuff to Killia. She's the most violent of them. Their recovery was short-lived as they were thrown back into UA once the internship week ended. So here Izuku sat, crowded by his classmates once they got wind of what happened. Ida had redirected them all to Izuku when he saw the boy walk into their classroom. Guys, I'm fine, see? Izuku said as he was funneled to his desk to sit. Katsuki didn't help when the blonde pulled his seat out for him to sit in. I'm not dying, I can, okay, you're all just making me sit. Izuku sighed as he was doted on the whole time before class began. Did I just gain a harem, cat? Izuku asked, grabbing his friend's shoulder. Beats my butt. I don't even know what they see in you. Katsuki grumbled, handing Izuku his backpack. You're the worst, you know that? Izuku sighed, getting his phone to turn it on Do Not Disturb when he sees a text from Jin. Poppies for life, you. Taped stain up, right? Me, yeah, why? Poppies for life, he wasn't where you three left him last, and the heroes of Hosu can't find him. His scent trail leads towards UA, be safe. Me, well fuck. Izuku pocketed his phone and silently sent out a little infernal. Find stain. You can't miss him, he's got my blood inside him. Tag him for me and return as safely as possible. Izuku entrusted the little guy, who bobbed and vanished. The rest of the school day flew in a blur of reintegration of school life and foundational heroics. They were calmer this time. With a race. Shiro, Ida, Ashido, Ojiro and Izuku were in the first group of 5 to race in their zone. On the start, Izuku changed into his crow form and fly at a reasonable pace. He didn't want first, but he also didn't want last. So he settled on third. That was a good place to be. Okay, apparently, Ojiro's tail does not like birds. Poor Izuku got decked by the boy's tail in the last second, making him last. Rude. Izuku shifted to his human form and wobbled to the finish line, rubbing his head where he knocked it into a concrete building. If he was his old fragile self, his brain would have been crushed. Oh my god. Are you okay? Ojiro called, rushing to him. Izuku gave a thumbs up and patted his head softly before shaking it. Yeah, I'm cool. Haven't gotten knocked upside the head that hard since that time I purposefully tore the seams of my sister's favorite sundress. Izuku giggled, taking one of his candies out from his pack and popping it in his mouth. It was a lilac color candy that had a slight taste of blueberry. This candy was designed to help regulate his magic. He had a feeling he'd be all over the place after that hit. Midoriya. Go see Recovery Girl. All Might boomed. Okay. But don't do anything fun without me. Izuku called. Good news. He's fine. Bad news. He ran into Monoma, who teased him for being an attention whore. Even better news. Izuku, being the brat he is, leaned into that and made Monoma flustered. If this was a Pokemon battle, there would be some serious damage being done here. So, the end-of-term exams are coming up, Midoriya. Uraraka chimes, jolting Izuku from his impromptu nap. He's gotten into the habit of sleeping with his eyes open and hands moving. Huh? Oh. It seems so. Izuku sighed. Don't fall for his bullshit, bubblegum. The nerd here has studied all of our textbooks 6 times. Katsuki grumbled, shoving the boy's water bottle in his face. Drink or so help me, I will pinch your nose and make you drink this whole thing, Katsuki grumbled. Izuku grabbed the bottle and shot a lifeless look at Katsuki. I'll never forgive you for this, Izuku growled to Katsuki, taking a sip of his water. Katsuki stuck his tongue out at Izuku and turned to Ashido and Kaminari, who were crying on each other. Oi, raccoon eyes, Pikachu. What in the F are you two losers crying over? Katsuki growled, grunting when Izuku smacked him with a paper snowball. Be nice. Izuku reprimanded the blonde. I'm not your sister. Katsuki grumbled in irritation. You are my best friend, and if I die, who is going to be responsible for annoying the F out of you, huh? I have faith that those two will, so you be nice to them. Or so help me. I will make you go through my sister's training regiment without breaks. Izuku threatened. I can do it. Katsuki said. Izuku looked to Uraraka and shook his head. He's lying. Izuku huffed, dodging the explosion thrown his way. I can't believe we still have to do these. Kaminari cried, hugging the girl close as he used Ashido as a tissue. The poor pink girl wasn't any better, so Izuku sighed. Okay, what do you guys need help with? He offered, hoping it wasn't as bad as it was made out to be. Bad news, they were royally screwed. How did you get past middle school with your horrible study skills? Izuku asked as he witnessed the two's horrendous abilities at being at school. Okay, so you're both terrible at English. I can fix that. Math is something I'd rather let Katsukin do. Izuku began, ducking to avoid the predictable object being thrown at his head. The F, did you just call me? Katsuki yelled, running at Izuku. Izuku yelped as he ran to stay out of his best friend's clutches. I'm trying new names out. Leave me alone. Izuku yelped, finding Aizawa and using him as a shield. Why are you all problem children? The teacher sighed. The class calmed as they were instructed to, visibly shaking for the upcoming exams. Some for the worst possible situation, some for the best. Izuku was generally worried about the exercise exam. He knows it's got to be something overdramatic, 'cause this is UA we're talking about. As the class was allowed to create study groups, Izuku, Yaoyorozu, Katsuki, and Ida were surrounded by students who needed help studying for the exams. It didn't take much before the 4 top students were passing their classmates around when they were deemed okay enough to float on their own. Well, Izuku was confident that his classmates had this. When lunchtime hit, Izuku was looking forward to sitting in his usual corner and scribbling down notes on how he and his contracts had solidified their bonds, but that plan was uprooted when Kirishima and Kaminari picked him up like a sack of wheat and carried him to a table with Azui, Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, and Hagakure already there. "We noticed a certain someone trying to escape, so we've taken him to you guys. Good luck." Kirishima beamed, plopping Izuku in the open spot between Uraraka and Ida. The green-haired boy blinked, confused and lost. What just happened? Izuku asked out loud, watching as Kirishima and Kaminari walked away to bother Katsuki. "Midoriya-chan, are you okay?" Azui asked. She seemed concerned for his well-being. "Yeah, not my first time getting manhandled by 2 pretty guys, but come on. At least warn me." Izuku dramatically gasped, placing his head on Uraraka's shoulder. Todoroki blinked a few times before looking at the 2 boys who dragged Izuku to their table. "I don't see anything pretty about them. Maybe their eyes?" Todoroki hummed. Izuku sighed and began to converse with the group he was forcefully dropped into. "Say, Midoriya, you never did explain what your quirk is," Uraraka said, tapping her chin in thought. "Yes. I was about to ask if your quirk had many more functions than combat." Ida began. Well. My quirk is pretty destructive, but because of it, my body has adapted to be extremely resilient and withstand a lot of damage. But the name never stuck for my quirk. I used to call it Force, but then it evolved on my 10th birthday, and the name had to change. My quirk has evolved so much in such little time I gave up on naming it. So my quirk's official name is currently unnamed. I don't mind really. Having an unnamed quirk has its upsides. Izuku smiled. "Yeah, you scared those people who tried to kill us in the hospital," Todoroki said, making the girls gasp. "What?" Uraraka yelped, looking at Izuku. To be fair, they were pretty loud. "I mean, put yourself in this situation, okay? You're in a quiet hospital room, the only sounds are beeps from the heart monitor and the people you share the room with, those 2. Izuku begins, pointing to Todoroki and Ida. Both of them snore. Like, full-on American drag racing motor engines. You can't sleep, but you hear shuffles outside and some whispers of "kill the heroes and get paid." "Now you can turn yourself into a scary-looking big cat, do you do it?" Izuku asked the girls. Azui took some time to think, but Uraraka answered right off the bat. 100%. I would be sitting at the door, growling. Uraraka said. Izuku pointed to her and covered his mouth. "You get me. I did that, and they screamed so loud, it woke the whole floor up." Izuku laughed. "It was highly irresponsible." Ida sighed. "I saved our lives, I think that was a smart decision." Izuku huffed. "By the way, are you going to eat?" Todoroki asked. "Oh, no. I'm good." Izuku waved away. "Why?" Azui asked. "Well, if I eat, Nakshui will feel left out. And it pains me to see her sad eyes." Izuku hummed, looking at his reflection in the water he was nursing. Nakshui was making faces at him, offended that he'd leave her out to dry like that. "Oh, come on, sweetie bat. You know you get those watery eyes and you start making those sad little squeaks." Izuku reminded the demon, who used his reflection to place a hand on his chest. "Rude. I'll have you know, I make the most adorable noises." Nakshui huffed, only Izuku can hear her protests, but he smiled nonetheless. "Midoriya, is she okay?" Uraraka asked. "Oh, she's upset I told her deepest secret." Izuku sighed. Just as the group was getting into their next topic of what their exams may be, Monoma, being the little ferret he is, decides to rain on their party. "Do you guys even know what the exams will be for you?" he remarked. The table blinked at him, unimpressed, and looked at each other. "Are wills to live slowly extinguishing?" Izuku asked, getting punched in the arm by Uraraka. "Midoriya," she gasped. Izuku rubbed his arm and looked confused. "What? It's true, isn't it?" Izuku asked. Just as Monoma was about to laugh at the scene in front of him, Tendo came over and knocked him over the head. "Monoma, stop bothering Class A. They've got more things to worry about than your petty disposition. I'm so sorry, for him, you guys," she said, holding the blonde ferret by the scruff of his collar. "No worries," Azui reassured. The other girl nodded to Azui before a thought appeared in her head. "Oh, did you guys ask the upperclassmen about theirs? I heard last year they used robots." Tendo mentioned, ignoring Monoma's protests of ruining Class B's advantage of knowing what the exams will hold. Oh? Robots? Hey! Midoriya, you can do that thing you did last time. Uraraka beamed. You just want to see Naksui again, don't you? Izuku sighed, smiling at his classmate. What? I can't help but idolize a strong lady. Uraraka shrugged. Midoriya, if you don't mind me asking, but are you alright? Tendo asked him, shocking Izuku. Me? Yeah, why? Izuku asked. Well, you did get heavily injured in the sports festival, and you look like you'd rather be anywhere but here. Tendo replied, observing that Izuku's eyes seemed darker than usual. Not that he spoke with anyone from Class B often, except Shiozaki. Oh. That. I'm okay. Thank you for being concerned. Izuku smiled. The rest of the week went by in a flash. Izuku was busy helping most of his classmates understand English. American and British English, to be exact. For some reason, Izuku made it a good point to know the difference between the two. What is the difference? Spelling, pronunciation, grammar, and vocabulary. Don't ask, not even Izuku knows why he wanted everyone to know. Get your hero suits on and go outside. Aizawa said to the students. Oh. Kirishima hummed. The students did as they were told, and met the teachers just outside the gyms. All the teachers were standing there, even the principal. A little off canon, sorry. I assume you all have some knowledge on the exams? Aizawa asked, ignoring how the principal was using his capture weapon like the whip from Indiana Jones. Yes. We're fighting against robots. Ashido and Kaminari proudly exclaimed. The others in the class facebombed and groaned. Have you two ever heard of the saying, keeping your cards close to your chest? Katsuki grumbled. No? The two questioned. As the teachers explained that their tests would be different from Class B's, Izuku couldn't help but place a goofy little song over the top of the explanation. Imagine the entire Undertale OST playing over Principal Nizu. By the time the teachers had ended the explanation, Izuku had gotten to the start menu song. Here are the teams. Midnight proclaimed. Ooh! New words. Izuku paled when he heard the names and teams. He was with Katsuki against All Might. Could life hate him anymore? As the rest of his classmates were paired and told their order, Izuku grabbed Katsuki to plan. Look, Izuku began, only to get cut off. I'll fight him on my own. Katsuki interjected. I'm FING sorry? What? Izuku asked. I don't need your help with this. I'll beat him on my own. Katsuki growled. Here we FING go again. Izuku sighed, shaking his head. You really think a teenager can beat all FING might? On their own? Kaken, shut your mouth. Kaken. I love you like my brother, but you're extremely dumb right now. Izuku replied, avoiding the punch thrown his way again. Katsuki then shoved Izuku and stomped away, making the boy wonder what had happened between All Might and Katsuki. Once their test began, the two boys ran into the battlegrounds, noticing it was modeled after some city with dirt roads. Away from the center. Izuku said, moving out of the way of the center just as a wave of pressurized air blew past them. The two boys wait for the wave to pass before splitting. Izuku knew Katsuki was back in the headspace of him being able to fight All Might, so he used this to his advantage. Positioning himself in a secluded area, he called upon Naksui's strength and durability before he rushed out to distract All Might. Sadly, he was a bit late, and Katsuki was already fighting him. You dumbass. Izuku growled, rushing in and kicking All Might from his friend, grabbing the wheezing Katsuki and dashing away, using Purgatorio to escape. The Deku? Katsuki grumbled. 1. Poor choice of words here can make a terrible situation happen. 2. I was going to give you a set of candy to help, dumbass. Izuku sighed, tossing the candy in his hands. Won't help much now, but hey. I got them to ya, now off you go fight your childhood idol, Izuku sang, shoving Katsuki out of Purgatorio and following behind. Now the two were almost at the end when All Might caught them and sent Katsuki flying into a building. Izuku, terrified for his friend, sends Naksui out to keep All Might occupied while he went to see Katsuki. The sight made him pale. There lay Katsuki, still. Izuku yelled, scooping Katsuki up and checking his pulse. Nothing. You mother, Izuku groaned, hauling Katsuki's body on his shoulder and dashing out through the finish and to the observation room, where he kicked the door in. Someone get a tub of ice and put this FING clock on this dumbass. He yelled, making everyone freeze. Look, I've got 24 hours to get this guy back alive. So either you guys make a freezing tub of let him die. Izuku yelled. Thanks All Might. After explaining for the 5th time, Aizawa finally understood what Izuku was going on about. So he's got 24 hours? Aizawa asked. A normal person would not, but Katsuki is different. He's always been that way. Look at how this preservation clock is reacting to his body. Izuku explained, pointing to how the clock seemed to accept Katsuki as its own, despite it being one of Izuku's many contractual clocks he had made for practice. What about it? Kaminari asked, holding the ice pack to his head. Man, Nizu did a number on him and Ashido. It means we've got a fighting chance of dragging him back to his body. Look, all I need is 24 hours, no, 23 hours and 17 minutes now. It's doable, but it will be tight. Izuku said. I say we charge All Might with murder. Shiro piped in, earning an elbow to his side by Jairu. What? That's chargeable, right? He asked. You can't just say that like you're at the lunch counter. She countered. I just need 1 day. Please, sensei. Izuku begged. How will we know if you succeed? The older man asked. His body will jolt upright and he'll be gasping for breath. Normally it's confusing going from dead to alive, but Suki here has always been a little different. Izuku explained. So, how are you going to get him back? Kirishima asked. It's a good thing you asked. 'Cause I need 2 of you with me. My sisters would be better choices, but they're busy being undercover. Izuku beamed. Who? Azui asked. Kirishima for sure. Sadly, I need someone who can handle the harshest of hits, and Kirishima, you're my best bet. Izuku began, trying to figure out the second person. He couldn't ask Shiozaki, as she didn't have the needed powers, but he knew one other person could join. Tokoyami. You're my second. Izuku said, making the boy with a bird's head look confused. Eh? Tokoyami asked, looking around. Me? Why? He asked. I'll explain later, but right now, we have to go. Izuku explained, grabbing both the boys by a hand and rushing out of the school grounds. Something tells me there's going to be a lot of work. Uraraka sighed. Poor Kirishima and Tokoyami, they had a feeling Izuku was crazy, but they didn't know he gets even more unhinged once he's out of UA's influence. So, how are we getting to where we need to? You can fly a plane. Kirishima yelled, noticing the Izuku had ran them to the nearby airfield. Are you crazy? No. But I have a demon who can. Izuku beamed, summoning a Dmed airline pilot who went by the name Gubernator. Such a dumb-sounding name, but most names in Inferno were in Latin and the rough translations Izuku did always lined up. How can I help you? He asked. I need you to get us as close to Fimbulventor as you can. Izuku responded, earning a nod in return. He'll get us as close as he can, but once the plane lands, it's on foot from there on. Here, take my hand, both of you. Izuku explained, holding his hands out. Both grabbed his hands and Izuku recited a temporary incantation to allow Kirishima and Tokoyami the abilities of an Umbran Witch for 24 hours. You now share the same quirk as me, but only for 24 hours. Izuku began, stopping when the searing pain made both boys hiss. Great. Now you guys can summon a set of pistols like my own, but we don't have much time. Izuku ended right as the pilot started the engine. He got Kirishima and Tokoyami inside the plane cabin before getting on top of the plane itself. Giving a thumbs up, they took off towards the gates between heaven and hell. Sadly, the closest they could get was the city at the foot of the mountain, which irked Izuku a little. Checking his own watch, which was synchronized to the one on Katsuki, he sked his teeth. 20 hours left. We have to move. Izuku explained, instructing Kirishima and Tokoyami at how to unleash their beasts within. Somehow, he wasn't surprised when Kirishima turned out to be a lion while Tokoyami was cougar. There's gotta be something connected to your personalities to these forms, but not today. Follow me. Izuku sighed, turning into his leopard form and dashing towards the mountain with Kirishima and Tokoyami not far behind. To reach where they needed to go, they had to encounter a few waves of angels and demons who were roaming the mountain. Now Kirishima understood how Izuku was so adept in his spatial awareness and combat. He deals with this every day. Nevertheless, the 3 boys made it to the main altar, which was the stairs to heaven and hell. Thank the lords above and below for the few people in this place who decided to modernize the DMN place. Typing Katsuki's name into the screen ahead of him, the 3 boys read Inferno. He's in hell? Kirishima gasped. Honestly, not surprised. Okay. You 2 stay out here. If you feel a tug at the shared link we have, pull me out from there, okay? Izuku explained, earning 2 nods. And Dark Shadow. You have a very big part of this. If you sense any angels or demons that do not feel familiar to the link, deal with it. Izuku explained to the sentient quirk. With a nod from the blob of darkness, Izuku took a breath and activated the altar, jumping into the pool that will drag him into Inferno. Forgot how this actually works, since in Bayo 2, the stairs are destroyed and there's a huge workaround they use, not too helpful in this FIC. The boy stood in the ruins of an ancient city, just on the outskirts of Inferno. He always loved the images Nakshui showed him of the outskirts of Inferno. Okay, let's save that a-hole. He sighed, running to the giant crystal in space that was hell. Cue the breaking in montage here, cause I genuinely forgot how it went in the games and I know Zu has no patience for this today. Izuku made it inside Inferno, blatantly scaring most of the demons nearby. Many had never seen a male Umbran Witch, specifically one like Izuku. Of course, Izuku was like an ultra-rare shiny Pokemon in the world of witchcraft. He took a good look around and noticed a gathering of strength in one spot. He checked his watch again and winced. It took him longer than he liked. He had 12 hours to get to Katsuki, and 12 hours can fly fast in this place. Kaken. Just hang on and behave for a bit longer, he said to himself, rushing in the direction of the pooling strength. Nakshui stopped Izuku just shy of the space where a lone demon sat. That's my sister. Not the one Stain tricked, the one who works all too well with despair. She'll use your emotions against you, pup, she warned. Izuku nodded and walked into her little throne room. You have something that belongs to me, he said, making the demon turn her head to his voice. I earned this soul, fair and square, child, the demon hissed. True, but that soul isn't ready yet. So give it back before I tear it from you. Izuku growled. The demon laughed and turned to fully look at Izuku before licking her lips. Do that again, I'll tear your tongue out of your mouth. Izuku threatened. He would too. I do not have time to play these little games with you, child. The demon hummed. In response, Izuku tore apart the walls around them with Nakshui's help. How about now? I won't leave until the soul you have is back to where it belongs. Izuku countered. Nice to see you again, Anguish. Nakshui taunted. My. Seems like my plague-causing sister has returned to us, Anguish called. You cause plagues? Nice. Izuku sarcastically remarked, making Nakshui shrug. It was during my prime as a young demon, relax. Right now, we've got to get Katsuki out from her, and fast. Nakshui reminded him. Izuku nodded and readied his guns. Well, then. Seems like we're going to have to brawl this out, huh? He said, noticing Nakshui face-palming. You let that one outcast train her own coven and they all turn out to be as bats hit crazy as she is. Nakshui sighed. It took a cycle of dodging, punching, kicking and tearing off parts of Anguish's armor before Izuku could see the snippet of Katsuki's soul. His friend was curled up within the demon. Izuku could feel his blood boil in anger at how weak Katsuki looked inside the demon. One last go round, pup. This time, I will grab him and deal with her. She's acidic inside, if you reach in to grab him, your hands will melt. Nakshui told him, placing a kiss to his head like she always did before a big fight. Will you be okay? Izuku asked, dodging one of Anguish's attacks. Yes, now, grab her tongue the next time she flings it at you. Pull her by that. And if it comes off in the process, more the reason to use it as a weapon. Nakshui hummed, aiding Izuku right as Anguish proceeded to do exactly as Nakshui had predicted. Izuku grabbed the demon's tongue and yanked harshly, making the demon stumble towards him. Nakshui took this chance to plunge her hand into her sister's stomach and yanked out Katsuki, allowing Izuku to grab hold of him while she tackled her sister to duke it out. Watching the scene before him, he noticed that the two sisters fought like a wife and mistress over the same sleaze bucket they called their man. Giggling to himself, Izuku laid Katsuki's soul on the ground and lightly shook the boy's soul by the shoulders. Kaken. Izuku called, shaking him. Kaken. Wake up. He tried again, tapping his face. For FS sake, if you give up on me now, I will play Barbie girl at your funeral. Izuku threatened, tearing up. You better not, UFING nerd. Katsuki grumbled, making Izuku sigh in relief. Next time I pull you over to make a plan, UFING listen. Izuku sobbed, placing the reactant clock on Katsuki's chest. Now, go to you body at UA. Kirishima, Tokoyami, and I will be back soon. Izuku explained as Katsuki was pulled upwards. Deku, the FS happening? Katsuki tried. Don't turn around, okay? And welcome back to the world of the living, my friend. Izuku explained with a wave of his hand. Once he was sure Katsuki was back in the normal world, he called Nakshui to him and pulled the link he made between Kirishima and Tokoyami, grunting when he was yanked out of Inferno and out of a pool in the altar. You good, bro? Kirishima asked. Yeah, Suki's back home. Izuku said, noticing his phone ringing. He took his phone from his pocket and laughed. Showing the other two, they also laughed. It was a picture from Uraraka with the caption of, "You did it. Grenade launcher is kicking again." The picture consisted of Katsuki sitting upright while Kaminari and Ishido were screaming in the background and hold each other. Uraraka and Azui both held out a peace sign in the picture as well. Yeah, he's back. So how do we get home? Kirishima asked. Well, we'll need to find another plane and get it up and running. Sorry guys. Izuku replied, rubbing the back of his head. The trip back to Japan was less crazy, seeing as Izuku managed to charm a poor human pilot to getting them back to Mizurufu with their payment being a granola bar Kirishima had on him. The three boys waved goodbye to their new friend as they flew back to their home. How did you do that? Tokoyami asked. I have this innate ability to blink my eyes and get what I want. It helps with socializing in tough situations. Izuku hummed, looking at the boy. It's a good thing you guys were there to pull me out. Izuku smiled, patting both boys on the back. Thank you too, seriously. Izuku said. No worries, Midoriya. So, how long do we have until we stop seeing those ugly things? Kirishima asked. 10 hours. Tokoyami, I'm so sorry you will have to see these during your test. Izuku sighed. The darkness will ease the discomfort. Tokoyami hummed. Man, I can't believe Cementos buried me in Sato. Kirishima complained. I could have told you that rushing the guy who can make the concrete playground a literal playground was a bad idea. Izuku sighed. As the three walked to where they needed to go, they were swarmed by their classmates, congratulating them on saving Katsuki. How do you guys move so fast? Sato asked, chewing away at a steamed bun. Where did he get that from? It was Midoriya, here. He was super focused. Never let us stray once. Kirishima beamed, making Izuku blush in embarrassment. As the class continued their exams, Aizawa made sure to tell Izuku and Katsuki that they technically passed their exams. So in Izuku's opinion, this was all worth it. How you feeling, Suchan? Izuku asked Katsuki, sitting next to him on the step up to the observation room. Like I died? Katsuki said. Izuku began to laugh violently. That is true. Izuku said after he recovered from that fit of laughter. You called me Kaken. You stopped calling me that when we turned 9. Katsuki said. I did, didn't I? I guess, I felt like calling you that was too childish. Izuku fibbed. Bullshit. That was the year your quirk began to get more noticeable. Katsuki growled. Okay, yes. That did happen. Izuku explained. You know. I missed you calling me that. Katsuki said. What? Kaken? Izuku asked. The blonde nodded and stared at Izuku. The witch sighed and brought his knees up to his chest. I didn't want you to become a target. Izuku finally said. Of what? Katsuki asked. Of them. Seems like that did nothing, seeing as a demon almost absorbed your soul. Izuku sniffled. That's what that was? Katsuki asked. Yes. What did you think it was? Izuku yelled, clearly curious to what the idiot thought it was. Felt like a fever dream. Katsuki hummed. I see. Izuku sighed, watching a line of ants carry bits of grain and food crumbs to what he presumed was their colony. As the two cooled down from their exam and experience in hell, Katsuki chose to open his mouth this time. How'd you know where I'd be? He asked. Izuku sighed and took out a pocket knife, drawing in the dirt below them. There are 3 worlds. Light, darkness, and ours, chaos. Humans are like blank slates when we're born. As we grow up and eventually die, our actions determine where we end up. Paradiso would gratefully accept your soul into its ranks if you were good of heart. If you were more cruel, you were dmed to Inferno. You need to work on context clues if you can't tell which name goes where. Izuku hummed, finishing the triple Venn diagram that represented their world and the 2 others. Not helping with the how, nerd. Katsuki grumbled, not noticing the pair of eyes and ears on their conversation. The how is easy. Your soul is a strong, resilient, stubborn piece of work. I say this because I've seen it. Your soul has this blue hue, not too overpowering, but not too mild. You also have a red hue too, marbling around. You know that means strength. But I won't bore you on color psychology. Last time I did, you fell asleep in your salad. Izuku sighed, looking at Aizawa behind them. Hi, sensei. He beamed. The rat wants you. Aizawa said. Oh, I see. Izuku said, hopping up and walking away, leaving the diagram on the floor for his teacher to take a picture of. He knew keeping this information would likely result in expulsion, and he was too exhausted to play mind games with Nizu. So there he sat, with his translated notebook on Paradiso, Inferno, and the in-between, in the principal's office, with the little animal in front of him. A smaller version of a demonic wolf held the untranslated book on the same subject. So, Midoriya. I heard you performed quite the feat, today. Nizu beamed. Izuku nodded, not sure how to respond. He couldn't respond how usually would, seeing as Nizu is the most intelligent being in the room between the two of them. I don't want to push you, Nizu-sensei. But it would help you understand what I did. Izuku said, handing the notebook to Nizu. He had made sure he used the version with the illustrations instead of the graphically over-detailed one. The stoat took the notebook and read through the thing at lightning speed. Fascinating, Midoriya. May I inquire where you got this information from? Nizu asked. I may need to ask permission to reveal that information, sir. Izuku said, making the principal's ears droop slightly. If Izuku wasn't immune to Daisy's adorableness, he would have told him everything. I see. Nizu replied. Izuku smiled softly and slid a note to Nizu. If you'd like to speak to my source directly, draw this in an easy-to-conceal place and call for the fallen angel. He'll be mad at me, but I'll take it. Izuku replied. Should I incorporate a little plot device from Bayo 3 or do we all agree Bayo 3 didn't happen? That night, Izuku was scolded by his mother for not protecting Katsuki, after the blonde's mother smacked Izuku for letting Katsuki get hurt. Izuku blamed himself for letting his friend walk away without a plan. He felt worse now that his face throbbed every time he took a bite of food. At least he healed faster now that he was continuously pumping Nakshui's energy through himself, and the Demoness in return could see how the world was. He was later ambushed by Daisy, who hugged her big brother tight. Inko had officially adopted the little girl after she mentioned she was now an orphan after a freak accident that happened with her parents. Izuku knew better than to say outright that her parents were arrested for being suspected quirk traffickers. His mother was like a mama bear. Mess with whoever she deems her children, she's probably going to kill that person. Deus? Izuku asked, picking his sister up and holding her on his hip. The small girl held him tight and sniffled. Do you need cuddles? Izuku asked, earning a shake of the head. Is it school-related? Izuku tried again. I need help with multiplication. She whispered. Oh, okay, how about we go grab some mandems and I'll help you visualize it, okay? Izuku asked, walking towards the kitchen to grab the family-sized bag of mandems Izuku won from Shinso about 3 days ago. Shinso is somehow terrible at calling people on their bluffs. So Izuku was owed the giant bag of mandems from Gen Ed student. After he grabbed the bag and sat with Daisy in the living room next to the girl, with their backs to the TV so Daisy or Izuku wouldn't get distracted, they began to read her math homework. Okay, so let's say I have 5 mandems. And you want to have 2 times as many as me. How many do you grab from the gab, Daisy? Izuku asked, taking 5 mandems from the small bowl he had poured up for them. The girl looked at the bowl and at Izuku's small set before counting out. Izuku clapped when she got it right. You did it. He smiled. Daisy nodded and ate her set of mandems, scribbling down the number before moving to the next one. The two did this the time being, not noticing Inko standing and watching from the sidelines, smiling. Soon Daisy yawned loud, causing Izuku to follow her. Okay. I think it's time we stop for the night. Izuku yawned, scooping up the sleepy baby and walking past his mom to put her to sleep. Soon he retired to his own room and wondered if he had missed anything these past 2 days. Has it been 2 days? He couldn't tell. Time ran slower in Inferno than it did in reality. When he returned back from Inferno, it was still daytime, even though the clock on Katsuki showed that he was near the end of his time. God. If you're listening and not forsaking me for being what I am. Please, make sure Kaken is still the same Kaken I know. He whispered to the air, feeling a tear fall from his eye. Thankfully, we're all on his side, so he has nothing to worry about. Unless the author of this decides to make everyone, including themselves, cry. We're going to a hero training camp? Izuku asked amongst the myriad of cheers from his classmates. Yes, you'll be given a week to prepare, Aizawa said. While everyone was excitedly dreaming about the training camp, Izuku was more disgusted at this fact. Call him pampered, but he'd rather sit through getting acrylic nails put on him professionally than camp. The last time he tried camping, his coven decided that he needed to learn how to gather and use demonic energy in a combative situation seamlessly. Needless to say, he learned how to do said skill quickly, but he now has PTSD when camping is mentioned. Oh, we should all go to the mall and get what we need. Uraraka called, hopping in joy at the prospect of shopping with her classmates. Katsuki politely, well as politely as Katsuki could manage, declined with the excuse of already having all the equipment he'd need. Kirishima, Tokoyami, Ashido, and Ida also joined the group, making Izuku sweat a little bit. I love how Mineta is also involved with this in canon, but bro is gone here. He wasn't opposed to this group of people, he was just a little nervous about what could and will happen at the mall. He knows something bad will happen. It always happens when he goes places without his Umbran sisters nearby. Like when he took his mother out for her birthday last year and the restaurant they went to was held up in a robbery. Who robs a KFC in Japan? Poor Izuku had to secretly deal with the threat before the KFC they were at was destroyed in the potential fight between villain and hero. Now that Izuku thinks back to those days, heroes were kinda useless. Well, the flashy kind who only does things for fame and popularity. Midoriya. We'll see you this weekend. Uraraka beams. Oh, I have to watch my baby sister this weekend. Can I bring her along? Izuku asked, silently begging Daisy for forgiveness and hoping the group would drop him from the trip due to this little chore. Bring her along. I so want to hang out with that little sweetheart. Ashido called. Damn it. Sorry Izuku. Even the power of being the narrator can't help you. Oh. Well, she'll be excited to see you guys more. Izuku forced out, trying not to scowl at the prospect of giving up his hunting time for socialization. He'll just get that time in this school week. Now to do the time management. Ugh, this reminds him of middle school all over again without the daily spider lily removal. So it's settled? This weekend we're going to the mall and whatnot? Kirishima asked, already excited to spend more time with the group. With a unanimous hum of approval, the class went about their days. Izuku was carted off to speak with Nizu about Rodan of course. Come to think of it, do you guys read Rodan's name as Rodan or Rodin? His canon pronunciation is Rodan, but when you read the spelling, it is not how it sounds xd. Midoriya, Kuin 11 pleasure to see you. Nizu said, his face full of happiness and mischief. You little sheet. You know what you just gave me to? Rodan growled. Okay, this is two separate reactions to me, so I'm going to address who I fear most first. Hello again, Principal. Izuku smiled, leaning away from Rodan's puff of smoke. Hello. Your friend here is very difficult to interact with. Nizu replied. Ah, yes. He warms up to you in time. I tend to bring him things he needs or wants and he's fine with me. By the way, here. Izuku said, pointing the last bit to Rodan and handing him a bag of halos he had managed to get on the way to school. You know, the way to and from school is always full of angels and demons. Kind of makes me wonder if I should change my route. Izuku sighed. Rodan took the bag with a huff and pocketed it. You know changing your route to school would do nothing but endanger those around you. Keep to what you're doing. Rodan said. So, Mr. Principal. How can I help you today, sir? Izuku asked in a cheerful tone. The analysis hero smiled and began to explain the possible issues with the camping trip. You're saying there's a chance we'll get attacked? Izuku repeated, nodding when Nizu affirmed. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised, seeing as we're having All Might as our teacher and all. Izuku hummed. Ah, yes. About that. I've noticed you are one of the few students who are not enchanted by him, why is that? Nizu asked. I'm only drawn to shiny objects, Mr. Principal. And All Might is like a rock that's been sanded down far too much to be shiny. It's more reflective than it is shiny. Izuku responded. He was more or less making up his reason, because whenever he saw All Might, he saw two versions of the man, one small and frail, and the other the big burly brick wall of a hero. Yes, he was still strong, but Izuku had lost hope in the man on several occasions. The USJ attack was just one of the many berries in the berry basket of All Might's coincidental disappearances. Interesting way to put it, Midoriya. Nizu hummed. It is, but that is the nature of my quirk, sir. I see what people do not or cannot see. Against my will. Izuku hummed. Rodan gave Izuku a look from his shades and noticed that Izuku was more closed off than he normally is. He's only seen this kid this closed off and that was when he received his first bouquet of spider lilies. This was the sign that Izuku was going to do something he didn't want to do and Rodan does not want to be in the same realm as this boy being forced to be a teenager in this day and age. Nizu let both Rodan and Izuku leave, feeling a little concerned how strained Izuku seemed. Then again, the principal was always wary of the boy, ever since he watched Izuku's entrance exam. He sometimes rewatches it just to see what he had possibly missed. Back with Izuku, the boy was going through his day on autopilot. Maybe he's that sad about having to be a normal teenage boy this weekend. Which was more disheartening to our witch than you'd think. Now if only Izuku could actually pretend to look forward for the weekend. The weekend came much faster than Izuku would have cared for. He silently hoped Daisy would somehow get sick and he'd have to call off the group date. Sadly, luck was not on his side. So here he sat on the train with Daisy holding his hand so she wouldn't get lost or scooped up by some creep. Where are we going, Zu? Daisy asked, holding her brother's sleeve. Well, we're going to hang out in the mall with my classmates. I hope you don't mind. Izuku said, hiding his baby sister close to his side. Now remember, if you want to go with any of my classmates, you have to ask nicely and then ask if you can hold their hand. If they say no, tie your roaming leash to their waistband, okay? Izuku reminded the child when they got off the train, smiling when she nodded so hard her little duck hat bobbled violently. If you were on my ACNH island, I have a little hat that looks like a duck. If you're interested in seeing it, say so in the comments. Midoriya. Ashido called, waving to the brother and sister. Hey, Ashido. Izuku called, holding Daisy's leash tight as she tried to run to hug the girl's legs. Oh. I keep forgetting how adorable she is. Ashido called, crouching to hug Daisy tight. Hey, I hate to ask this of you, but if we have to split up for any reason, can I trust you to keep Daisy here out of trouble and with you? Izuku asked, looking at his classmate. Of course. I'd love to keep an eye on this beam of sunshine the whole day if you asked. Ashido smiled, tears welling in her eyes from how Daisy was softly patting at the antennae on her head. Really? Oh God, my mom's so gonna kill me, but you may need to today. I don't want my sister to ask me embarrassing questions on the train ride home today. Izuku said, looking to his left and scratching his cheek with one finger. Soon the others joined. Turns out, most of their class except Todoroki and Katsuki showed up. Even Yaoyorozu. Ashido and Kirishima decided to keep Daisy with them. We promise not to teach her too much about PBRTY, Midoriya. Kirishima called, holding Daisy's leash tight. The smallest of the group hugged her big brother tight. Be safe. She whispered to him. Izuku crouched to tilt her face up with her chin. I will do my very best, but I want you to listen to these two lovely people until we reunite, okay? Izuku said, making both Kirishima and Ashido blush at being called lovely. Okay. What if you get in trouble? She asked. Izuku smiled and placed a kiss to her forehead. Don't you worry your pretty head about that, okay? You have a great time with these two, he said. I guess with that, let's split up into pairs. Yaoyorozu called, earning some affirmative. Uraraka stuck next to Izuku, ignoring the knowing looks of most students. We'll meet up back here at noon, okay? She called, and with that, the class disbanded. The only ones left were Izuku and Uraraka. So, where to first? Izuku asked her, making her face turn red instantly. I didn't do anything yet? Izuku asked himself, noticing a gaze on the back of his head. I dunno. What do you think we should do? She asked sheepishly. How about you go and see if you can find anything to repel bugs? Last time I went camping was when I was like 6. Yeah. Those bugs had me for breakfast. Izuku sighs, shaking his head. Uraraka blushed and ran off with a garbled reply of I'll write to that. So much for sticking together. Izuku thought to himself as he was pulled to a spot with a hand on his neck. Izuku didn't know what was more shocking for the both of them, the small pistol that was pointing at the man, or the 4 fingers on Izuku's neck. So, how's this gonna pan out, friend? Izuku hummed, waving at people passing by and mouthing, don't worry, we're childhood friends, to the concerned people. Excuse me? They asked. Well, we could find out what happens when all those piggies on my neck connect, or we'll find out if I have ammo in this little slice of hell I've got here. So, how can I help you? Izuku asked, not bothered about this. How are you so relaxed? They asked. Well, I know that no matter what I do, things will only escalate from this point forward. Izuku hummed, silently drawing a distress signal with his fingers on his thigh. He knew Daisy had been practicing recognizing distressful signals from her coven, so he silently hoped she'd catch on and contact the right people. So, tell me, hero. Care to tell me why you made a big fuss about Stain and not me? They asked. Stain, oh. It's you, hands on. Izuku gushed, curious about his quirk. Hands, that's what you call me? They asked, a little offended. Sorry, I have to give people nicknames before I gain their trust with their names. But anywho, about Stain. Izuku rambled, yelping when the fingers tightened. He may be experimenting in that field, but he for sure knows asphyxiation is not his thing. You asked, I'm speaking. Izuku huffed. Tell me. He said. Stain and I are similar. We were both inspired by All Might. However, unlike Stain, who wanted heroes to be like All Might, I only wanted to help and save. You, my friend, do not want the world to be like All Might. You like to, and pardon my French here, sheet up. Izuku said, not using the French word for F-. He turned his head slowly to look at the man, fighting the urge to recoil at the eyeful of cracked skin and terrible skin care. Midoriya. They both heard, marking the end of this conversation. Izuku, being the little sheet he is, shot an unnoticeable tracker into the man before elbowing the man in the gut to better lodge the tracker in place and rushing to Uraraka. Keeping her back, he heard the buzz of his little creepy friend being warped out. Relax, I'm okay. Izuku replied, noticing her panic state. Uraraka? Hello? he asked, waving in front of her face. You could have died. She gasped. Nothing to fret about, my dear. Forget about this. Let's get you the things we need. Izuku said, trying to bring her back to life. Uraraka grabbed his face and looked him over. With a confused face, Izuku shook his head in her hand softly to display his confusion. Are my eyes that pretty? He joked. Your neck is sore. She sniffled. I'll be fine. If you'd like, I'll even take one of my candies to heal myself. Izuku offered, yelping when he was picked up in a fireman carried by Kirishima. When did you get here? Izuku yelled, bouncing on Kirishima's shoulder while the redhead and Uraraka took him to the on-site medic. Apparently, thanks to the angels, there were some injuries and the EMTs had to rush in. I feel like I'm missing something here. Izuku huffed, crossing his arms like an angry and emotional princess who has been forcefully evicted from her peaceful life in her tower with her favorite dragon. We're looking at you, Fiona. We've got another one. One of the heroes called. I know that voice. Izuku murmured, passing the hero and seeing Jin there. She shrugged and went back to her duties while his classmates panicked over Izuku's condition. He only had a mild hand print on his neck, nothing he wasn't used to when he had to deal with demons and angels who wanted his soul to fuel some being's rebirth. Guys, I'm fine. Izuku laughed, noticing how his classmates all looked upset. You're lucky you hadn't panicked. The EMT told Izuku. Why? Izuku asked, curious. You had some damage done to your vocal cords. Nothing but a little rest can fix. They said. Izuku popped a healing candy into his mouth. Wanna see something awesome? Kirishima asked the EMT, who paled when she saw Izuku's throat healing at an alarming pace. He makes those candies for fun. How awesome is that? Kirishima bounced. You little ray of sunshine. You just put Izuku on the Hero Commission's radar. Izuku groaned as he was sent another bouquet of flowers from his classmates. They act like I've been hospitalized. Izuku sighed, opening his door and handing the flowers to Daisy, who smiled happily and began to work the pretty little things into her artwork. Whatcha working on? Izuku asked, leaning over her head to see. It shocked him that it was a picture of a white-haired girl with a horn on her head. We're fleshing out Daisy's Umbran powers. Yay! Who's that? Izuku tried, noticing how troubled Daisy was. She's in my dreams. Calling for help. What do I do? Daisy asked. Well, I never had this problem. Had a problem with seeing the potential futures at your age, but I kept it all to myself and wrote down what I had seen. Izuku said. Daisy looked at him with a sad face. Do I keep drawing her then? Daisy asked. Izuku thought about this and sighed. I would think that's a good idea, but if Mom saw this, she'd think you had a crush. Izuku teased, making the girl laugh. Okay. I hope she finds the help she needs. Daisy said. Yeah, I do too. Izuku hums, ruffling his sister's hair just as Umbra and Pectra barged in. The two explained that Izuku should go flying for a bit but not as a crow. This confused Izuku before the two explained the possibility of airborne combat. You want me to use the Nokshui's wings? Izuku gasped, putting a hand on his chest and ignoring Inko's small reprimand of the volume usage. Look at it this way, Zu. You've always been worried about how she feels about the bond. Test it. If I know the Lady of Bats, she'd rather disown her own sisters than let the witch she's bonded to die. Umbra suggested. You know, I understand that we, sans ma, can't really die from dumb shit, but you want me to throw myself off a building to see if I can summon her wings? Izuku clarified. Pectra shrugged then nodded. Think of it as this. If you don't get it the first time, try again. Pectra said. They're gonna get me killed, Daisy. Izuku told the girl, who blinked. So this is where he was, standing on the roof of his mom's apartment complex. He could feel the breeze blowing softly through his curls. You got this. Izuku said to himself, hopping in place for a few seconds before sprinting and jumping off the roof. He felt the wind rush past his ears before it all stopped. You foolish child. What do you think would have happened if I hadn't saved you? Nokshui huffed. Izuku sighed and gave Nokshui a high five. Sorry, had to double-check that you don't hate me. Izuku joked. The Demoness sighed and allowed her bonded witch to use her wings to fly about the city. Hey! I never knew there was another winged person in the area. Izuku heard, making him look past his chest to see Hawks chasing after him. Izuku couldn't quite decide if he should lose the winged hero, which is highly and most improbable, or if he should stop and see if Hawks takes both of them down. He chose to stop and turn around to look at Hawks. This made the hero almost collide with him. Whoa! You've got a good handle on this, kid. Hawks smiled, making Izuku blink. You do know who I am, correct? Izuku asked, assuming Hawks had seen the sports festival. HM? Oh. You're the kid who hit the girl with a gun. Hawks beamed, making Izuku place a palm on his face. I hate that's what I'm known for. Izuku sighed, feeling like he could be anywhere else but here. Where you heading, kid? Hawks asked casually. Izuku hummed to himself, debating on how he should answer this question. Jin and Pectra always used this question to gauge if he was out to cause havoc or if he would hunt for roaming angels and demons. Umbra used this question to make sure he remembered where he was going. Killia only asked this if she knew he was going to the store and would ask him to bring back 4 boxes of aluminum foil and hairspray. He never understood why she needed those things every time it was his turn to go shopping, but he never asked. He decided to answer honestly and looked at the hero. In the deadest expression he could muster he said, I'm off to get some materials to fix my gear. This took Hawks back in surprise. Izuku could tell by the way his head moved back a tiny bit. What? Izuku asked, confused to the hero. Excuse my language, but how in the hell did you get authorization for this? Hawks asked. I'm not going to an official part place. Just a junkyard. One man's trash is another man's treasure. Izuku beamed, flying away to the closest junkyard for electronics. Hawks followed close by, curious to see what the kid was looking for. When Izuku landed and asked the current attendant at the yard if he was allowed to get around the place for some parts, he was glad he was allowed to do so. Hopping in place for a bit before running off into the refrigerator pile, hopping in like a little raccoon who was lucky enough to find an open dumpster. Hawks watched in amusement, while Izuku tore apart one of the cooling elements to grab the canister he needed. Poking his head out he held up the empty thing. Bingo! Okay, I'm done now. I have to go home now. Izuku said, hopping out of the pile with a box full of bits. When did you get a box? Hawks asked, confused about this kid. There are many things I can find in a junkyard that you won't notice. But, off I go. Izuku hummed, running away with his box. He didn't need any of the stuff he pulled out of that fridge, but Hawks didn't need to know. Izuku was more worried about how he was getting home. If he flew home, there was a good chance Hawks would follow. He ended up calling Umbra to come pick him up since Hawks would not leave him alone. Seemed like the hero was targeting him for some reason. If Izuku remembered, Hawks was the number 2 hero. Something a younger Izuku would be starry-eyed over. Thankfully, Izuku was now, or at least, he believes is he 15? At least he's not gullible enough to believe whatever the hero said. Sking his teeth his annoyance, he sent a small glare towards the hero. So, care to tell me why you're still here? Izuku asked, adjusting the box in his hands. Hawks hummed and looked at Izuku with mock confusion. What do you mean, kid? Hawks asked. I hate that I get a feeling of discourse within you. It emits a low hum from you. Izuku explained, leveling his gaze on the blonde hero. How so? Hawks asked. Izuku tapped his left ear, making Hawks' hand go to his own, confused to how Izuku could hear the earpiece in his ear. All I can say is that a magician never tells. Izuku explained, giving his vague answer of, I'm not what you think I am, so back the hell off. Umbra pulled up on her newest motorcycle and groaned out loud. You raided the fridges in poor Mr. Hayata's scrapyard again, didn't you? She scolded him. At least I got you the parts your friend needed. Izuku huffed, hopping on the back while holding his box. You sure you can hold on to that thing? We could always come back. Umbra asked. Nah. This'll test my ability to fight inertia. Izuku beamed, making the woman shake her head. She looked at Hawks and shrugged. Brothers, am I right? She chuckled, revving her engine and slowly speeding away with Izuku in tow. Hawks put his hand to the earpiece and sighed. Are you sure that was the kid? No, I'm not questioning you. But standing next to him felt like standing next to my worst nightmare. I understand. He said, responding to the people on the other side. How was he going to convince the Umbran agency to lend that green beans healing candy without causing that specific agency to declare war on the Hero Commission? The answer? He'll get to that once he figures out the full question. I was having such a good time too. Izuku sighed, blinking away his discomfort as he was shoved into a bus that took them to the boot camp. He was seated next to Ida, who was more busy reprimanding his classmates than ensuring he was seated safely. Izuku sat in his seat like a statue, silently planning how he would contact Rodan once they got this godforsaken bus. Sighing, Izuku got his phone out and began to text Katsuki. Me, so, why did you decide to fight All Might all on your lonesome? Boom boom, you're still on this? Me, well, I have this rule. If I have a thought and it nags at me for over 72 hours, then I say something. Me, and it's been a good while since that incident. Boom boom, I'll tell you later, nerd. Just put your FING phone away before Caterpillar takes it away. Me, Caterpillar. Boom boom, F off. Izuku shivered softly and put his phone back in his pocket right as Uraraka sent a little pebble floating his way. He poked it back in her direction with a smile and turned to speak with her, crossing his right leg over his left. "How can I help you, dear?" he asked. "I wanted to ask if you'd help train me and Sue here on some close combat. Like the one you used during our battle trials with All Might." Uraraka asked, clearly flustered at his pose. "Of course. But I must warn you, the way I learned to fight the way I do was all done in high heels." Izuku hummed. "You can wear heels, Mito bro?" Kirishima gasped, turning in his seat to stare at Izuku with wide eyes. "Yes? They helped me train in balancing my weight on the ball of my feet. It helps with improved balance, quicker reaction time, better agility, increased ankle stability, and can help prevent injuries by engaging more muscles in your lower body. I know I sound like Google, don't remind me," Izuku said, chuckling at the last part of his sentence. "So manly." Kirishima sobbed. "Hang on, does that mean you can rock a dress?" Kaminari asked. I never really thought about if I could. Why do you ask?" Izuku hummed. "No reason," Kaminari said. Izuku sighed as the bus came to a stop and the class was instructed to get out of the bus. After being bunched up with his class, Izuku couldn't help but feel amazed at meeting the wild pussycats. He felt like he had met his favorite band and got all of their autographs on the same day. What? Cats are the only animals who can stand him now that he's a witch. He loved all the cat-themed heroes he ran into. Poor Izuku couldn't contain his excitement upon meeting these four, which shocked most of his classmates, who usually saw him as the cool and collected individual he was. "Midoriya, calm yourself," Aizawa reprimanded, making Izuku apologize profusely. "Sorry. These guys are so awesome," Izuku gushed, holding his face like a schoolgirl who is gushing about her recent crush to her best friend. The heroes in front of him all smiled at how the boy was doing his best to remain calm around them. "He's adorable," a blonde hero called. Izuku held onto the closest person and squealed into his hand. "It's Pixie Bob. Holy freaking sandboxes. It's her," Izuku squeaked. "Midoriya, are you sure you're okay?" Jairu asked, holding the guy up. "I can die happy and fulfilled now." Izuku sighed. "Listen up, please," Aizawa said. This made the class stop. Most of them held onto each other as the pussycats introduced themselves and explained the plan. Izuku was more or less mesmerized by the heroes in front of him, silently redoing their outfits. Why are their midriffs out in the open? Izuku thought, confused as to why he felt the ground shaking lightly. Are we having an earthquake? He asked himself as the ground broke from everyone's feet. Well, not the adults. As Izuku and his class tumbled down the mountainside where they were last standing, Izuku landed on his stomach, with 3 more people landing on top of him. The class groaned as they all stood up and looked at the adults. "We'll meet you at the camp," was the last thing the class heard before the adults disappeared from sight. "Can I be the first to say, I don't get paid enough in skill points to deal with this sheet?" Izuku asked, trying to get a laugh. "Is the dirt supposed to move that way?" Kaminari asked. Nope. Ashido shivered. Katsuki grumbled and instructed everyone to get ready to fight. "So, does anyone want to listen to my sparring playlist?" Izuku suggested. "Dear God, no. Your FING playlist has some weird but sheet on there," Katsuki called, punching a dirt monster. Izuku ducked one of the monsters, sent a claw to him and kicked it in the side, gasping at the insult. "You leave Hatsune Miku out of this, you heathen." The boy gaped. "You have Hatsune Miku on there? Share the playlist," Ashido called. Soon the class was coordinating their attacks against the monsters pretty well, earning Pixie Bob's attention. "Shoyuta, you never told me your gremlins could fight so well together," she cooed. "They usually fight each other more when I see them." Aizawa sighed. Mandalay watched from above, noting how Izuku was the only student who seemed to be playing with his monsters more than fighting them. "Pix, focus a bigger one on someone near the green one," she called, making the blonde nod. "Got a plan?" Pixie Bob asked. "He reminds me of a cat with prey," she replied. Meanwhile, with Izuku, he was having a blast. This reminded him of hunting angels with his sisters. Heads down. He called to Jairu and Yaoyorozu, who both ducked as he used his whips to dissect the monster that was about to crush the girls. "Sorry," he called, noticing how the monster melted back into the ground. "We have to keep moving," Katsuki called. "I should go ahead," Izuku offered, getting a faceful of an explosion by Katsuki. "You wanna die, I see?" he said. Izuku grabbed his wrist and moved his hand from his face, blowing away some of the smoke off his fringe. "If I remember correctly, which of the two of us got hit by a car at the age of 9 and got up like it was no big deal?" Izuku countered. A sea of how and what? What? Mito bro. Kirishima called as the class moved together as a group. Izuku summoned a bow and arrow he had gotten from Killia the day he ran into Hawks and used it to shoot an arrow into the distance, triggering a few monsters to form. Seems like we're going in the right direction. Izuku hummed. You keep surprising us, Midoriya-chan, Karo. Azui said, making Izuku smile. I was taught to show my hand only when needed. Izuku sighed, tapping his clock and summoning his combat boots. When I say down, everyone on the floor, K? Izuku called, making everyone freeze. Why? Kaminari asked, panting from the previous fight. I'm gonna try a new move my family taught me. Apparently, I need a lot of space. Izuku hummed. He's going to perform the break dance move from Bayo 1 and I just don't know how to explain this part. As the class moved to deal with the next wave of threats, Izuku felt like he should weaken most of the monsters. He yelled down, and everyone went to the floor, giving him ample time to, hopefully, do this correctly. In the games, Bayo does a spilt and then starts turning. Here, we'll do something different. Doing a half cartwheel, Izuku balanced on one hand and used his other to summon one of his pistols. Using the forward momentum he had gained from the cartwheel, Izuku dropped his body to the ground, summoned his last pistol, and began to use his elbows to push off the ground, creating a circular motion. Once he was sure he had the movement he wanted, Izuku simply pulled the triggers of his pistols and kept the motion moving. The fact that his classmates saw all this and noticed how the bullets he let out would either ricochet into a dirt monster or hit a valuable part of the monsters made most of them pale at how powerful he was. Bakugo! You never told us he could do this. Tokoyami gasped. I didn't know either, bird head. Katsuki yelled, using this opportunity to finish off a monster that was crawling toward the class. The rest of the class took this as their sign to finish what Izuku began. Once Izuku stopped spinning, he sat on the ground for a bit, holding his head. Thankfully, Uraraka and Ida came to protect and check him over. You okay? Uraraka asked. I'm good, just dizzy. How long was that? Izuku asked, his head rocking in a circular motion. Ida held his head while landing a powerful kick to another monster. 43 seconds, Ida said. You kept count? Uraraka gasped. Soon, the class made it to the campsite, and everyone was either battered, bruised, or extremely exhausted and dirty. You made it, Ragdoll called, waving at the kids. The only person with enough energy to respond was Sato. Izuku was propped up on the shoulder of Todoroki, who he had to beg to allow him even get close. You four. Glasses, Spiky, Greenie, and Peppermint. I have some words for you, Pixie Bob said, stomping over before gushing about how proud she was at how they fought. Soon, Izuku was distracted by a boy with a horned hat. His face paled at the memory of Dicey the night before. You have to save him. Don't let the horned hat leave your sight. He'll die. Save him, big brother. Shaking his head free of that memory, the panic that was clear in the girl's voice still followed him. Resigning to his fate, Izuku asked about the kid. He's my nephew. He's a little standoffish, but he's not a bad kid. Mandalay said, grabbing some plates for the kids. If I have to save him, that means I have to do something stupid. Dicey, you're so gonna learn how to make the candies I make once I get home. Izuku thought to himself while he walked over. Hi, there. He hummed, sighing when he saw the boy's dist rear back. And here comes that scenario. Thanks Dicey. Izuku thought as he was soon hit. He was glad he left Nochui in his shadow. Who knows what that demoness would do? Ida scolded the kid while he also checked Izuku over. Tenya, can I call you Tenya? Tenya, I'm perfectly fine. See? Izuku said, shoving a stamina candy in his mouth. I'm okay. He reassured. Mandalay helped every student get a portion of the food that was prepared, watching as the green student seemed a gust of wind away from collapsing into a deep sleep. Pix! Get over here and stop suffocating those poor boys. She called. The hero groaned and obeyed, pushing the boys to sit at a bench with their classmates. Eat up while you can. This is the only time the staff are cooking for you. Aizawa said. You better not cause a forest fire, nerd. Katsuki nudged Izuku. The boy was so exhausted, all he did was hum and barely hold his head up. It took Katsuki holding his face still and feeding him like he was a child. Jesus, even at 15, you're still too dumb to feed yourself. Katsuki grumbled, feeding Izuku like when they were kids. I'm fine. Just tired. You know how hard it is to fight a dirt goon while the world is dancing. Izuku huffed. How did you do that thing with the spinning? Ashido asked, blinking her big eyes at Izuku. Eh? What do you mean? Izuku asked, confused about which part she meant. He knew the move she was talking about, of course. You know. The pew pew pew. How'd you get your shoes to do that? She asked. Oh, that. Would it be a little odd if I say I made these from scrap I found from some refrigerators, microwaves, and randomly discarded junk in scrapyards? Izuku chuckled. No way. You made that? She gasped. The nerd here has always been able to make the craziest of shit from nothing. Katsuki grumbled. Izuku playfully kicked him in the shin and stole something off his plate of food. The rest of the night was spent with the class in the hot springs, relaxing and taking a break. Izuku wasn't ready for all the boys to ask about his other Umbran markings. He forgot that since he was considered an anomaly, his Umbran markings were more visible than his Coven's. What does that one mean? Siro asked, poking his own side where he saw Izuku's. Izuku smiled and wrung his fingers. It was the first one that came in. When I first started using my quirk, it was a sharp pain, and when I realized what it was, this was my first mark. I don't acknowledge them anymore. Most have a function, like a way to quickly summon the weapons you guys see me use. But this one. Nothing happens. Izuku sighed. That night, Izuku had to fall asleep while biting a shirt he packed. He had a feeling his dreams would be terrible. And those always came true. What? Not again. Izuku mumbled to himself as he turned to observe his surroundings. He's still at camp, so this will happen soon. The class is split up and he's somewhere above the camp. Where the hell am I? He asked out loud, turning when he heard a kid crying. Running towards the noise, he comes across Kota being held by a burly guy. He looks more massive than All Might, and Izuku has learned that All Might is not your typically built person. The man says something to Kota and promptly throws the kid off the cliffside they are standing on, making Izuku chase after the kid. He grabs the boy's foot and right as they make the impact to the ground, he wakes up. Izuku's eyes shot open as he took in his surroundings. He was with his class, being notified of their schedule for the day. Somehow, while Izuku was revisiting his dream, Aizawa made Katsuki throw a new pitch with his quirk. He guesses this was because Izuku was in the middle of another episode of potential despair. He was sectioned off to Tiger, who was looking him over with some glint in his eyes. I want you to try and hit me, Tiger said suddenly, making Izuku look at him confusedly. But doesn't your quirk allow you to flatten and bend your shape to avoid that? Izuku asked, a tad uncertain about how well his control is after witnessing a child's possible death with his own two eyes. Tiger seemed taken aback at how reluctant Izuku was. You want to get stronger, do you not, child? He asked, making Izuku take a step back, being thrown back to when he was first training with Umbra. You need to not focus on one enemy, child. You need to be smarter than this. Umbra chided, wiping the dust off Izuku's face. The 5-year-old was doing his best not to cry from the pain he was given. I know this is a lot for you right now, but you need to get this down as fast as possible, kid, Umbra explained, giving Izuku a small sip of her version of his current healing candies. It hurts. Izuku whimpered. The older version of himself stared at the scene before him. He vaguely heard the yell of his name before he was dragged back to the present again. Midoriya. He hears, making him react on autopilot, punching the person over him. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, Todoroki. Izuku explained, sitting up and grasping the other boy's face. He fished out one of his lighter candies and made the guy eat it before the bruising kicked in. Well, he can most certainly throw a correct punch. Tiger joked, earning a reprimand from Mandalay and Pixie Bob. Why did you not dodge out of the way of his attack? Todoroki asked. I got reminded of something and I couldn't register what was going on. I'm a little traumatized. Izuku sighed, rubbing his head. How bad was it? Todoroki asked, knowing that Izuku has this habit of joking about his conditions like they were inside jokes. Izuku sighed. Nothing too bad. I'm very sorry for hitting you. Izuku said, earning a dismissal wave. It's fine. You punch almost like my dad does. I'm used to it. Todoroki sighed, making Izuku's brow furrow. We'll talk about this later. Izuku said, hopping away to hopefully not get SCKED back into his memories while fighting Tiger. The fight was a little one-sided, seeing as Izuku was more busy trying to figure out how and when his dream from earlier would happen. He knows it's during this week, so he doesn't have much time to befriend and gain the trust of Kota, but he'd rather die and get dragged down to hell than watch that poor boy die again. You're distracted again. Tiger yelled, throwing a right hook at Izuku. Izuku dodged just as Tiger's fist connected, turning into a murder of crows to escape being tossed out of the arena again. Izuku reformed as far away as he could from Tiger, grabbing his side. Okay. Yep. Reformed incorrectly. Izuku coughed, lying on his side. Does anyone see a lone crow? Oh. He's over there. He's got my left kidney. Izuku said, pointing to the only green crow that was looping around his classmates. Why is it always him? Katsuki growled, chasing the small bird, grabbing it, and stomping over to Izuku. The boy threw the crow at Izuku, and the poor boy had to let the bird hit him before reforming himself again. Thank you. Izuku wheezed, grateful. Katsuki threw his kidney at him rather than him shaking it and handing it back. Izuku still gets phantom pain from that sensation. Does that happen often? Tiger asked, giving Izuku a chance to breathe. Izuku shook his head. It only happens now and then. Nothing I can do about a hastily performed dodge. Izuku sighed. You seem concerned about something else, Tiger said. I don't know what you're talking about, Tiger-san. Izuku hummed, smiling brightly. He got back up and readied his stance. One more. Izuku called just as Class B walked in. Somehow, Izuku was still sent flying. At least Kendo caught him. Izuku smiled at the girl and giggled, rubbing his neck. Hello. He beamed, making the girl holding him blush. Welcome to the training camp, everyone. Izuku said to Class B, yelping when he was plucked out from Kendo's arms by Mandalay. Welcome Class 1B to the hero training camp. She said, depositing the boy with Aizawa, who pointed to Tiger, making Izuku pout and stumble back to his training area. Izuku heard one of the Class B students calling him a sad puppy. He'll take it. That was how his day went. Getting punted across the camp into the waiting arms of someone, thanking them for the rescue, getting taken from his safe haven, and thrown back into hell. He noticed on his 10th round of getting dragged back, that Kota was watching him. He would have waved at the kid, but getting thrown at the powerhouse that was Tiger, Izuku knew who to prioritize at that moment. Once 4 p.m. hit, the kids were later given food supplies and told to make themselves dinner. We've got carrots, potatoes, and other stuff. What to make? Yayorozu said. How about curry? Ida began. The class agreed, all of them getting ready to start cooking. Todoroki-kun, can you start my fire for me? Ashido asked, tapping the boy on the shoulder. They were reprimanded by Aizawa for this, but Todoroki still lit the fire. Izuku simply took a kitchen knife left out, summoned one of his pistols, and struck the knife on the barrel of the pistol, creating a spark for his fire. You piece of shit, if you had broken that knife, I would have kicked your butt, Katsuki grumbled, cutting the carrots on his own station. Izuku rolled his eyes and got up to set the knife back. Wait, your guns can do that? Uraraka asked, gasping at how versatile his weapons were. HM? Yeah. Most of my weapons can create sparks and be used like normal survival items. Why? Izuku asked, preparing to start cutting potatoes. You have so many surprises, Midoriya-kun, Jiru said. Izuku smiled and shrugged, blaming this little ingenious addition he had on his family's ability to forget to pack fire-starting materials when they camp. It wasn't a lie, seeing as Pectra and Jin always forgot those when they took Izuku on an angel stakeout that always ended up with them needing fire to help deal extra chip damage on those behemoths. Soon Izuku noticed how Kota was staring at his classmates again. Izuku made a mental note to ask about him when eating. Soon dinner was made and everyone was excited to eat something after a rough day. What a waste of time. He hears. Turning to see where it came from, he saw Kota's back walking away from the class. Izuku sighed and made sure to eat just enough to keep one more portion of curry for the child. After dinner, the classes were allowed to relax how they saw fit, and Izuku scooped up the last of the curry into a bowl and followed the footprints in the dirt. There on a cliff sat the boy, glaring into space. Knock, knock. Izuku called, making the kid jump and turn to him. What do you want, hero? Kota growled. Izuku shrugged and placed the curry next to him. I wanted some time to myself and wondered, did that kid even eat anything? We've got one last serving, hope he won't mind, and here we are. Izuku hummed, being as nonchalant as he could while checking the area out. With his observations, this is where his dream takes place. That can't be good, seeing as he's got much less time to save this kid now that he thinks about it. I don't want any. Kota grumbled. Okay, I understand. Hey, I know you hate heroes, and I understand that. But from what I've heard from Mandalay, your parents were water hose, right? Izuku asked, leaning back to dodge the pebble tossed at him. Okay, yeah, this kid has problems. It's okay. I lost my dad. Or I think he's dead. I don't remember him much. Just me, my aunts, sister, and my mom. Izuku explained, attempting to ease into some even-ish ground between them. So what? Heroes are a waste of time. Kota said. Well, true. But your parents weren't a waste of time, Kota. I know this because I've seen them in action. Izuku hummed, remembering the time he set fire to Aldera to draw a horde of demons to his exact position. Okay, I've got a 5-minute head start to kick the shit out of these guys and get the quota I need to help repair Jin's katana. Izuku growled to himself as he saw the demons running straight at him. Maybe I should commit arson more often if this is what you guys are attracted to. He sighed to himself, using an Umbran climax to quicken the process and make it seem like he was still in the bathroom, like the excuse he used to get out of class. It took him 3 minutes to finish the wave and 1.5 to make it outside with Katsuki. What happened? Izuku asked. Some FING fire. Katsuki growled, skinning his teeth as the girls of their class wooed over him. Izuku hummed and watched water hose put the fire out and find the cause. Oh, I forgot to tell you this before we got to school, Izuku whispered to Katsuki. Is it a witch thing or is it a you thing? Katsuki asked. Both. I need an excuse to get out of a citywide Coven meeting and I'm making an IOU for this situation. Izuku said, earning a punch from Katsuki. What the nerd? Shaking his head free of the memory, Izuku giggled at the memory. Sorry. Remembering those two was extremely fun. Sorry. Izuku sighed. Tell me about them. Kota sighed. Okay, well. Izuku began retelling the story of the event. Water hose had to come to their school because of Quirk fires. He left out the fact that the Quirk fires were all his because he decided to make the fire with his pistols. Soon Izuku turned to see the kid with a hurt look. Hey, why don't tell you a story? Izuku hummed, making Kota look lost. I'm not 5. Kota sighed. Trust me, it may open your eyes. It's about this little boy who rejected the norm. Wanna hear about it? Izuku offered, mentally cheering when Kota nodded. He smiled and retold his story from being a societal reject to being adopted into a coven of witches who had also been adopted by his own mother. When he looked back at Kota, he noticed the questions clear on his face. Okay, moral of the story. No matter what happens or what people think, you don't need to fit in. I mean, look at our hero in the story, right? He's probably out there right now, fighting an unseen fight to keep us all safe and worry-free. Izuku says, sighing when Kota doesn't say a thing. Izuku got up and stretched his limbs, the sitting made his joints lock up a bit. Well, I better head back down. I think the others are gathering down at the camp, so I'm off. Make sure to eat, okay? Izuku hummed, turning to skip away. Once he returned to the camp, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled into his bones. This isn't good. Deciding it was best to inform Aizawa about this, he changed into his leopard form and rushed down the hill as fast as he could. Once he made it to the camp, the heroes were in the middle of a discussion when he changed into his human form and grabbed onto Aizawa. Sensei, I have something to tell you. He explained, but it felt too late. Whatever it is has to wait, Midoriya. You're late and it's time to sleep. Aizawa said. This cannot wait. It's about my quirk. Izuku explained, but he was told to wait for their training. So, as his own type of protest, Izuku stomped to the cabins and drew a protection rune on every wall he could find in his own blood. Excessive? A bit. But if it gets the job done, he'll take the blood loss. Are you sure I won't hurt you? A little girl asked. I'm positive. As long as I keep getting hurt, you won't hurt me at all, my dear princess. Izuku said, brushing her hair from her horn. Her red eyes widened at the gentleness of his touch. I promise I will save both you and my sister from these men. He said. Judging by his outfit, this is the future. He doesn't have anything that looks like a Coven-aligned Umbran suit yet. By the way the outer layer of clothing is telling Izuku, he's technically in his current hero suit, but something must have torn the poor thing to shreds. Yeah. Big brother is gonna keep us both safe. Dicey called. That's right, but Dicey. I need you to listen carefully to these next instructions. Izuku is woken up again and sits up. He pushed off the leg that was on his waist and left the room, grabbing a marker and drawing the portal to the gates of hell. Stepping onto the portal, he stumbled into Rodan's, scaring Rodan. Holy shit, kid. You look like you saw the witch hunts in person. Rodan said, setting the glass he was polishing down along with his towel. I need something to store my visions in. Izuku said, hands shaking as he rested them on the bar in front of him. You have another one of those Armageddon visions again? Rodan asked. No, we avoided that when Jin killed her ex-lover who was a scientist. Izuku explained, the panic that was evident in his eyes slowly leaving. How bad was it this time? The fallen man asked, readying the necessary tools and ingredients needed to create such a device to withstand Izuku's premonitions. The first one was yesterday in the middle of training. A kid died. I think I'm on the right track of saving him, but I dunno. Today, I saw myself saving a little girl and Dicey from something bad. I don't have my journal with me either, so I can't just jot them down and remember. Izuku said, jolting when an ice-cold sphere was put in his hands. Don't break this. This is filled with boiling hot liquid that will keep your visions preserved in crystal clear condition. Rodan explained. Izuku held the object in his hands with a sense of caution. What if I throw it as a last resort? Izuku asked, knowing he most definitely will toss this thing if he's given a good reason to. It will melt any and all organic matter it touches. So don't throw it at someone unless you want them to become a puddle of red. Rodan said. Even if this someone is potentially immortal? Izuku hummed. Yep, even them. Rodan said. Sweet, got a kill command for FING all for one. Sweet. Izuku beamed. You are so FING weird. Why did Umbra choose you? Rodan sighed. I was a desperate child who was a TV show away from ending it at 4 years old. Izuku said. Probably a lie, but seeing how Izuku turned out with Umbra's and his Coven's influences, the person he would have turned out to be like would have been a smaller All Might. Just don't do anything stupider than you usually do. Rodan stressed, pointing to the 0 days of Spider Lily related bullshit calendar he had made. Okay, hey now. I have been 7 days clean from the BS I get caught in. Izuku explained, groaning when Rodan debunked this by listing off the dumb shit he did during those 7 days. Day 1, Izuku accidentally hit Shinso with a paper shuriken meant for Todoroki. Day 2, Izuku gave Katsuki food poisoning from a Pinterest recipe he found. Day 3, Izuku accidentally broke one of his demonic weapons and hid it from Rodan. It was unsuccessful. Day 4, Izuku was caught eating all of the ice cream and had to leave to get more. It wasn't that bad. Day 5, Izuku inadvertently set off a kid in a game after spitting the enemy team off the map as Jeff the Landshark. Day 6, Izuku accidentally taught a small child the USA spell in War of Wizards. Day 7, Izuku got his Umbran suit tails caught in the train door while attending a Coven meeting. Okay, so I'm a magnet for chaos. What's the problem? Izuku asked, cheered up now that Rodan has reminded him that no matter what he does, he's still a crackhead even when he's trying to be normal. Now, back to school for you. You've got today and 3 more days to pretend you're getting better control on your already controlled quirk. Rodan sighed. Okay. Thanks again for being here for me and my Coven. Izuku smiled. Anything for my supplier of chaos and reality-bending bullshit. Rodan sighed. Soon Izuku was back in reality and he scrubbed away the portal. After that, he injected his past visions into the ball and sighed. I'll have to give this to Aizawa or Nizu when I get a chance. He sighed, carefully holding the device. Walking to the sleeping area again, Izuku kept replaying his visions in the ball. He even managed to get his first one in there. That one wasn't as aggressive as the ones he has now. Back when he was about 7, his visions would show a hero getting hurt and that was all. Once he turned 10, that's when death, destruction, and terror entered his visions. Stepping within the threshold of the boy's sleeping area, Izuku got changed and kept his device in his hands. As he sat outside the teachers' and staff's resting area. Going to knock, Izuku raised his knuckle to the door. What are you doing here, Midoriya? Aizawa asks, opening the door and making the boy freeze. I need you to hear me out. Please. This can't wait any longer and we don't have time to wait for quirk training today, sensei. Izuku said, handing the ball to Aizawa. This holds all the visions and dreams I've had that have and will come true. Do not ask how I know this. We've wasted enough time already. Izuku explained. How do I even work this thing? Aizawa asked, confused. Swipe your finger on the surface. Be careful with this. It's a one of a kind. Izuku explained, rushing to start his training. Soon everyone was out and training again, with Izuku being more overwhelmed now that Tiger knew a bit more about his quirk. Tiger-san. I don't think I can go on any longer. Izuku groaned, lying on his side again as Mandalay and Ragdoll chased another runaway crow. You need to get a better hold on those, Tiger said. No offense, Tiger. But I usually have a great handle on these boys. This week has been all weird for me. Izuku stopped mid-sentence when he looked to the cliffs. Not the one where Koda and he hung out yesterday, but in that direction. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku called, confusing Tiger. What, demon child? Aizawa sighed, looking at Izuku. The boy beckoned him over and gave up once the man showed he was not moving, crawling over to him. Are there supposed to be any more heroes joining us? Izuku asked. No. The man replied, explaining that they only had the bare necessities for this camp. Izuku sat on the floor while the crow that held his pancreas perched on his head. Thinking back, he replayed the visions in his head again. Wake up! Kirishima called, crying over a body. You have to wake up. He called, Ashido was also crying over this person. Where is he? Getting dragged to another scene, Izuku is in the middle of what he assumed was in America. There's a pile of ashes at his feet and All Might is nearby. Okay, where the hell am I? What day is this? Who am I standing on? Izuku asked himself, touching the ashes. There seemed to be a little bit of this person's soul still attached. defeat Tamura, was all the small whisper said before Izuku looked up and saw a sign falling directly on top of him. Grabbing his head, Izuku hissed at that sudden return. I swear, Noctui. If this is your doing, I do not forgive you. Izuku growled as he reformed into his full human self again and lay on the ground. Midoriya. Come on. We've gotta wash up before we can make dinner. Kaminari beamed, helping Izuku up. Yeah. Izuku responded, his voice devoid of emotion. That last hit from Tiger really must have hurt, Midoriya-chan. Azui said, patting Izuku. I guess so. Izuku sighed. The pussycats reminded the kids that after dinner they were going to make them play a game of courage around 8 p.m. Izuku wasn't looking forward to it. Dinner was eventful? Well, Todoroki practically crowded Izuku and made him call the boy by his given name, Shoto, and in return, he'd call Izuku as his own given name. But, Izuku simply explained to Todoroki that he was still a little too shy to do such a thing, especially around a handsome man such as Todoroki. The facepalm Izuku did once he realized what had flown from his mouth made Katsuki cackle in laughter. This resulted in Izuku spiking his katsudon with hot sauce. So the whole night Katsuki was glaring at Izuku while Kaminari, Shiro, and Ashido were crying at how spicy the food was. Midoriya, why did you ask if any more adults were coming earlier? Todoroki asked while the boys ate with Ida, Uraraka, Azui, and Tokoyami. Oh. I was hoping to talk with my aunt about something. Izuku hummed. He left out the fact that he needed advice on how to save a kid who is against heroes and society. If it's about the kid, I heard actions speak louder than words. So show him that not all heroes deserve to be hated. Shoto said. Izuku hummed and finished his plate while sneakily sharing his plate with Uraraka, who seemed like she hadn't eaten for the last week. She has, but he won't say anything. He'd gladly share his food with his classmates, even if he goes through an ungodly amount of calories just to keep his eyes open. 8-hit and Izuku wasn't excited. He had watched Sato, Shiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Ashido get dragged away from the classes along with Monoma by Aizawa. Oh yeah. Those guys failed, huh? Kendo asked Izuku. Yeah. To be fair, one pair was put up against an impossible opponent, and another decided to rush their opponent and got pinned. The last one simply had poor awareness. Izuku hummed. Monoma was just dumb. Kendo sighed. Anyway, are you excited for this game? Kendo asked. Of course. When else are we allowed to wander in the darkness of a forest with a goal? Izuku joked. He was lying to the poor girl and to himself at this point. If it were up to him, he'd rather go into Purgatorio and enjoy a nice trip to some faraway place that served the most decadently prepared oyster stew. Don't judge him, he doesn't know why he'd rather eat that than deal with being put through this. When I look at how I feel today, I feel like a husky who was forced to go to the groomers against his will. Izuku sighed. Ojiro and Hagakure pat Izuku softly on the back and shook their head. I don't see you screaming bloody murder. Hagakure said. She just had to jinx it, didn't she? In 12-minute intervals, the students were paired and sent off. The fifth pair, Uraraka and Azui, were sent into the forest when that bad feeling hit Izuku again. Where's Koda? He asked out loud just as two villains attack. Izuku managed to evade these two, but Pixie Bob wasn't as fortunate. Why can't we have one normal day? Someone from his class called. Blame All Might, Izuku explained, rushing into the forest to get to Koda. The journey to their cliff hideout proved to be more difficult when there's a bunch of villains jumping out of nowhere, causing Izuku to fight his way to Koda. The dream from before still haunts him and he wanted to save the boy so badly. Once he got there, he was right before his vision, which gave him ample time to grab Koda. Koda! You're in danger! Izuku yelled, grabbing the boy right as a large fist hit where Koda last was. Putting himself between Koda and the man, it finally clicked who this was. It seemed like this was the person responsible for Waterhose's deaths. Koda, close your eyes and cover your ears, dear. Izuku said. Walking forward. What? Koda asked. Just do as I say. Izuku said, turning to see the boy doing as he said. Nodding his head, Izuku turned to the man and smirked, summoning his pistols. Well then, do you know how to correctly act like a gentleman, sir? Izuku asked, not allowing the man to respond, charging into his personal space and clocking his lights out with the hardest punch he could muster. The satisfying crunch of a nose and a jaw breaking under the force of his punch made Izuku smirk and send a kick to the man. The sheer force from Izuku's rage made the cliff shake a little, which affected the camp below. After Izuku and the man exchanged blows, holy Jesus, why are you drawing this out, loser? Get it over with. The battle was won with Izuku standing over the man's unconscious figure. And that's for Waterhose. Izuku said after tying the man down and rushing to Kota, tapping the boy softly. Your face. Kota cried, softly touching Izuku's bloodied and bruised face. I'm okay. Are you hurt? Did we hit you with any debris? Izuku asked, checking the boy over. With a shake of his head, Izuku placed the boy on his back and instructed him to hold on tight. Are you allergic to cats? Izuku asked. No. Kota said. Great. Hang on. We'll be down this cliff in no time. Izuku beamed, shifting into his leopard form and running down the mountain with Kota screaming and laughing. At least this little guy is safe and happy now. Once they made it down to the camp, Tiger and Mandalay had apprehended the attackers. Where's Ragdoll? Someone asked. She's been taken, we can't save her. We need to get Aizawa's permission to use our quirks for defense. Izuku said, dropping Kota to the ground. Soon the boy was with Mandalay explaining what just happened. Muscular was here? Mandalay asked. I may or may not have beaten him to a pulp. Izuku shyly said. I'm off to Aizawa. Izuku said, avoiding the looks of disbelief. By the end of the camp, Izuku found out that Katsuki was taken, not a surprise, people got hurt, again not a surprise, and Ragdoll was missing. So what I'm hearing is, blame it all on All Might, Izuku said out loud. Isn't that what you've been doing since the first attack? Kirishima asked. Holy shit, I have Izuku realized, laughing uncontrollably. I'm hysterical with adrenaline, aren't I? Izuku giggled, hiding his face in Todoroki's chest. I feel like I missed something? Shoto asked. Yes, peppermint candy cane. You missed a lot. Izuku, honey? You still upset, baby? Inko asked, petting her son's hair. I couldn't stop it, ma. Izuku sniffled, burrowing further into his bed. Inko sighed and grabbed a photo album with pictures of Katsuki and him. Oh, I remember when Katsuki got sick once, and you cried for so long. I thought you'd overfill the bathtub with your tears. Inko sighed, flipping to the photo of that day. Oh, look at your little chubby cheeks, darling. Inko teased, poking her boy's face. Even at 15, you still have the same cheeks. Inko sighed, pecking her son's hair softly, removing his head from the blanket fort he had crafted. She placed his head on her lap and hummed some more. Am I that bad of a friend? I couldn't even stop those guys. Izuku hiccuped. Inko sighed and pet her son's hair. Do you remember when we first adopted your witch friends into our family? Inko hummed. The first or second week? Izuku asked. Both. You remember when Killia came home all depressed and cried all night for not being able to save someone? Inko asked. Izuku nodded and hid his face in his mother's tummy. I remember we all had to play a bunch of video games to cheer her up and give her a reason to wake up the next day, Inko said. They found de Burfen de Nekte. Izuku grumbled. For translation, Izuku said, they found the person the next day. Inko sighed again and then snapped her fingers. How about we watch that one British show with the children baking? Inko asked. Izuku nodded and followed his mother to the living room to watch the British baking show, Juniors on Netflix. Spider Lily. His coven beamed, all rushing to collect him into a hug along with Mama Midoriya. The entire coven huddled around the couch with popcorn and snacks, playfully critiquing those poor kids baking. Who would eat green bread? Jin gasped, offended at the poor baby's choice of bread coloring. He just said his favorite color is green, stupid. Leave him alone. You be you, Tyson. Pectra called, holding Dicey tight while the little girl ate popcorn. By the time the family had gotten to the finale of the season they were watching, Inko was fast asleep with Dicey held tight. Umbra took this as her chance to tell Izuku about something she had discovered. Yo, you put a tracker on that Hansi guy, right? She asked. Yeah? Izuku responded. Okay, those can track by universal tracking machines. But you can help speed this up, she said. Huh? The bean asked. This is when Jin decided to pipe up. There's a group of heroes gearing up to storm a place one of your classmates pinged. Hey, Yoyorozu? Jin said, her American-ness kicking in the worst possible way. You mean Yayorozu? Yeah, she's got this awesome quirk. She'd probably be the one to do something like this. Izuku hummed, respecting his classmate for her intelligence. Now, I've got a bad feeling they're following the wrong lead. So, we're gonna do some witchy magic to help indirectly. She said. What she means is that you can pinpoint Pomeranian with your connection to him. He's recently died, right? Pectra intervened, lightly patting Jin on the head. HM? Yeah? Izuku began, pausing the show and looking at the girls. Okay, this is just a theory, but there's a chance you can tell us his exact position. She said. How? Izuku asked. It isn't pretty, but we need an electronic screen, 6 witnesses, and something that the bomb used before he was taken, Pectra said. The girls nodded and Izuku sighed, getting his phone and texting a few people. Okay, I've got a few classmates who want to know, but I really think this is a bad idea, he said. The girls looked at him and smiled. Good. And if anything goes wrong, we'll back you up, Umbra proudly stated, kissing Izuku's forehead. Somehow, all of his classmates came to his house, even Mr. Aizawa. What are you doing here, sensei? Izuku asked, carefully removing Daisy from the pile of toys and stuffed animals the class brought for the girl. Why? He will never know. You realize you told the entire hero department at UA about the situation, right? Aizawa said. The whole hero course was in that group chat? Izuku yelled, grabbing his phone and checking the chat room he had yapped in. Oh my god. Izuku sighed, tapping the corner of his phone on the middle of his forehead. The things I do for that stupid Pomeranian, Izuku growled to himself, turning to his classmates and putting on a mock smile. Okay. So, my folks found a way for us to get the grenade we all hate to love, Bakugo. And yeah. Aunties, take it away, Izuku said, sitting down and staring at his sisters, who all gave him a look that could kill. Kaminari lightly tapped Izuku's shoulder and leaned in to whisper to the boy. DMN, looks like your aunts want to kick you out the window, Midoriya. The blonde whispered. They always have that look. It's fine, Izuku said, waving his hand while the girls explained the potential process. Yaoyorozu stuck her hand up, causing the witches to freeze in place. Why is her hand up? Pectra asked, panicking. She's got a question, just acknowledge her, and answer the best you can. Izuku explained, laughing and hiding behind Kirishima when Pectra tossed a grape at him. Yes, dearie? Umbra said, taking over the low-budget panel. How are you going to find Bakugo? She asked. That's the easy part. We're going to hook the broccoli boy up to the television and he's going to find him, she said, making Izuku squawk in confusion. I was never told this. Izuku huffed, standing up from behind Kirishima. What'll we do once he finds him, miss? Uraraka asked. The heroes will deal with it, Miss Uraraka. You're all still children and have no right to even conduct this mission on your own. Aizawa intervened. The class all shared a knowing look with each other. It seemed like they all shared the same thought. We are 100% dumb enough to do this on our own. And we'll somehow survive it like it was another Tuesday. Somehow, with the help of most of the boys, the class got Izuku linked up to the TV. Why? Izuku whined, clinging to Jairu, who was sadly the first person he grabbed on the way to the TV. That's what I was asking when you grabbed me and dragged me here. Jairu sighed. Pectra managed to free the poor girl and set her aside. Then she got in front of Izuku and smiled. You ready, Kit? She asked, placing her hands on Izuku's cheeks. Will this hurt? Izuku asked. No more than usual, she says. So I'm coming out of this crying and hyperventilating. Great. Izuku joked, sighing and closing his eyes. We won't know until we end it, okay? She replied. You two ready? Umbra asked, keeping the class behind a safety line she had put down. We are. Are you ready, Jin? Pectra asked. No? Yes? How do you work this thing? She huffed. It's a toaster. You put the bread in, turn the little dial to the number you want, and then you push the little lever down. Umbra explained. How does your aunt not know how to toaster, Midoriya? Shoji asked. She's a little eccentric. Izuku excused. Okay. We're ready, Pectra said. Finally. How are you guys going to do this? Kirishima asked. Well, it's better to watch than to explain, Pectra said, grabbing Izuku's head and holding him tight. Breathe. Tell me what you see, Spider Lily. Pectra told him, looking at the screen, much like the students of 1A. Can't you see it? Izuku asked, trying his best to remain calm. We only see images, you see the whole thing, Pectra reminded him. Izuku took a breath and explained what he could see. He's in a city. Yokohama? No. He's in a smaller part of the city. Kamino? Yes, Kamino. There's a bar there. He's in it. They've got him restrained, Izuku said, taking deep breaths. Go on, Pectra encouraged. I can't. Pectra, please, Izuku begged. Shoo, breathe for me. Tell me what is the bar's name, Pectra said, looking at Aizawa and nodding. It's been abandoned. A few years maybe? Water Lily, I can't see anymore. They know I'm here, Izuku said, grabbing his sister's arms and pulling her hands from his head, snapping him out of the vision. Did you get it? He asked. More than you know, Spider Lily. You can detach yourself from the TV, now. Erase her head, you have what need, no. Umbra said, erasing the line so Izuku could be buried in classmates. I've got it. He never told me he could do this. Aizawa said. It's not something only he can do. He needs help. Which is why he never told you. He's not as in tune with that part of his quirk yet. Umbra explained. Look, I will explain this more when he gets back to school. She finished, stopping the underground hero in his tracks. She turned him and pushed him out the door, closing it, and turning back to the teen pile. Okay. Who wants to spend the night keeping Izuku from doing something stupid? She called, earning a muffled gasp from Izuku. I don't do anything stupider than usual. He yelled from the pile of teenagers. He does do some dumb things, yes. Ida said, reminding them of the betting pool he had conducted before the training camp. To be fair, the bet was, how many times do you think All Might will be late to heroics class this next week, and they haven't gotten the answer to who won yet. Well, his aunts and I are going to be a little late tonight, so make sure he doesn't get out of the house without supervision, okay? Umbra explained, making Izuku sigh. God, I feel like I'm 10 again and I just got my head stuck in a pumpkin. Izuku groaned. How did you do that? Ojiro asked. As a kid, I was more curious than I am now. Izuku sighed, watching his family rush out. So, who says we completely forego that and try to save Bakugo ourselves? Kirishima offered, earning a smack to the head from Jairu. Did you forget the fact that we are children? She growled. I'm for it, but hey. I'm just a destructive force of being a teenage boy. Izuku said, squeezing out from the pile. The teens sat around the house for a bit, playing whatever game they could think of. They even went to the old school games of hide and seek and 7 Minutes of Heaven, which was more or less 7 minutes of telling spooky stories in a closet until someone came to get the two people. Okay, I'm gonna ask. Who wants to save Baku bro? Kirishima asked. A few of their classmates grumbled about Aizawa and Izuku's aunts. I personally want to, but for dumb reasons. Izuku said, earning a punch to the face by Ida. What the F was that for? Izuku cursed, holding his nose. You can't just save someone without a good reason. Ida said. I can't just say, I want to save the dumb sheet so I can knock some sense into the dumbass. I can't say that. That's like selfish. Izuku sighed, getting up to go to his room and grab a batch of candy for his nose. Uraraka followed him and gave him a good scare when she poked her head from the doorway. Hey, you okay? She asked. Izuku sighed and popped the candy in his mouth. No more than usual, Uraraka. What can I help you with? Izuku asked. I'm worried. She said. About? Izuku asked, grabbing a knife from his desk drawer. What are doing with that? She gasped. Relax, I only carry this when I want to escape the house at night time. Izuku sighed, placing the blade in the waistband of his pants. Now, who said they want to help rescue Kaken? He asked. Kirishima, Yoi Orozu, Todoroki, but he wanted to go so he could beat his dad at something. Oh. And Ida, shockingly. Uraraka said. Oh. Great. So I'm guessing the others are gonna stay here? Izuku said. Yes. We'll do our best to keep your plan quiet. She said, blushing when Izuku hugged her and gave her face a kiss. It's a witch blessing, do not ask. Okay, we'll be back as soon as possible. Okay? He said. I feel like we're married and you're the father who is leaving for war. She joked. Oh, that'd be bad. Izuku laughed back, ignoring the nagging voice in his head that sounded awfully like Katsuki. So, off those kids went, rushing to Kamino and getting disguised as fast as they could. This place seemed more colorful than I expected. Kirishima gasped. Midoriya, why did you choose that as your outfit? Yaoyorozu asked. What do you mean? Izuku asked, messing with how his hair looked. You look like you're ready to stab someone, Todoroki said. If I had a 10,000 yen note, I've been told that, I'd probably be as rich as Rozu here. Izuku said, shortening Yaoyorozu's name for her safety. The girl sighed and shook her head. I still don't understand why we had to go to the thrift store for these. Kirishima sighed. Aren't you like, rich? He finished, patting at the makeshift horns on his head. Because my family doesn't believe in using our quirks to cheat the economy. She said. Good morals there. I would 100% cheat the system, not gonna lie. Izuku said, laughing when Todoroki lightly hit him on the head. The class walked about, stopping to watch the press conference their teachers were in, apologizing for the situation. They had to ignore and hold their tongues when other people would make snide comments about their school and how the situation was handled. It didn't stop Izuku, who was too in character, to quietly mention how kids dying is the worst possible outcome of a disaster like this. But nonetheless, the kids managed to get Katsuki, after watching a domino effect of misfortune, bad luck, and poorly planned attacks and rescue attempts. Shoot, they even saw All Might duke it out with the boogeyman himself. Just as they were leaving, Izuku got pulled into an alley and had his mouth covered. There stood a small child who looked eerily similar to Hanzi, but better moisturized. I need you to save me. He'll use me for bad things. Save me. The kid begged. Mito? He heard, causing him to look up. Coming. Izuku called, turning to speak to the kid, but they were gone. He placed a hand on his forehead and sighed. God damn it, I hate that I see shit like this now. He sighed, running out to Kirishima. The teachers of UA came around to each of the students' homes and asked their guardians if they consented to them sleeping in dorms. It surprised Izuku when his mother agreed immediately. Mom. But, what about Daisy and her math? Izuku tried, hoping she'd have pity. She didn't. Daisy needs to learn how to multiply without your help, Zu. I know you'd rather cut out your own tongue than leave her to her devices, but she's gotta learn, honey. Inko reminded him, earning a groan from her son. Poor Izuku was busy holding Daisy like she was a teddy bear the entire weekend. He even played Dying Light with the girl on his lap. Soon, he was holding a duffel bag full of his essentials and sighed, staring at the new dorms he'd spend the next year in. He wasn't confident he was going to survive 3 years in this place. 1 year is pushing his sanity already. Midoriya. He hears, turning he gets hugged by a red blob. Oh, Kirishima. Hello, he said, patting the boy's head. He was let go and a capture weapon smacked him on the forehead. What you did was idiotic and selfish. Aizawa said. Welp, peace didn't last long. Why couldn't I have been born like 3 decades earlier? Izuku wondered to himself. You could have gotten killed. He went on, making Yaoyorozu, Ida, and Kirishima look more ashamed than the rest of the class, sans Izuku, Katsuki, and Todoroki. I should expel you all, except Bakugo, he threatened. Thank God, maybe I could actually get my job done. Jesus. All I ask is to have that stupid license and be allowed to get in a brawl with angels and demons legally. Izuku thought. Somehow, Aizawa thought the better of his initial threat and sighed, making the class promise not to do anything as stupid as they did before. This caused the class to move into the dorms in silence. Well, in mostly silence. Izuku was more busy humming Gypsy Woman by Crystal Waters as he put up his things. He had just finished drawing the portal to Rodan's and was in the middle of installing his alchemy set when he was interrupted by a knock on the doorframe. Oh, hey! How can I help you? Izuku asked, wiping his hands free of alchemy ingredients to greet Jairu. We were all meeting in the lobby to rate everyone's dorm. You up to joining? She asked. Oh, yeah. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be right down. Izuku said, sighing when she nodded and left. Okay, just gotta set up my alchemy place in 2 minutes. This'll be fun. He called. Apparently, 2 minutes is too much time for him, but he couldn't really admit that he works well under pressure. When that pressure is his own and not life-threatening. The class walked all around the dorms, rating each other's rooms. Some rooms made sense like Jairu's, others made Izuku wonder how his classmates could even get out of bed like Shoji's room. Midoriya. You should show us yours. Uraraka gasped, giving him her best puppy eyes. Izuku sighed and agreed, walking everyone to his room and opening the door, awkwardly shrugging at the result. The class gasped at how chaotically organized his room was. Did that sentence make sense at all? You have vintage All Might merch? Shiro gasped, pointing at the case of All Might things Izuku had. Huh? Oh, yeah. Most of. That is from America when he was there. I guess it pays to have an international hero in the family. Izuku shrugged, tossing a cloth over the memorabilia. Of course you'd bring your All Might sheet here. Katsuki sighed. Listen, I love my baby sister but do not trust her to keep these things safe and unsoiled. I love that little nugget, but she is a hurricane of destruction. Izuku reasoned. The two friends stood at the doorway, occasionally tossing conversation topics between them. Since I never got to ask, why did you try to fight All Might on your own? Izuku asked, looking at his friend. Remember when you said if you died, all hell would break loose? Katsuki said. In middle school? The 3 years in my life where I actively dared people to fistfight me? Tsukichin. You know I was a chaotic little sheet then. Izuku sighed. Besides that, it had me wondering. What if he was the cause of that? Katsuki sighed. So, what I'm hearing is, I'm worried for my oldest and bestest friend in all my life, and I'd die for the idiot. Wah, hey! Izuku laughed, shielding his face from the blonde's hands. Midoriya. Is that a domo? One of the girls gasped. Confused, Izuku poked his head in and giggled. He could be mischievous and tell the truth, but he would give them a little breather from his chaotic life. Yep. I kept it because it was the first prize I ever won for myself. Izuku explained, which prompted the class to ask what he meant. I'll explain over dinner tonight. Somehow, the class ended up voting for whose room was the best in their opinion. Izuku was going to vote for Katsuki, but the feminine part of his brain objected and demanded Sato's was better. Their reason was that he was given cake and they hadn't eaten anything that good since leaving the safety of their downstairs grandparents back at the apartment complex. Fun fact, there were supposed to be these two elderly people Izuku ran to for comfort, but I cut that bit out because I didn't want Inko to look like a religious Karen who doesn't like her child going through a goth phase XD. Man, I miss my extra grandparents. Izuku sighed out loud, writing Sato's name and putting his vote in the bowl of other votes. Your grandparents are still alive, dumbass, Katsuki said. They kinda disowned me and Ma when they heard I was supposed to be quirkless. Izuku countered, looking at Katsuki. Yeah, and I bet they double disowned you after they saw how flaming you were. Katsuki mindlessly supplied. Izuku didn't react, but Aoyama did, with an exaggerated gasp of betrayal and a string of French that made Izuku tilt his head slightly. Why did you call him a Botox-filled dog in the snow? Izuku asked, trying to hold his laughter. That is because he is, Mon Ami, Aoyama said. Izuku held on to Katsuki when the boy lunged at Aoyama, shocking everyone at how unbothered he was at this. It's fine, carry on guys, Izuku said, holding Katsuki by the waist and hugging him tight, even with the noticeable height difference. How are you not breaking a sweat at that? Shiro asked, blinking at how Izuku effortlessly held his childhood friend. Oh, he weighs like nothing to me. Like a sack of potatoes mostly. Wiggly potatoes. Izuku sighed, placing Katsuki back on the ground but holding his shirt collar. If I let go, will you chase after our classmate? He asked. I promise. Katsuki grits out. UFING liar. Izuku sighed, letting go. He waited for the class to finish voting before turning to speak with more of the girls. Mainly Jairu and Hagakure. The two were somewhat confused about why Izuku was talking with them, but he managed to convince them that he was just worried about the two of them. A tap on his shoulder caused him to turn and see Koda there. Hey! He smiled, looking at the shy boy. Can I ask you your opinions of animals? The boy whispered. I love them. They don't like me, but I love them. Izuku sighed, pulling his shirt up to show a nasty scar that came from a hamster. I never knew hamsters could bite so hard until my 7th birthday and the little guy escaped his cage and tried to eat me. Poor guy had to go to my school's classroom to be the class pet. Izuku sighed, leaving out the part where a feline classmate of his killed the poor thing and presented it to him as a present. He never understood where that boy was going when he tried to explain how the hamster reminded him of Izuku and that if he was allowed to, he'd kill anything for Izuku. Yeah, the guy was on the road to Yandere, and Izuku wanted nothing to do with that. Can you blame him for kicking a ball straight at him at full force? Koda poked at the scar lightly, confused about how such a small thing could hate such a sweet person. The rest of the night was spent with the teens bonding over silly things, like Scrabble and Monopoly, Cheater Edition. Turns out, Uraraka is brutal when it comes to money. Thankfully, someone's task was to steal from the bank and she was the first to see the hand slowly moving towards the bank. The culprit ended up being Kirishima, so he was handcuffed to the box until further notice. So, what's everyone's opinion on putting salt in the water to boil it faster? Izuku asked, attempting to draw a conversation while he rolled the dice, hiding his illegal activity card. His goal was to underpay his next rent payment and he was aiming at one person in particular. Kaminari. The boy never counted his money when you gave him rent. He barely had any property, to be exact. Landing on one of Kaminari's spaces was a little difficult with Yaoyorozu and Uraraka playing, but he had hoped to land on the one safe spot between the two leviathans that were his classmates. 700 in rent, Midoriya. Kaminari said. Ah, man. Here you go, man. Izuku sighed, handing Kaminari 650 in fives. He knew the boy was too lazy to count and the girls were more busy counting how much they had for hotels. Once Uraraka rolled the dice, Izuku placed his illegal activity card in the discard pile and smiled. No way. The girls gasped. MHM. Izuku hummed, clapping his hands softly to ask the banker for his measly 100 Monopoly bucks. You are such an butt, Deku. Katsuki sighed, lightly smacking Izuku's hair. Hey! It's the name of the game. Izuku laughed. The game went on with Kaminari going bankrupt, and Izuku being ganged up on by the two girls. I'm in trouble, aren't I? Izuku chuckled, knowing he was doomed. Dinner was fun. Izuku got to tell the story of how he won that domo and the looks of confusion were clear on most of his classmates' faces. We were 9, dumbass. Katsuki huffed, shoving a bite of food in his mouth. You said you wanted the DMN thing, and I was going to get you the DMN domo. It is not my fault you changed your mind the second I won it for you. Izuku grumbled. You won it for Bakugo? Ashido gasped, looking between the two of them. Yep. And he said he didn't want it. So I kept it. I mean, I spent the equivalent of $20 on the darn thing. Izuku laughed. You didn't have to. Katsuki shot back. This prompted Ashido, Uraraka, Hagakure, and Kaminari to jump on Katsuki for breaking poor Izuku's young heart. When did you say he broke your heart? Kirishima asked Izuku. The boy shrugged and smiled. No clue. But I let it go when we got to school. Izuku sighed, jumping when Nakshui butt in and denied that. You have no say, Missy. Izuku said, knowing his classmates couldn't speak Latin. The boy and the Demoness had their own little argument over trivial things. Am I wrong for slowly falling in love with his quirk? Kaminari asked Siro, earning potatoes being thrown at him. It's still a part of him, doofus. Katsuki growled. Somebody's jealous, Siro taunted. Guys. It's fine. I don't mind, really. But fair warning, she can and will abuse the system if you give her an inch of leeway. Izuku warned. The class laughed the rest of dinner, the occasional inquiry about someone's quirk came about and the occasional topic changed into normal things like who loves video games. But like all good things, they must end, and that meant bedtime for most of the class. Izuku pretended to sleep and used an old trick he used to use when he got grounded and was stuck in his room back with Inko. Sitting up in his bed and seeing his physical body still in bed, Izuku smirked and left through the unlocked balcony door and hopped off the railing, beginning his nightly angelic demonic patrol. He was not ready to be bombarded by his sisters for his stupidity from the events before. Well, DMN. Izuku sat in class, still hung up on that phantom child. He had gotten over his habit of excessive muttering and mumbling, but he occasionally slipped up. This brings him to his current situation. He was in the middle of sparring with his classmates when the spontaneous ramblings of his brain kicked in, which resulted in him getting hit a few more times than usual. It was beginning to worry his classmates a bit, considering he was one of the few who could walk out of there without a scratch. But where in the hell did that kid go? We were in an alley so he couldn't have just turned and left. I would have seen him or Kirishima would have. Also, how does he know me? Izuku wondered out loud, his attention focused on the ground at his feet. He didn't even realize he was muttering until Katsuki threw a ball at his face, nailing him. Once his back met the ground, he was snapped back into reality. He sat up and sent a glare towards his troublesome friend. You can't kill humans. You can't kill humans. You cannot kill humans, even if your life would be so much easier without them. He thought to himself as Katsuki berated him for being distracted. I wouldn't have been distracted if my brain wasn't working overtime. Izuku huffed back to his friend, doing his best not to call Katsuki an angry Pomeranian in front of his whole class. Midoriya, are you alright? Uraraka asked. Izuku wasn't alright. He wasn't even fine. He had a rough Halo patrol last night and he was still reeling from what he had been told by a beloved with Killia. The balance of light and dark is even, but it will not last if you humans keep interfering with Jublia's plans. Izuku recited to himself, looking down and rubbing his face. I'm fine. Just astonished I haven't killed someone yet, you know? Izuku sighed, lying back and watching the sky. Well, it's Class 1A. Look at you losers. Monoma remarked while Class B walked by for their training. Right back at ya, Monoma. Izuku shot back, sending a finger gun in his direction. Monoma, leave them alone. They're under more stress than we are, so leave them be. Kendo tried, smacking the boy upside the head for the umpteenth time. How many times is she going to beat him up before he learns his lesson? The teachers allowed their classes to train together, making notes and inquiries whenever they saw fit. Well, Vlad King did. Aizawa simply watched from afar. Monoma, Midoriya. You two should spar together, a girl from Class B called, making both boys look at each other. Pass. Izuku said, laying his head back while Monoma laughed. Me? And him? You must be delusional, Togake. Monoma laughed. Izuku drowned out whatever the others were saying, choosing to focus on the form of a small child running behind the adults, making him sit up to follow the kid with his gaze. Midoriya? Kirishima asked. No one else saw that freakishly fast kid running behind our teachers? Izuku asked, making both classes look at him. No? Tetsutestu asked. Wouldn't the intruder alarm go off? A girl from Class B asked. Not unless it's a staff's child. Ida began. Midoriya, go to Recovery Girl and see if you have a concussion, Aizawa said. Yes, sensei. Izuku sighed, getting off the ground and walking away from the class. He didn't go towards Recovery Girl, instead, he chose to follow the child, noting it was the exact one from Kamino. Where the hell are you taking me? He wondered out loud, gasping when the kid latched onto his leg and squealed loudly. Jesus! What the he began, jumping when he heard Midnight asking him if he was okay. Yeah, Izuku began, turning to introduce the child, only to find them gone. I think I need a little rest. Izuku finished, looking down at his feet. He saw how part of his PE uniform was missing. Midnight took him to Recovery Girl and the elder looked at Izuku like he was in for a world of trouble. He was still sent back to class training, and he was eventually put up against Monoma. It was a quick match with Izuku winning, but he felt somewhat unsatisfied with how the fight went. Shiozaki was busy laughing at how pitiful the fight was. Kendo wasn't helping with the situation while the rest of Class B was in shock. You make one mistake, and this is what happens. Kaminari said, patting Izuku's shoulders. Izuku smiled at this and was shocked when the others began to hug him. What's going on? Why am I being the class teddy bear? Izuku asked out loud. Because you can make us all blush and we appreciate being treasured. Ashido hummed, patting Izuku on the chest. I missed something very vital just now, didn't I? Izuku asked. Precisely. Now that you've warmed up, let's get to today's lessons. Midnight called, making Izuku sigh. Today, you'll develop your special and ultimate moves for your futures. She called while Ectoplasm and Cementos rolled their eyes. What she means is that as you all get to create and practice your ultimate moves that will help the public recognize you as a hero. Cementos said. Yeah, you don't want to end up like Cementos here and have your special move be your name for the rest of your career. Ectoplasma said, causing a cement brick to hit him. Hey! The math teacher groaned. Shut your stupid little mouth before I make you eat cement. Cementos threatened. The two classes cheered and began talking amongst each other in excitement about their next steps in becoming heroes. Vlad King noticed how Izuku looked disturbed during this entire scene. A lone student looking like they'd rather jump off a cliff in a sea of happy faces caused the hero to tap Aizawa softly. With a whispered tone, the man asked the other teacher a series of questions, and his answers earned the hero a more concerned look. He has how many heroes for family members? Vlad asked. He's got at least 4 that I know of. His mother and his baby sister are the only civilians of their household. He shares the same quirks as his hero family members. Is he pressured to do well? No frigging idea. Aizawa said, watching Midnight take over the lesson, and instructed the students to team up and brainstorm for 10 minutes. Izuku was placed with Shiozaki, Monoma, and Aoyama, much to his displeasure. Don't get him wrong, he loves his homegirl, Shiozaki. She's one of the few people who understand what he goes through, but Aoyama and Monoma were like nails on a chalkboard. He had to sit through 10 minutes of Monoma showing off how easy it was to copy a quirk and Aoyama complaining about being too fabulous for needing a special move. By minute 5, Izuku had placed his head in his hands and prayed to every god he could think of for any sense of mercy. Midoriya, how about you tell us what you'd like your ultimate move to be? Shiozaki asked, making the boy look up from his hands. Well, Aoyama has seen me do some pretty unexpected things. Izuku hummed, tapping his fingers on his arm. At the training camp, he did this amazing dance move that spewed pellets all over the place. It was magnifique. Aoyama gushed, making Izuku roll his eyes. So do you have any goals for this move of yours? Monoma asked. I already have my move planned out, Monoma, Izuku hummed, looking deviously at the blonde-haired boy. I just need a test subject. He finished, yelping when Shiozaki playfully smacked his arm with a laugh. Don't tempt him. He'd take that as a challenge. She laughed. Izuku was glad that the two of them decided to stay as friends even after the whole sports festival debacle. Have you spoken to Hatsum, by any chance, Midoriya? She's been asking about you whenever she sees me or your classmates. Shiozaki said. I haven't. But I'll make sure to visit her today. Izuku said, turning to Midnight just before she blew an air horn for everyone's attention. After explaining how the class will now be trying out their new moves, she asked for a volunteer. No one raised their hands, not even Katsuki. Fair, considering Class B and Class A aren't ready to trust each other yet, sans Izuku and Umbra. He's considered her a close friend at this point, now that she's saved him from conversing and potentially killing Monoma. Midnight took a once-over of the classes and her eyes locked onto Izuku. Midoriya. Why don't you give it a go? She said, making the boy choke on air. The sea of heads turned to Izuku while he was choking and hitting his chest. Why? He wheezed out, holding onto Umbra while she hit his back. After he regained some of his breath, he shyly stood up and walked over to the training mat. Okay. Yeah. I got this. Right? He asked, looking at Nakshui for help. The Demoness shrugged and sat, awaiting her orders. A disappointed look came from Izuku, as he realized each move he could possibly make was basically a beacon for angels to come and find him, and he was trying to lay low right now. So he sighed and accepted the incoming wave of angels and demons that he was sure he'd have to deal with either by lunchtime or by the end of the school day. Equipping his whips, Izuku uses them to grab a hold of a nearby concrete pillar and pulls violently, kicking the pillar in the air and following after it, sending punch after punch to the poor pillar until he lands to the ground with a newly formed concrete statue of midnight. Couldn't think of anything else that I haven't shown off yet, but I figured, what the hell, why not be an artist? Izuku explained, shrugging and walking back to Umbra. I never knew witches could do that. She said. We can't. Izuku said, making the girl freeze. Soon she was called up and she had to showcase what she had thought of. While Izuku was watching his classmates and Class B show off their possible special moves, he heard a faint giggle, causing him to look around cautiously. His eyes widened minutely at the sight of deer and decorations swarming above his school. Wow! Even when we lay low, those jackasses still find me. Izuku sighed to himself. He can deal with those little bugs of angels later. He sees them as bugs, considering how easy it is for him to deal with when he can fashion a makeshift explosive out of anything. A weight was added to Izuku's side and he shook his head when he felt the telltale pat on his arm. Lifting his arm up, an excited girl squealed and squished herself into the spot between Izuku's torso and arm. She was sweet, her front bangs took up most of her face, but he was happy to be seen as a space of comfort. The class was taken to the provisionary license exams. Heck, Izuku was not mentally, emotionally, or physically ready for this. He wasn't even ready to meet Ms. Joke and her own class of hero students. Poor Izuku regretted his life decisions when he encountered a scantily dressed guy. With a small squeal, he hid in the shoulder of Todoroki. The boy sighed as Izuku had a mental breakdown. Is he okay? The guy asked. No. He's currently questioning if he is lucky to be alive at the moment. Todoroki said. Izuku's reply was muffled, but Todoroki managed to translate to the guy. He says if this wasn't such an important dream of his, he would have settled for dressing in drag and doing the hula regularly. I do not know what that means and where he learned that from. The dual-haired boy said, pulling Izuku off his shoulder and depositing him in the care of Yaoyorozu and Ida. You're not staying with the class, Todoroki? Yaoyorozu asked. The boy didn't reply, but with one look at Izuku, she knew the guy was just dumping his problem onto her. Like always. When the test began, Izuku was alert and warned his classmates that once the buzzer sounded, they would be the primary targets of everyone else. So naturally, the class that was together stuck with each other and slowly made a plan. Granted, they got mostly separated by someone's quirk, the slutty-looking one in Izuku's opinion, and were forced to regroup with whoever they could find from their school. Izuku wasn't as lucky, seeing as he was already hit once. What the dash? Izuku wondered, looking around and seeing the culprit in front of him. Hi, the girl smiled. The first thing Izuku thought of when seeing her was, beach. And it was the tone of, that beach just FING took the last FING bag of Cheetos, not the other way. He did notice how her zipper was slightly unzipped. So, you gonna zip that sheet up or are you gonna have your melons out? Izuku asked, getting smacked on the back of the head by Uraraka. What? I'm allowed to say that with a family of mostly women. He defended. The sound of two things being thrown alerted Izuku, causing him to shove Uraraka toward Zero and dodge a rock and a ball. He did get pulled and pinned to the ground by the girl, making his body slam to the ground. You're cute, you know that? The girl cooed. Thanks. I do my best, dollface. Izuku flirted, drawing his power to send a powerful punch upwards, against Nakshui's judgment. With the two of them flying, Izuku turned into a crow, gaining enough air to shift back into his human form and summon his bow and arrow. With 3 shots, Izuku had immobilized the girl. When he landed, he threw a ball at her and it was blocked by webs. In a panic and possible annoyance, Uraraka took a step back, but she misjudged where she was standing. Hearing the small scream, Izuku rushed to save her, using his whips to grab her by the waist and sling her to safety while he tumbled down the side of wherever he last was. Thank you, Midoriya. Uraraka said, sitting in the shadows. I know DMN well I flung you somewhere farther than this, girl. Izuku thought, a sly smile falling to his lips. Cha-cha. Hey, I didn't hurt ya, did I? Izuku asked, knowing he was going to be put through the ringer by the actual girl once she finds out he called her doppelganger, Cha-cha. No, I'm okay. You didn't hurt me. She said. I see. Izuku hummed, flinging a dagger at the girl, smirking when she dodged. Seems like I didn't hurt you, did I? What was your name again? Izuku asked, dodging a now NDE girl from before. Oh, you never got my name? she asked, swinging the blade he threw at her violently. A long line of tape came out of nowhere, trapping the girl. Dang! What kinda riz you got, Midoriya? Shiro huffed, helping the real Uraraka down to Izuku. Honestly, I don't know. Anyway, why was I singled out? Izuku asked the girl. The girl must have sensed Uraraka's anger as she escaped Shiro's tape and up to a rock. All the while, Izuku made sure to cover Shiro's eyes. I'm kind of sad I can't talk to you anymore, Midoriya, she said. For Christ's sake. I have an Instagram. Just search up Society Hazard and you'll find me. Izuku sighed. That's your Insta tag? Shiro asked. What? You don't like it? Izuku sniffled. The girl was gone and the three sighed. So, how are we going to survive this? Shiro asked. Well, I used to use this strategy with Katsuki when we were kids, but you stick together and with every opponent you encounter, you hit them once and leave. There are 3 of us and 3 targets. 1 for each of us. We just need to trap 3 people and tag them all. We don't have to hit them either. All we need to do is place a ball on their target. Izuku explained. You know, I wonder how your brain works, Uraraka said. Hee, it's mostly just feminine rage trapped in a male body. Izuku sighed. Way to call me out, man. What the hell? So there they were, with Shiro taping boulders while Uraraka took their gravity. Izuku was in charge of holding the tape and swinging the boulders towards the offending examinees. Their plan was the gamble with the possibility of there being a few pinned examinees and they could tag their censors. Fun fact. It worked. Almost too well. In fact, Shiro and Uraraka got to see Izuku's sadistic side up close when an examinee begged Izuku for mercy. The maniacal laughter that escaped the normally chaotic boy made the 3 hero students pale in terror. Sweet Jesus, I'm so glad he's on the good guy's side. Shiro shakily said while Uraraka nodded, both holding each other like the other was their childhood safety blanket. Nonetheless, the 3 were back in the waiting room, all eating snacks while they still could. You good, Midoriya? Shiro asked. Izuku sighed and shook his head. No. Something's wrong and I can't figure out what it is yet. Izuku sighed. Whatever or whoever is responsible for this icky feeling, Izuku will punch them into the sun. He sighed as Kaminari and Kirishima flopped on top of him, both gushing about how awesome Kaminari was. What happened? Uraraka asked, sipping her tea softly. The 2 dissolved into an epic reenactment of their daring duel against another Shinketsu High student. Dang. Seems like Shinkista hates our guts, huh? Izuku asked, making the 2 look at him. Mito bro here had a run-in with a Shinkista girl. And she was naked. Shiro said, making the 2 boys groan at that. Why does he get the privilege of seeing naked people? Kaminari sobbed. Maybe it's because I have to get close to or completely naked myself to activate my quirk fully and I'm not about to let you people see me naked? Izuku thought to himself. Maybe it's because I lived with mostly women for most of my life, so it's a natural thing for me, Izuku teased, laughing when he was shaken for all the details by Kaminari. The second part of their exam was getting closer to beginning, but at least all of his classmates were in the completed waiting room. The second part of the exam is starting. The intercom said, causing the walls of the room to fall away. Somehow, I half expected the room to freaking explode with us in it, Izuku said. Stop, if you jinx us, I'm making you sit with the cone of shame, Jiru said. Now's not the time for laughter. We've got a hazard zone ahead. Yaoyorozu said. Hazard zone? More like a massacre. If these people were not actors, I'd be in a load of trouble. Izuku thought to himself as he ran towards the crisis. An actor screamed for help, and Izuku hopped into action. Don't worry. We'll have you out of there in no time. He reassured the person, calling his class over. Oh, how are we going to get this guy from the rubble? Uraraka asked. Well, we could try to dig him out? Yaoyorozu hummed. The class got the hang of it eventually. It meant having Izuku and Nakshui fuse together so they could hop into the shadows to support the rubble by solidifying the darkened areas enough to hold their shape. This helped ease the strain of the rubble and in turn, made rescuing much easier. Izuku and Nakshui were surprised at how well their little trick was holding up well, even without them in there. The examinees all had the rescues laid onto a tarp Yaoyorozu must have made and were assessing their injuries. Would you like a candy? They help with wounds. Izuku offered, knowing the red stuff on the guy's head was probably red corn syrup, but he desperately wants to pass this godforsaken test. He went about, offering the candies to all the civilians, smiling and making the ones playing children smile and laugh. He was doing great until a loud explosion was heard. Summoning a demon wolf, he ordered it to stay and protect the site while he investigated. Too bad Todoroki, the barely clothed guy from before, and another boy from Is that another Shinketsu kid? The two were doing a poor job of subduing what looked like Gang Orca as heroes. At least CC-Man was getting some work done, and there he goes flying. Wow, they are bad at teamwork, Izuku said, running forward to help. I don't need your wind. Todoroki yelled. I don't need your fire, the guy huffed back. Both were pinned by Gang Orca at this point. Izuku decided to be the reckless one out of the three of them and kicked Gang Orca with one of his powered-up Umbran kicks. It was just powerful enough to send someone as big as Gang Orca flying, but not enough to kill them. Turning to look at the two boys, Izuku let his rage known. Stop measuring your dicks and do your F jobs, he yelled, blocking an oncoming attack from a smaller villain. Midoriya. Todoroki wheezed. Save it. Right now, we've got civilians to protect. And if you do well, I may reward the two of you. Izuku said, getting his pistols out. The boy ran forward, dealing with the first weaker and lesser villains with ease. Once he got to Gang Orca, he knew he had to do something to give them time, but a wave of vibration caused him to lose footing, which sort of saved him from the punch coming his way. Looking up, he saw CC-Man back in action. Nakshui was cheering for the guy, the traitor. Move, I can hold him for a little longer. He groaned. Izuku scrambled over to him and shoved a healing and energy candy in his mouth. You'll thank me later, friend. Izuku said, noticing how a few of the lesser combatants avoided them entirely and focused on the evac site. His wolf was doing wonders making sure Ashido and Tokoyami were safe while those two dealt with the ones advancing on the rescues. Azui joined in when Uraraka took her place in consoling a panicking bystander, using her tongue to get a villain off a ledge nearby. Turning his attention back to Todoroki and Shinketsu Superman, he now sees a fiery tornado. When the F did that happen? Izuku asked himself. When you gave me those candies. Thanks by the way, CC-Man said. I have too many of them, might as well give them out, huh? Izuku sighed. The tornado was dispersed by Gang Orca, not surprising, and the hero asked what was their next act. Using his crow form, Izuku shot towards the hero and once he was close and high enough, he shifted to his human form and summoned his pistols. Charging one shot, the boy aimed at the hero's feet, pulling the trigger and whispering the spell needed for this shot. He silently prayed Nakshui was correct in saying if he put his mind to it, it was possible for him. The shot hit the ground, causing a small time disruption to hit only where Gang Orca stood. Izuku landed on his feet and sighed in relief after hearing the rescues were evacuated safely. Oh, well DMN. Izuku sighed, waving his hand and canceling the spell on Gang Orca. Sorry about that, sir. Izuku apologized, bowing to the hero. You don't need to apologize. You were one of the few who kept surprising me. He said. Come to think of it, if Izuku had placed him into that bubble earlier, what would have happened? The results came in and most of Class 1A passed. The only ones who didn't pass were Katsuki, not surprising, and Todoroki, again, not surprising. Shiketsu Superman and Morphe Girl didn't pass either. Come to think of it, Izuku found the Shinketsu students and asked about her. He learned a lot, like how her name was Kami, her quirk was not a doppelganger type, and she was a ditzy girl. What the actual F did Izuku just witness then? Once the class got their license, Izuku was kind of hurt that his ID's photo wasn't as pretty as he wanted it to be. He looked like he'd rather be asleep than in the picture, which is valid considering the bullshit he just witnessed and experienced. So, who is in charge of dinner tonight? Ojiro asked. Sato and Kuda. The bus of students called, earning a small and barely noticeable laugh from their teacher. The ride home was relatively loud. Everyone was excited to have the new responsibility they'd been dreaming of. Most of the boys were already planning what hero agency they'd eventually go to. Izuku smiled at his class's excitement, feeling a little sorrowful for Todoroki and Katsuki. He looked at the two and noticed that Katsuki looked like he'd rather die than be told he failed. Todoroki looked the same, stoic and unemotional. Midoriya. Are you gonna keep your hero costume the same as before? Yaoyorozu asked, startling the guy. That was a good question. Izuku didn't really know if he should keep what he had at the moment, or say screw it, he'll just walk around with a mesh crop top and skin-tight pants with thigh-high boots. He's leaning heavily toward that option, but he also needs to remember that he's also supposed to abide by the dress code of all heroes. I don't know. I've been sketching new ideas, but I don't know if they're all allowed. Izuku sighed. This was when Kaminari and Kirishima jumped into the chat and distracted the girl again. Izuku took this time to look out the window of their bus and frowned slightly. Pup, do you think that child is safe? Nakshui asked the boy, her influence on his reflection causing it to look concerned in the window. I don't know, Nakshui. I really don't know. Izuku sighed, leaning his head on the window, and closing his eyes. He had fallen asleep not long after closing his eyes. The last thing he remembered hearing before slumber took hold was a small gasp and the loudest whisper of, "The cat's asleep." When he regained consciousness, he realized they were back at UA, and Shoji was carrying him inside. "I'm awake," he said, keeping his eyes closed. Poor Shoji almost dropped him in shock. This is one of the reasons Izuku loves the dorm system. He can scare the living daylights out of his classmates and still be allowed to participate in class activities. Midoriya. You need to give me more hints that you are awake rather than telling me. Shoji said. Opening his eyes, Izuku gave a small smile and a nod. Okay. Next time I'll hum before I spring my alertness onto you. Izuku joked. The boy set him down at his dorm and Izuku gave him a high five as payment. He wasn't so sure if he should do his usual thank you of grabbing the hand of his savior and offering a kiss of gratitude to their hand, seeing as Shoji had multiple arms and Izuku wasn't so sure if he was up to kissing 3 hands that probably have dirt and grime on them. I'll see you at dinner? Izuku asked the guy. Maybe sooner, considering that Yaoyorozu and Ida planned to have a class study session before dinner. You were asleep, but they said anyone who needs help or wants to help is allowed to join. Shoji said. Awesome. I'll get down there when it starts, then. I think I'm one of the few people in the class who is fluent in English. Izuku laughed. With a nod, Shoji left for his own dorm room, leaving Izuku at his door with a sad expression. He went inside and quickly changed out of his poor hero suit, grimacing at how some parts of it were now burnt and damaged. Oh. We now have a new project besides beating up those pesky angels. Nakshui cheered, making his reflection in the mirror next to him jump for joy. Har, we both know this is just to comply with the school guidelines. If I was allowed to, I'd go out in my workout clothes and call it a day. Izuku said, making the demoness laugh. Sitting at his desk, he opened one of the drawers and took out the sewing kit his mother gifted him before he left home. He quickly repairs his suit and smiles. If only I had some My Little Pony patches. That'd really throw people off when they see me. Izuku giggled to himself, sewing on a Hello Kitty one on the top part of his shoulder and a Pac-Man one on his torso. He made little embroidery versions of the ghosts chasing Pac-Man as well, just to add some flair to his repairs. Once he was done with the upper part of his costume, Momo still has his vest, so he's been rocking the buttoned-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up, which is why there are so many holes he had to fix. He moved on his pants, and boy had those things see better days. Frowning, Izuku tossed them to the side, resigning himself to the upcoming fate that he'll have to go to the hobby store nearby and hope they had a fabric that would work well with the color and texture of his pants. Sighing, he exited his seat when a knock interrupted his quiet time. Opening the door, he smiled when Tokoyami mentioned the class study session. On my way, I'll see you out there. Izuku smiled, grabbing his hoodie and pulling it over his head, to fight off the chill he felt from the hall. He walked with Tokoyami to the main room, the bags under his eyes getting more prominent as the two got closer to passing the kitchen. You alright, Midoriya? Tokoyami asked. HM? Oh, yeah. Is someone using rosemary or something? Izuku yawned. Oh. We're using some as a spice for tea, is that alright? Yaoyorozu informed them. MHM. My quirk reacts negatively to rosemary, but it's okay. It's only a cosmetic thing. Izuku reassured the girl, who looked terrified that Izuku hadn't mentioned this before. As he was trying to convince the girl not to throw the tea away, Kaminari leaned to Shiro and whispered something stupid. This earned a harsh elbow to the boy's side. Once Yaoyorozu sat Izuku down and fussed over him, the boy was soon accompanied by Kaminari, who was making his best impression of puppy eyes. You need help with English again, don't you? Izuku asked, laughing when Kaminari begged for help. Izuku sighed as he helped explain the grammar rules of English to Kaminari. Okay, what is the difference between lay and lie? Izuku asked, earning Kaminari's blank face. Okay, watch, I'll act out the sentence. Izuku sighed, grabbing a throw blanket from the sofa and bundling it up in his arm. I lay down my blanket. Izuku said, setting the blanket on the ground in front of his small English help group. And I lie atop of it. He finished, lying down on his back to show what it meant. Okay, but what does it mean when it says, lying through your teeth? Shiro asked. Izuku smiled and sat up. It means to lie outright. For example, I never called Bakugo Kaken when he died. Izuku said, making Kaminari laugh. You 100% did. We all heard it. He laughed. See? I was lying through my teeth. Izuku smiled. Why is learning English better with you? Shiro sobbed. I don't make random references to pop culture? Izuku questions. Soon Katsuki joins them and beckons Izuku over. With a smile the boy hopped over, tilting his head slightly. What's up, grenade launcher? Izuku playfully asked. Why Ryu with these rejects? He asked. Well, I'm fluent in English, and figured, why not teach them some curse words in English? Izuku joked. We need to talk, Katsuki said. Well, sheet. That can't be good. Be right back, guys. Izuku called, following Katsuki outside. The two stood in an empty part of the gym in silence. So, what's up, oh god? Izuku yelped, dodging a sudden punch his way. So you're angry. I can get that. May I ask why? He tried, only to see anger behind his friend's eyes. No thoughts, head only Angie. Izuku thought to himself, expertly dodging all of Katsuki's punches. Izuku hopped up onto one of the fake lampposts in the street they were in and sighed. Is this about the provisional exam? You know, they graded off of your attitude towards the situation. Izuku tried again, yelping and hopping off the lamppost to a new one when Katsuki sent an explosion to his old one. Why was I the one to end All Might? Katsuki yelled. That's what's got you all upset? Are you FING kidding me? Izuku thought to himself, the sound effects of those old anime when the MC's friend says something dumb played in his head. That's why we're fighting? Izuku finally said he was kind of hoping for a different reason, like contemplating if shooting a naked girl would be a good idea or a bad one. That's fight-worthy. Sighing, Izuku sat on the lamppost and looked at his friend. Look, you weren't responsible. Yeah, your kidnapping played a big part in it, but you didn't deal that final blow. Besides, I'm sure he has countless disciples who are ready to take up his mantle. Izuku reassured his friend. But why me? Katsuki growled. Do you want it straight or bend the truth a little? Izuku asked before sighing, hopping from his safe spot down to his friend. He landed in front of Katsuki, a softer thud of his feet meeting the pavement against the usual, adrenaline-filled landings he used to have during middle school. Placing his hands on Katsuki's shoulders he smiled. You were taken because you showcase pure power. That kind of strength is dangerous in the right and wrong hands. You know that, right? Izuku explained to his friend. Your quirk. Your power. People will always try to control you. And no offense bro, but your temper FINGSCKS. Izuku joked at the end, yelping when Katsuki playfully hit him. But in all seriousness. We can't trust anyone. Hell, even our classmates are iffy. It isn't a coincidence that we've been attacked twice already. So someone is informing those BSTRDS where our class is going and when. We need to be careful about who we can trust. Izuku explained, his serious side showing again. Katsuki groaned and leaned his head back. The two stood there until Aizawa caught them outside past curfew. Sorry, sensei. We were having the dumbest argument about the correct way to tie a tie. Izuku laughed. Katsuki noticed the lie and played along. I kept telling him ties are for the weak and you should never wear one because society says we should. The blood huffed. I say it's about making a statement and not getting detention for violating the dress code, ack. Izuku was interrupted by the teacher's capture weapon. At least we didn't kill each other, DMN man. The teacher sighed and shook his head. I know you two were not arguing about that bullshit. He said. Well, DMN. Guess we gotta work on our lying skills, Katsuki. Izuku sighed. As punishment, the boys were placed on house arrest. Izuku had 3 days, for being the calm and obedient one of the two, while Katsuki got he was argumentative and gave Aizawa more gray hairs he did not need. At least that gave the two more time to spend with each other. When they weren't doing chores or cleaning the living areas, the two were trying to fish out any information they could on the classmates they didn't trust. It didn't help that Katsuki only had 2 people crossed off his list while Izuku had. How can you not trust Uraraka? Izuku sniffled, showing Katsuki a picture he had taken of Uraraka eating at the exams. She's like a human Kirby, he said. I know, I sent her flying like Kirby, Katsuki said. Izuku shook his head and groaned. You play Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and win while playing the heaviest character and you start comparing your classmates to the roster. He sighed. If it makes you feel better, you fly like Bayonetta does. Katsuki hummed. She's a goddamn featherweight character, you beach. Izuku gasped, hitting Katsuki on the arm in the offense. The blonde shrugged and grabbed his duster. Just sayin', he said. Izuku puffed out his cheeks and went back to cleaning the dorms, purposefully knocking over a potted plant so he could clean it up. At least Izuku was kind enough to have a mini inferno with Uraraka, so he could get the information they learned while he was stuck at the dorms. Apparently there's a school gathering and Nizu is informing everyone about the situation. At least the second semester has started and things should die down. Right? Daisy was walking home from school when she felt the dread and panic she only felt in her dreams. She looks around and is shocked when a girl hides behind her. Are you okay? She asked. Please. He's going to hurt me. The other girl whimpered, hiding behind Dicey as a man rounded the corner of the alley from which the two girls stood. Looks like you found yourself a little pet. The man sneered at the girls. Dicey eyed the man and remembered what she had been taught by her coven. Grabbing the girl's wrist, she drew the runes to broadcast to her coven. She knows it won't help her, but she does know one thing. No matter what, her coven, her family, will come to save them. Or at least the girl behind her. I'm not leaving her. Dicey called, closing her eyes when a bag was put over her head. Izuku's heart stopped when he felt the tug of Daisy's call. He almost drops the open bag of trash he was holding when he feels it. Grabbing his chest, he leans against the wall closest to him and begins to hyperventilate. Kaken. Izuku yelled, curling in on himself. He knows Dicey will be fine. She's a Midoriya. Well, an adopted Midoriya, but a Midoriya nonetheless. Katsuki ran towards him, throwing off the yellow cleaning gloves he had on his hands in the process. The blonde wrapped his arms around Izuku and held him tight while the witch cried his eyes out. The bone-chilling sobs that fell from Izuku made any passerby freeze and stare at Heights Alliance as if ghosts lived within its newly built walls. Come on, nerd. Don't you fall apart on me now. Katsuki groaned, shaking Izuku lightly. The boy calmed a little, hugging his best friend tight. He couldn't speak or say anything to cheer himself up. 1 second he'd find the words, and the next, his heart would clench as another wave of grief washed over him. Eventually, Katsuki kicked him off of him and made Izuku take out the bag of garbage he had already filled. This is where we are now. With Izuku staring blankly at a face in the wall. He blinked once. Then twice. And then he sighed. Jesus, you remind me of those little baby-faced angels I kick in my dreams. Izuku mindlessly supplied, making the face blink. Huh? They asked, disappearing from Vi. Izuku threw the bag in the trash and began walking back to the dorms, looking down and almost stepping on the face again. Jumping back, Izuku gave the face a look of confused aggression. Why? Are you down there, face? Izuku asked, looking at the face. You know, you're a lively first year, they said. Not the first time someone's called me lively, Izuku hummed. Ignoring that. I can't wait to officially meet you soon, the face beamed, phasing through the floor. Izuku sighed and looked up to the sky, normally where he'd assume a camera would be if this was a movie. I don't get paid enough in life points, fate. He said, shaking his head and dreading the next 2 days. Those last days of house arrest really tested Izuku's patience. If it wasn't for the fact that Dicey was in his coven and was an intermediate-leveled witch, he'd already assumed she was dead in a dumpster somewhere in the city. But he's connected to his baby sister, so he knows she's alive and well. If not, he'd be on the floor crawling to class. Once he was allowed back in school, he beelined towards Nizu's office and slammed the door open. I need to talk with you, principal. He said, ignoring the meeting the animal was having with Sir Night-Eye. Midoriya. Just the boy I wanted to see. Nizu smiled. Izuku had to hold his tongue and nod, closing the door and sending a low glare towards Sir Night-Eye. He knows the man is a lumen sage, and personally, he'd rather drink 4 cups of rosemary tea than deal with him. Nizu smiled at the fact that Izuku chose not to sit next to the man, noticing that Izuku's quirk wasn't entirely happy the hero was here. You wanted to speak, Midoriya? Nizu asked. Yes. My little sister was kidnapped 2 days ago and due to me being under house arrest, I couldn't inform you of this earlier. I'm sure my mother has already, but I can tell you exactly where she is. Izuku said, making Sir Night-Eye bristle. Oh. Will you do what you did before to find young Katsuki Bakugo? Nizu gasped, hopeful of being able to officially witness such an event. Izuku nodded and looked at Sir Night-Eye. I take it you would love to see this as well? Izuku growled. Nizu was shocked at the hostility, but Izuku gasped and covered his mouth. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to growl at you, Sir Night-Eye, sir. I'm just so distraught that my anger is just lashing out. Izuku excused. You liar. Nakshui chastised to the boy, making his reflection roll its head. Izuku would have responded, but he decided against it. Besides, he wasted that last day of house arrest learning Fortnite dances to help with demon SLV moves. He hated it, but Nakshui was so excited seeing her pup actually using her full power to his advantage, even if she's somewhat confused to why he wants to learn those little dances. Her personal favorite was the Tootsie one he learned. Cough, not referencing the Deku Tootsie TikToks from way back, cough. They both agreed they'd only use that move for area of effect moves, like the one where Nakshui can heal any of Izuku's allies in battle. Izuku was later shoved back with UA, where they were all surrounding him to inform him of what he missed. Turns out, not that much. Just some silly little assignments. Soon Aizawa told them to shut up and get in the seats, his words. Soon he was explaining how Class 1A would be officially with hero agencies for the rest of their hero internships. The class erupted in excitement, but Izuku's face paled. He's going to be stuck with his coven and officially be in trouble if he f's up majorly. The only person who noticed his distraught look was Aizawa, who sighed. Midoriya, if you can't seem even a little excited, you shouldn't be in the hero course, he said. Izuku looked up at Aizawa with a glare that could kill. I have to work with my family? Do you know what they will do if I mislabel a file? I don't want to deal with again. Izuku shuddered. Soon the class was quieted down and Aizawa explained that throughout their journeys within UA and the Hero Society, there will always be a ranking system and that today, the class would meet UA's big. Izuku had no clue what he was expecting, but seeing a Lumen Sage along with a nervous and bubbly human was not on his list. What in the Sam motherfucking hill am I looking at? Izuku thought to himself as the three introduced themselves. And I thought the sages were very strict with their coming-of-age rules, Nakshui hummed, leaning on Izuku's head as she and the Lumen Sage made eye contact. She raised an eyebrow at the blonde and smirked. That's the face from before. Izuku whispered to himself, willing himself to keep a calm facade in front of his classmates. Aizawa soon introduced 1A to the big three and the class waited for the third year's introductions. The first was a Takami Amajiki. He had dark hair and pointy ears. He was super shy and was somewhat upset that he was chosen to go first. Izuku called him Elfie in his mind. The next was a girl named Nijiro Hato. She was a happy thing. Izuku took to calling her Happy. Then came the Lumen Sage. His name was Mirio Togata. But Izuku couldn't help but supply the nickname Pain to him. He couldn't help the shiver that ran up his spine when the boy made eye contact with him. Oh, I'm so fed. Izuku thought to himself, shrinking in his seat. Kaminari mistook the shrink as Izuku having another sexuality crisis, so he made whistling noises towards Izuku. This resulted in a board eraser being thrown at the electric boy, but by God was that too DMN funny not to start laughing at. With a shriek, Izuku ducked and the eraser flying at his face missed him. Yoiorozu used her book to block the eraser. This led to the class being taken to a gym with the big three and Aizawa stood back. This worried Izuku, since he was not in the best of mindsets for an Umbran Witch. So there was a chance someone was going to die today, and that someone was most likely Izuku himself or his will to live. This also took us to the present moment where half of Class 1A was on the ground with Izuku and a few others left standing. I don't even want to fight today. Izuku sighed, jumping out of the way and running from Mirio. If there was one thing he was good at in the physical world where killing was frowned upon was trying to avoid those situations. And he's not in the mood to fight a Lumen Sage at this current moment. So, that somehow added the fuel to the floating dumpster fire that is Izuku. And the boy ended up on his back, dazed and confused. You okay? Someone asked. Izuku held a thumb up while his hand shook. The pain from the sudden beating and the shock of Daisy being taken mixing inside him to create a small hurricane of emotions. Yaoyorozu rushed to check him over and noticed the dead stare he had on his face. She hugged him tight and petted his hair. We're here. Bakugo told us the situation the best he could. But we're here. We'll help in whatever way we can, she said, placing a kiss on his hair like a mother to her child. Soon they returned and the class thanked the big. Togata must have asked a question, as most of the class responded, but Izuku was hearing nothing but static. Soon the class was being told to go back and go about their days, Izuku being on autopilot the whole day. He knew the sage was watching him, but he didn't care. He needed to get through the week to see his coven. Spider Lily, once we get to the hideout, you're tasked on finding the girls. Daisy sent 2 signals, meaning she's got a passenger with her. Killia said. Izuku nodded as they made their way to the Shai Hasaikai, remembering what he was told to do. Say, I'm getting a feeling my knife is with that girl from before. So if possible, could I influence her? Izuku asked, remembering the tale of Jean the Platinum Witch and Balder the last Lumen Sage. Well, he wasn't the last Lumen Sage after all, but shoo. That's not how it works, Spider Lily. Killia chuckled. Izuku pouted a little as he held onto Umbra on her bike. Meanwhile, with Daisy, the little witch was doing her best to make Eri take the healing candies she had on her. She was on her last one, which worried her. Eri-chan. Please. Take this. She begged the other girl. Eri, the sweetheart she is, refused and kept trying to convince Daisy to keep it. The 2 girls argued back and forth, doing their best to ignore the loud noises outside. It was a bit difficult with some coming their way. Wait, the door of their containment room burst open and there stood Izuku, with a bloody patch on his forehead. Zoo! Daisy called, waving to her big brother witch. He ran over and slid to hug her. You okay? He asked. I'm fine, do you have any healing candy on you? I'm on my last one, she said. Izuku nodded and handed her 3, popping one in his own mouth, chewing away at the candy. Eri finally made eye contact with the boy, and she stared at him wide-eyed. Izuku smiled and waved at her, embarrassed at how his hero suit was beaten to a pulp and barely clinging to his stature. "We need to get moving." Dicey huffed. "Oh, look at you, my baby sister taking lead." Izuku teased, making Dicey playfully hit his leg. Eri hid behind Dicey in fear, whispering something to her. "Don't worry, he's like me. Your quirk won't work on us." Dicey reassured her. Eri sheepishly tapped Izuku's hand and hid behind Dicey again, waiting for him to make any noise or something. "See? He's fine. How'd you find us, big brother?" she asked Izuku. "You know I'm better at tracking when I change forms, Dicey. But enough about me. Are you alright?" he asked, earning a nod. Soon, Izuku used a tattered tail from his hero suit and wrapped it around Eri to his back. "This is just so I know you're safe when I need to shift into my leopard form. I'll warn you when I do," Izuku explained, looking at Eri with a soft expression. "Zu, you might need to change into your Umbran suit. I hate to break it to you, but your chest is out in the open," Dicey said, laughing when Izuku sighed dramatically and snapped his fingers. His Umbran suit had changed dramatically. Contrasting from his original French waiter suit, he now sports a sleeveless turtleneck along with skin-tight leggings with his ribbons and tails wrapping around his waist to form a barrier to cover his waist. Mind you, it was all black with a hint of green from the ribbons. "Sorry, Dicey." Izuku apologized, holding his hand out for his sister to hold. Eri watched in awe at how her quirk did nothing to him. She even placed her hands on his shoulders. Soon, Izuku got the girls out past the holding area they were in before he got stopped by Mirio. "Senpai, what are you doing here?" Izuku asked, already on guard. "Relax, Midori-kun. Sir Night-Eye sent me to get you," Mirio explained. "Really? Well then, answer this question. What happened on the day we first met?" Izuku asked. Mirio sighed and looked at him in sadness. "Your sister got taken," he said. "He's the real one. Dicey, go to Mirio-senpai," Izuku said. Soon, the two made it to the surface, Dicey rushing to Umbra and Killia before the ground began to shake. Mirio, catch Eri!" Izuku yelled as he shifted to his crow form to let the small girl slide into the upperclassmen. Izuku managed to fly upwards and target the cause of the issue. Without hesitation, he shifted to his human form and shot out an armor-piercing bullet he had Rodan specifically make for mortals only. His shot hit his mark, caused the quake to cease. He landed and turned to Mirio and his coven. "Get the girls as far as you can," he yelled as the ground below him caved, placing him in front of Overhaul and a fallen comrade of his. To make a long story short, she'd hit the fan and poor Izuku had to treat the man as if he was a demon. Good news. The demons finally got to feed. Bad news, how was Izuku going to explain the bloody mist that sadly covered him head to toe? With a sigh, Izuku climbed out from the crater with Uraraka, Azui and Kirishima in tow, his classmates looking at him concerned as he sat on the floor in a different outfit than he started off with a lollipop in his mouth. "You wanna join me? I've got all kinds of flavors of candy." Izuku sighed, taking out a Ziploc full of wrapped candy. "Yeah. You alright?" Kirishima asked. "Oh, this isn't my blood." Izuku shrugged, whining when Killia walked over and began to clean the red off him. "Leave it to you to make a mess of this." She sighed. "At least the job is done for now." Classes started up as if nothing happened over the internships. Izuku sighed as he sat back in his seat while Uraraka swarmed him with concern. Granted, she and a few others of his class were involved in the Shai Hasaikai raid, but none of them got as involved as Izuku, with him having his own sister being held as a prisoner there. He was about to shut his eyes and nap when Katsuki barged in and grumbled about needing to take the remedial hero course for his license. In an exhausted and grumpy haze, Izuku looked at his childhood friend with an indifferent look before opening his mouth. "That's what you get for being difficult." He yawned. "Oh, shut up. You flirt like your life depends on it." Katsuki sighed. "You have no freaking idea, man. One wrong move, and I'm done for." Izuku thought to himself as he rolled his eyes. "Look, all you have to do is not be you." Izuku laughed. "The FS that supposed mean?" Katsuki huffed. "Just repeat this in your mind. WWID. What would Izuku do?" Izuku smiled, laughing at the light smack on the head Katsuki gave him. It was like he lightly plopped his notebook on Izuku's head in retaliation. "Did you hear, Bakugo?" Kirishima asked, looking at Izuku, who was fast asleep on his desk. "Huh? What, that you losers got roped into taking down a mafia?" Katsuki asked. "You did hear. So you know how it ended, right?" Uraraka gasped, hopping into the conversation. The news said that the heroes dealt with the situation along with their interns, Katsuki grumbled. Yeah, but Midoriya-chan did most of the work. Azui croaked, patting Izuku's soft hair. How does he get his hair this soft? Azui asked out loud, messing with it more. Uraraka and Azui became engrossed in braiding Izuku's long curls, slowly taming the mass of unruly hair. As the girls busied themselves with Izuku's hair, Kirishima retold the spectacle of fighting alongside Takami. The class quieted down once Mr. Aizawa walked in, heavily bandaged. Izuku's head shot up as he felt the room get cold. He turned to look at Todoroki, who glowered in silence. You all have heard of the recent events. So your homework for heroics class is an essay on how this situation could have been better handled. He said. What kind of assignment is that? I was literally present for the entire goddamn thing, man. Hell, my sister got kidnapped by those BSTRDS. If you want my honest opinion, I'm gonna be brutally honest. I should have let my demons tear those BSTRDS apart and drag their souls to Inferno themselves. Izuku thought to himself as he got his notebook out to start the essay. Izuku didn't understand why his homeroom teacher was torturing him. He was literally present for the whole clusterfuck that was that raid. If you had asked him, he would have said take no prisoners and destroy all evidence. Katsuki and Todoroki were later reminded of the remedial course they were taking tomorrow during lunch, which caused Izuku to start laughing at his friend's misfortune. At least their test was on a weekend so that Izuku could watch from Purgatorio. Was the test on a weekend? I don't remember, he couldn't wait for the day Katsuki had to do the remedial. Oh, the blackmail. Not how I wanted to spend my Saturday. Izuku gasped as he and Killia were being tailed by a group of Lumen sages. Wanted this exchange to be a little silly, considering this chapter has taken me 2 DMN long to finish. Somehow, you always make our outings eventful, little brother. She hummed as the two of them turned into a bustling market, their tail following. Split, I'll meet you at the meeting later. Izuku yelled, breaking from his sister to see who the group was after. Oh my god, they're after him. Yelling a few, excuse me, S and some out of the way, please, S, Izuku made it to an open street. Panicking, he ran into Purgatorio, knowing he wouldn't get fined for using his quirk without permission. 4 Lumen sages came into Purgatory after him, looking around to find him. He was lucky he had hopped onto a neon sign close by. Come out, witch! One of the men called. He looked close to Ibra, but with a permanently sour expression. We just want to talk. Another said. This one had faint traces of Ibra's resemblance, but he seemed to resemble Ibra's mother more. Izuku is silently thanking the girl for showing him a picture of her parents before these 4 ambushed him and his sister. Guys, I don't think he's here. The third sighed, throwing his head back and miming loudly. The last of the sages lightly hit their brother on the chest and pouted. Don't do that. You'll attract him. And I don't want to meet him face to face yet. He huffed. Izuku sighed and hopped down from his sign, shocking all 4 of the sages. He put his hands up in surrender before they readied themselves to attack. I come in peace, fellas. Izuku hummed, noting the bright pink of the 4th sage's face. How can I help you 4? Izuku continued, brushing off his hoodie. He was glad he decided to go for a comfortable outfit today. Normally, he's out patrolling and balancing out the overabundance of demons and angels roaming around. We were wondering what you were doing to that poor girl. The first said. Izuku blinked for a good while before it hit him. Girl? You mean Shiozaki? Ibra? The girl I had to fight in the sports festival? That girl? He asked, yelping when a spear was pointed at his throat. Yes, that girl. The sage growled. Okay, hold up, we're friends. Izuku got out, moving out of the way to dodge the spear's next set of attacks. Friends? An Umbran Witch cannot be friends with a Lumen sage or any family member of one. The first growled. Izuku dodged each attack with ease. He even hopped onto the sage's weapon to stall his next attack. Course we can. I mean, a literal child was conceived from the union of the 2 clans. Izuku hummed, hopping off the guy's spear to land back on a lamppost nearby. He squatted down and smiled at the 4. The first sage growled at how nonchalant Izuku was, but the other 3 seemed astonished he managed to stay calm with the 4 of them in such proximity to him. Look, how about we talk this out like rational people? Let's have a conversation before you go and stab me, okay? Izuku suggested, noting the 3 sounds of agreement. Good. Majority wins. 4-1. So, hi. My name is Izuku Midoriya, I'm a student at UA High, attempting to be a hero. What are your names? Izuku began. The 4 looked at each other before shrugging. The smallest seemed to want to start. Hello. I'm Shieldbreaker, he beamed, making Izuku do a double take. Sorry, like, legally or. He began before the guy shook his head furiously. No, no. Not legally. That's my sage name. He laughed. Idiot. The grumpy sage sighed. At least this one is cooperative. Maybe he can help us out. The second one said. Father will kill us if he finds out we did not rid our dear sister of this pest, the other argued. Thorn can handle him. Besides, we should be thanking him. If it wasn't for him, she'd still resent Father for forbidding her to join us. Shieldbreaker chimed in. While those idiots converse, salutations. My name is Valiant, the only sage who was left out of the conversation said. Nice to meet you, Valiant. While the other two are arguing, could you tell me their names? Izuku asked, pleading he'd agree. Seeing as I do not give a flying pig. About their opinions, yes, I can. The grumpy one that is determined to kill you is named Oken, and the other one defending you, who is not Shieldbreaker, is Warren. Valiant said. Why does he have the most normal name out of the four of you? Izuku yelled. Hey! I got given the name Warren because I was a great warrior. Warren gasped. You literally got that name because you made us sit through the entire Insidious franchise while pointing out how to deal with the demons of that fictional series. Valiant replied. It was for research. Warren huffed. Yeah, I agree with Valiant on that one. The demons in Insidious are way too obsessed. Izuku hummed. I don't mean that, I am still traumatized of that stupid but dull. Izuku checked his watch and hissed. It was nice to meet you four, really. But I'm late for a date, and I really don't want to make a bad impression. Izuku said. Shieldbreaker gasped and placed his hands on his chest. You have a date? He yelled before smacking Oken on the shoulder. I told you this could have waited for another day. You go to your date, witchy boy. He said, making Izuku smile and thank him, hopping off the lamppost and out from Purgatorio. The four sages watched his figure leave their field of vision before sighing. Father is going to kill us. Warren sighed. Considering he's actually an innocent kid who happens to be an Umbran Witch, I think we can let this slide. Not to mention, he's been keeping Ibra safe from the hordes wandering around. I wonder if she's the one he's meeting. Valiant hummed. If she is, I'll kill the boy myself. Oken growled for the umpteenth time. You know, Isamu. You need to loosen up someday. Shieldbreaker sighed. Oi. No real names on patrol. Oken Isamu reminded. The other three shrugged and ignored him, conversing between themselves. What's Ashido doing over there? Uraraka asked, pointing over at the pink girl who seemed to be break dancing. Dancing, my dear. And she's remarkably good at it. Izuku hummed, moving his gaze back to his notes. Say, why don't you go over and join her? Jairu asked him, curiosity evident in her voice. I try not to mix business with pleasure, hun. Izuku hummed, sending a sly smile to the girl. Jairu rolled her eyes and gave him a look. What? He asked, turning to look at her. Do you enjoy speaking that way? She asked in genuine concern. What way? Izuku replied, taking his notebook out to start on his notes about something. Jairu waved her hand in a circular motion. That way. You know, with the little pet names you give everyone. She said. Does it upset you? I can stop if you like. The greenette gasped, putting a hand on his chest. For FS sake. You are the most dramatic drama queen known to mankind. Katsuki groaned, swinging a hand in Izuku's direction. The boy ducked under the blonde's hand and huffed. You know what, just for that, I'm gonna bother Mina. He huffed, getting out from his seat to bother the breakdancing young woman. Sensing his presence, Mina smiled and stopped what she was doing. Midoriya. Hi. How are you doing after all the stuff that's been happening lately? She asked. Huh? Wait, I was about to ask you if you had ever thought of using some of those moves you just did in your fighting style. Izuku began, pinching the bridge of his nose to get his mind back on track after it got derailed with the memory of meeting Ibra's brothers. Mina seemed to blink at that, either thinking about how to incorporate her hobby into her work or if Izuku had lost his ever-loving mind. 3 seconds passed before she gasped and clapped with an epiphany. Oh. I never thought of that. Man. I wish I had your brain. She laughed, running over to hug the boy. Thankfully, after witnessing Kirishima being winded by one of her hugs, he knew to take a deep breath before her arms enclosed around him. My God, how does Kirishima survive this? Izuku thought to himself as he felt his bones get crushed. A wince flowed throughout the class as the sound bounced around the room. So glad I'm constantly surrounded by women who are stronger than they look. Izuku sighed as Mina let him go. Everyone, class is about to start, to your desks. Ida yelled. You know, you could just say, the demon caterpillar is waking up, take cover, and we'd all know what you mean, Katsuki growled. Come now, Suki. Now's the time for celebration. Izuku hummed as Aizawa arose from his spot on the floor to tell the entire pack of teens that their school festival was nearing. The class cheered in their own way. Many cheers and hollers were heard, but a few remained quiet. "I'll leave you all to figure out what you're gonna do," the teacher sighed, going back to sleep in his sleeping bag. "We'll try to remain quiet," Yaoyorozu assured the pro-hero, making Izuku snicker to himself. He means no offense, or offense for the non-Americans, but Class 1A does not do quiet. The only time they've had a quiet moment was when they were grieving for fallen heroes, and that didn't last long when someone would mention Twister or any board game to cheer the group up. Then it became a warzone of betrayal and disappointment. Memories of the great Monopoly battle of last weekend still give Izuku shivers. He never thought he'd see anyone else survive getting an explosion to the face as bad as Kaminari did, but by God, he was not ready to see the personification of Pikachu simply electrocute himself to prevent any damage. "Okay. So, any ideas what we should do?" Yaoyorozu asked, turning to the board at the front of the class to write any ideas they'd have. "Is it a good idea to hold a festival now, of all times? Considering that we've not only been attacked by villains twice, we've also had a classmate get kidnapped, we had to take down a criminal empire, and we've possibly made enemies with every other school and hero department out in Japan." Kirishima asked. "Unfortunately, the school festival is needed to keep the school spirit high, seeing all the commotion your class has brought into UA," Aizawa grumbled from his spot on the floor. "Which means we'll need to do something to show the entire school that we, as Class 1A, are not actively trying to bring chaos to the school," Ida said. Izuku scoffed at that and gestured to the big names of the class. "If you haven't noticed, we have Endeava's son, Ingenium's brother, and a Yaoyorozu heiress. If you ask me, chaos and attention were doomed to be in our ballpark from the beginning. Then we have the explosive Pomeranian over here." Izuku started, ducking to dodge the swing Katsuki sent his way. His entire family, except his dad, doesn't understand the concept of quiet. He finished, catching Katsuki's fist before it connected to his face. "And on top of that, look at his anger issues." The witch added on. "Oh. Like you're any better, Mr. I can't survive a nuclear bomb probably." Katsuki yelled. "I never said I could. I said there's a low chance I could." Izuku argued back. "Boys!" Yaoyorozu yelled, making the two childhood friends stop and look at her. "I swear, you two are like gasoline and fire." She sighed. "So, who is the fire extinguisher?" Kaminari asked, earning an earphone jack on his side. "It's not you, that's for sure," Jiru said. "We need to figure out what to do for this festival," Ida said. "How about a maid cafe?" Kaminari suggested. "So perverts like you can look up the girls' skirts?" "No way," Jiru said. "There are no bad ideas, Jiru," Yaoyorozu said as she wrote the suggestion down. "What about a hero quiz?" "Midoriya, you still have those observations from when we first met?" Uraraka rambled, looking at Izuku with hope. Yeah? Somewhere in my room, why?" "Momo. Don't put that down." Izuku replied, begging the vice president not to put down that suggestion. The girl had already written it down before Izuku could finish his begs. With a groan, the boy slammed his head on his desk with a sob. By the end of class, there were many more suggestions. A mochi shop, a dance, and many more. Sadly, no one could agree on anything, which meant that if they didn't figure it out soon, they'd have to give a boring lecture on something. If you asked Izuku, he'd rather teach his entire class how to speak ancient Latin and then have them summon their own demon contracts than speak about something he's sure no one would give two flying hoots about. And he should know, considering he's tried offering a solution to the soul promising with demons. Many love chocolate more than their souls, so why not use chocolate instead of souls? Simple. Tradition. "Holy F-, I have to go out and buy chocolate today," Izuku said out loud in the middle of math, making everyone in the class laugh. Nakshui was no better. She, too, was laughing at her bonded witch's agony of having to buy those expensive artisan chocolates that looked like the pro-heroes of the area before curfew. Later, at the dorms, the class was huddled in the common room, discussing their festival idea. "We need to let people blow off steam," Ida said, hitting his fist on his hand. "Like Mina's idea with a dance." "Oh, maybe a concert." "Jiru, you do music right?" Kaminari said, looking at the girl in question. Jiru groaned and acknowledged that yes, she plays instruments. "But I can't just make all the music myself. I'm not that talented," she said. "We'll help. Hell, I will force Sukibabe to go back to our childhood and have him play the drums for you, darling," Izuku said, making the class gasp. "Bakugo played the drums?" They all gasped. "Yes. And he was so good at them, too. I remember cheering for him during our childhood." My favorite thing to joke about with him was that if being a pro hero didn't work out, he could always play the drums for a living. Izuku said, ignoring the looming threat that was Katsuki Bakugo on the stairs. The yelp of panic from Izuku made everyone turn their heads to ignore the wrestling the two childhood friends had a habit of constantly getting involved in. I'll think about it. But music is just a hobby of mine, okay? Jairu sighed. I know I skipped a lot of the build-up, but I'm pressed for time at the moment. Back at school, the class began to prepare for their festival. With their concert dance idea being put on the table, they knew they'd have to have the band and the dancers assigned. Thankfully, Izuku had chosen this time to go and grab Daisy so she could visit Eri at the school's infirmary. As they were walking towards the infirmary, Daisy sighed and looked at Izuku with sadness. You're upset, she said. I am not. Just lost, he replied. After a long walk, the two made it to Eri's room, where they also came across Mirio. Daisy growled at the older boy, but Izuku put her behind him, just in case she decided to attack. Hello. We came to see Eri, he replied, making the upperclassmen stare at them. How'd she get on campus? He asked. Principal Nizu is curious about our quirks. He studied all he can about mine, and he kindly asked my sister's school if she could spend her physical education time here rather than there, so that he can better assess our quirks. Izuku explained. The blonde nodded and tilted his head slightly. Just realized I've been using both blonde and blonde for the characters with yellow easy-to-dye hair. OMG, we just want to check on Eri, considering she was basically abused to the high heavens, Izuku said. Mirio nodded and looked at the sleeping child, sighing as he watched her chest rise and fall. You know, I never knew that Umbran witches still existed. Mirio started, making Daisy flinch and hide. Well, I was told that Lumen sages were extinct, so we were both in for a shock when we met. Izuku replied, holding Daisy close to his side. You know, I still can't control my power, the older boy hummed. Like, your quirk or your Lumen sage ones? Izuku asked. I'm not supposed to tell you this, but might as well, he began. I have All Might's quirk. He finished. Both witches blinked at this confession. Ugh. I was expecting something more spectacular. Like you've sinned on your oaths or something. Nakshui complained, running her hands over her face. Psst, NOC. Your shirt's riding up. Izuku whispered as the demoness sent a glare to Mirio. Forget that, pup. He wasted our time. She complained. Fate really said, leave it to him to get an overdramatic demoness. Well, anywho. How's Eri? Izuku hummed, noticing the young girl slowly waking up. Her red eyes fluttered awake as her nose scrunched up at the sterile smell of the room. Hello, sweetie. Izuku hummed, making Eri's eyes shoot open and look at him. She gave him a wide smile and waved. Then, she saw Daisy and beamed brighter. Kiyomi. She beamed, making Daisy blush at her real name being said out loud. Eri. Are you okay? The girl asked, rushing over to check on her recovering friend. Eri nodded and the two began chatting about girl things. Even now, with Izuku being one of the girls, according to Mina and Hagakure, he still has no idea what girls talk about. The author says while they themselves were assigned female at birth, and they too have no frigging idea what girls talk about. Mirio seemed to be keeping up with the conversation more, as he nodded and added his own noises of affirmation. As Izuku stood there, witnessing his baby sister, the baby Umbran Witch of his coven grow up, he felt a bit of unease wash over him. Grasping at his head again, he looked past the concerned look Mirio sent him and cursed quietly. That child was back again, and he was being a menace. I have to go. Daisy, be a good girl for me and make sure that Eri and Mirio here are taken care of, okay? Izuku hummed, turning to run to save that meddlesome child. Okay. Go kick some butt, big bro. Daisy yelled as she watched her brother run out into Purgatorio. Does your brother do that often, Kiyomi? Eri asked her. Nope. Only when he sees someone needing help. Oh. That reminds me. I brought you more of those candies. I'm still learning the recipe, so bear with me if they're not as strong as my brother's. She said. Eri took the candies with a smile. Meanwhile, Izuku was busy battling a horde of angels that had swarmed that poor child from before. Once he got to him, he sighed in relief when the little one looked up from their cowering form and smiled a wide smile at him. You found me. They cheered, hugging his leg tight. Yeah, I did. Now, can you tell me where you went from Kamino, and how you got onto school grounds without the alarms going off, kiddo? Izuku asked, picking the child up by the scruff of his little bear shirt. Come to think of it, the boy seemed to always wear the same white shirt with a brown bear in the middle, a pair of navy blue shorts, and black sneakers. Oh. I had to go back home before he found out I left. And to answer that other question. I came in with the rest of you, the child squealed, swinging his legs as Izuku held him. With a sigh, Izuku readjusted his hold on the child, placing him on his hip and leaving Purgatorio. Back in reality, he seemed to scare 3 Gen Ed students. Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. He apologized, noticing that 2 of the 3 were male students. The third one was Shinso. Shin. Oh my goodness. How have you been? Izuku gasped, rucking the boy higher on his hip, and the other boy in question stared at the child. I'm okay? Who is that? Shinso asked. How the hell am I supposed to know? Sorry, Nochui. Izuku thought as he held the boy close while the little one hid his face in Izuku's neck. A tiny witness who needs to be under surveillance. But enough about the hero stuff, how have you been holding up with the training? Izuku hummed. The other teen shrugged and rubbed the back of his neck. Aizawa seems hellbent on killing me, he said. Izuku sighed and nodded. Yeah. If I didn't have pro-heroes for family members, I'd probably be dead in a ditch somewhere. Izuku replied. Shinso's 2 companions whimpered at this. Izuku looked past Shinso and smiled. Don't worry. And I apologize on behalf of my class and department. We do not mean to cause all the chaos that surrounds us. We just have far too many big personalities for one department. Izuku reassured the 2 other Gen Ed students. The 2 shook in their places, holding on to each other. One was because the demon spawn from Class 1A is speaking to them, and the other was just terrified of Izuku in general. Which is kind of mean, considering that he's a walking piece of broccoli with a demon contracted to his soul. Shinso snorted at this and shot him a look. What he means is that he's not responsible for the bullshit we have to go through. With a gasp, Izuku lightly hit Shinso on the arm and held the boy on his hip close. How dare you? I'll have you know that I was once the class president of that class? Until I gave it up. Those guys are like moths to a flame. When one person runs it, they all do. You guys are so lucky to have normal high school lives. Izuku sniffled. Zoo. I'm sleepy. The boy whimpered in Izuku's neck. Okay, I have to go now. I promise to meet you at the gym after school today, Shin. Okay? Be good, don't get in trouble. And for all that is sacred, please get some sleep. Izuku said, running off to Heights Alliance to get the little one down for a nap. Once he and the little one got to the dorms, he had to sit the boy down and fashion a quick, hello. My name is, badge for the little one. Can I ask your name, kid? Izuku asked, holding a marker. The boy looked up from the pillow he was squishing and blinked. Tenko. He beamed. Smiling, Izuku wrote his name on the badge and stuck it to the boy's shirt. Now don't lose this, okay? And Izuku hummed, taking off another ribbon of his and tying it around the boy's arm. Don't take this ribbon off, okay? It's to protect you. If you lose it, I won't be able to come to your rescue. Okay? Izuku said, cupping the boy's face in his hands softly. With a nod, the boy held his wrist. Izuku smiled and ruffled the boy's hair. Now, get some rest. I have to get back to class. Promise me you will not leave this building. If you do, the heroes of this school are permitted to escort you out. Izuku warned. Tenko nodded and sat on the sofa, hugging the pillow. I promise to stay here. Can you turn on the TV for me? I don't know how to work yours. He sniffled. Izuku smiled and grabbed the remote off from the coffee table and turned on the streaming services. Want a movie? He asked. Tenko nodded and gasped when Finding Nemo was put on. He's never seen that? What kind of torture did he endure? Nochui gasped. With a shrug, Izuku gave a short goodbye to Tenko before running off to get back to class, since he's missed half of the school day anyway. Okay, one more time, guys. Mina called as the dancing group was all panting from their last rehearsal. Even Izuku was winded. What? But we just did it. Ochako whined, placing her head on Izuku's shoulder. Mina groaned as she stressed the importance of getting the routine down. We've been doing this for God knows how long continuously. Ojiro panted. We've been doing this for about 3 weeks, 4 days, and 16 hours. I'm not counting the minutes and seconds. Shoji sighed. Kirishima decided now was a good time to rub it in the rest of the class's faces that he and a select few got to skip out on this hell for the special effects needed for the show. Hey! I just found this awesome craft store. He said with a wide smile. Everyone groaned as they all used their energy to look at him. You guys look like you all died. He said, making Izuku laugh aloud. Says one of the guys who helped me drag Boom Boom out of hell. He snickered, falling back to hold his stomach while earning a glare from Katsuki. Hey! Those things still haunt my nightmares. Kirishima huffed, shivering at the memory. I found them quite the spectacle. Tokoyami hummed, taking a few breaths as well. Izuku hummed in agreement before sighing and standing up straight. All right. One more rehearsal and then we call it quits for the day. Yeah, he compromised, earning a multitude of cheers. The class had been practicing for a couple of weeks at this point, with Momo and Aoyama taking turns in designing and creating the stage crew, band, and dancer outfits. Naturally, everyone was exhausted. We only have 18 more hours until the festival. And that's including the hours we lose in preparations of the stage and catwalks. Ida said, chopping the air. Lighten up. We'll do our best. Kaminari yelled. For some reason, the class couldn't help but feel uneasy with that sentiment. Zubo! The teens all heard, prompting them to look toward the childlike voice. Tenko! Izuku yelped, making the boy in question rush over to hop into his arms. What are you doing? The boy asked, nuzzling into the older boy's neck. We're rehearsing for our school festival. Hi Eri. Izuku called, noting how Eri and Mirio had come by as well. Midoriya. Eri called, rushing up to greet him. Mirio trailed behind, smiling at the girl's excitement. Izuku set Tenko back to the ground, which the boy whined at. Sorry bub. But we still need to practice one more time before the big day. Izuku said, rubbing Tenko's arms gently. You promise I can watch you tomorrow? The boy asked. Absolutely. But I have to make sure I remember my steps correctly if the show will look like fish without water. He laughed. I'll take him to the dorms, Midoriya. Will your little sister be here tomorrow? Mirio asked. Also, don't let all 5 of his fingers touch anything. It will turn to sand. Izuku warned. Eri gasped and looked at Tenko. I can reverse things. She beamed. How come it doesn't hurt you? Mirio asked Izuku. Umbran durability, most quirks don't work on me. Only those of lumen alignment do. Like yours. Izuku explained. I phase through things. Mirio replied. All in due time. Izuku sighed. The night before the festival was rough. Izuku and Yuga were checking the equipment when they found out the rope for the disco ball was frayed and close to snapping. Sheet. We can't ask Yamamo to make another rope. Izuku growled. Why not? Denki asked, blushing profusely at Izuku's growl. Ijiro had to smack the blonde's arm hard to make him focus back on charging the backup generators. She's asleep, Kaminari. Koda said, untying the rope. I wake up pretty early, so I'll just run to the store and grab a new one. Izuku sighed, pinching his nose. He faintly heard Denki and Ijiro whispering. Man. Even when he's disappointed, he's still pretty. Denki sniffed. Have you seen his family? You have to be blind not to see it's hereditary. Ijiro sighed. Hey, I can hear you. Izuku huffed, making both boys make extremely manly noises. They were squeals, for your information. The group finished up as soon as possible and went to bed. Izuku woke by dawn, wrote a note and left for the nearest store in town for the rope. It would have been fast and simple. If he hadn't overheard 2 people talking about hijacking the school festival. Can't these kids have one event where their school isn't targeted? Forgive me Nakshui. Izuku said as he followed the 2. Needless to say, she'd hit the fan. I'm not recalling the whole Izuku versus Gentle and La Brava. That would take 2 DMN long. Izuku did get in a fight. He did win. After shattering at least 20 bones in Gentle's body. He didn't mean to. But when you hit someone with a light tap from demonic power. The force is not gentle or light at all. Thankfully, Gentle didn't hold that against the boy and Simple threw him in the air and chucked him into direction of the festival. Poor Izuku landed in the arms of Todoroki on accident. Hi, Izuku said, blinking. The normally stoic heir to Endeavor wore a face of confusion. Where have you been? It's been 3 hours since we all woke up and read your note that said you'd be back before breakfast. He said. Ah yes. That? Would you believe me if I said I got distracted? Izuku hummed as the boy set him down on the ground and asked for the rope. Soon, Izuku was in the class's yellow performance outfits. He kept his red shoes, that way his coven, family, Eri, and Tenko could see him. Needless to say, Izuku hates being in the eyes of more than 7 people. Don't read this the wrong way. Seriously. Things went well. Izuku got to perform, he got to feed Eri and candied apple and share another one with Daisy and Tenko, he took the 3 kids through Shinso's class's haunted house. He even won a giant teddy bear for all 3 kids on accident at the dart-throwing game Class E had set up, literally reciting all the things I did at my state fair this summer, WTF, and he got to try a new lemonade he has never heard of before. Who decided jalapeno, pineapple, and lemonade belong together? I'm extending the festival to an all-day thing, because I want to, okay? All in all, the day was great. Mama Midoriya took home her 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 children. For adult women and one soon-to-be teenaged girl, but nonetheless, her children. Mirio was carrying Eri, who had passed out after the fireworks, and her giant teddy bear. And Izuku held a sleepy Tenko, who was burying his little head in the crook of Izuku's neck. "Thank you for coming." Izuku called to the other guests leaving the festival as he passed them on his way to the dorms. "Zubo." Tenko yawned, rubbing his eye. "Yes, bub?" Izuku hummed, waving at Shinso for help. The boy came over and smiled. "What's up?" he asked. "Can you help me bring this lil guy to Heights Alliance so we can tuck him in with Big Bertha?" Izuku asked. "Big Bertha?" Shinso asked, looking at the giant teddy. With a tag that said, Tenko's. "No taken less Zubo," on it. "Blame that on Denki." He short-circuited and said, "Why's a Big Bertha here?" and Tenko loved the name. Izuku sighed. Sure enough, Ijiro came by with a zonked-out Denki on his shoulders. In fact, most of Class 1A were slowly waddling back to Heights Alliance. "Don't we have to clean up?" Shinso asked. "Nope. The teachers said all students have to return to their dorms now. Apparently, curfew still exists on festival days." Momo replied. "Man. Can't wait for summer." Izuku hummed. Tenko giggled lightly. "Will you find a boyfriend by then, Zubo?" he asked. Izuku blushed red. "Go to sleep, bub. You're delusional," he said. "Romance is the last thing he needs. He already has a problem with flirting." Spider Lily. "Have you thought of using any ranged attacks? Not your pistols or whips. I mean, like projecting a projectile from your body." Jin asked, dabbing ointment onto the cut on Izuku's head. "Never thought of it. I'm more of an in-your-personal space fighter." Izuku explained. "By the way, how did you crack your dome open again?" Killia asked, placing an ice pack next to Izuku. "Would you believe me if I said I got in a human fight?" he asked. The Coven shook their heads, and he sighed in defeat. A horde of demons decided to feed from a group of schoolgirls a little older than Dicey here. Izuku sighed. "And you took care of them, correct?" Umbra asked, sitting in front of Izuku. He nodded and handed her the soul gems he had managed to save before they exploded. "Here. I don't need them," he said. The woman tooted and shook her head. You're going to hand these to Rodan and get yourself a ranged technique. Your pistols can only do so much until they become obsolete or a problem," she said. Izuku groaned and kept the gems. Okay. But we're still on for that weekend trip to our Coven's birthplace?" Izuku asked. "You sure you want to see Vigrid? I mean, you scream, raging homosexual, despite not knowing yourself." Jin joked, earning a glower from the boy. Umbra nodded and stood back up, looking out at the city. "Something is happening. Something dark," she said. "Yeah. We have to apply some eyeliner or a smoky eye to Zoo's wardrobe. His Umbran suit still looks plain," Jin said. "Sorry that I prefer to look like a civilian to throw villains off my scent." Izuku sighed. "You look like a butler." Killia sheet back. "Again, a civilian if you're not looking." Izuku shot back. "Children." Umbra scolded. "Sorry." The three said, making Pectra laugh. "Be on your guard. Someone is tampering with life and death. Someone ignorant of the balance of these forces." Umbra said. "Got it. You'll keep training Dicey in this time?" Izuku asked. "I will. You four must contact the Lumen Sages and offer the olive branch. They're too prideful to do this themselves." Umbra sighed. "Zoo, can't you talk to that daughter of a Lumen? The one you went up against in the sports festival?" Jin asked. "HM? Oh, Ibra? Yeah, I can ask her. Maybe I can ask Mirio too, since he was a sage in training. He might have some contacts." Izuku said. Back at school, things had quieted down. Class A hasn't been the subject of any bullying, so that's a plus. Izuku managed to get a meeting with Ibra's brothers and Mirio on Friday, which he relayed to his sisters, who all agreed that they'd find a way to sneak into UA. Again. Which led us to now. "Hey, did you guys hear?" Denki asked. Izuku looked up from cleaning one of his daggers and shook his head. Uraraka was no better, trying to help him with the set of katanas Killia had gifted him for his witchy birthday. She was struggling, but Izuku did his best to help her. The only one who was having a blast in helping Izuku keep his demonic weapons clean and well managed was Tokoyami. No surprise there. Endeavor is now the #1 hero, he said. The three sitting in front of Denki blinked and shrugged. All Might retired? Izuku asked Momo, who nodded. He's now a teacher, so it makes sense, she said. DMN. And I wanted to embarrass the dude publicly. Izuku hummed. There. By the way, I overheard Mirio-senpai and Shiozaki conversing about visitors coming to meet you this Friday. Would you like us to leave you the living room for your meeting? Momo asked. Oh my god, you're definitely our dorm mother. That'd be great, but the dining room will do as well. Izuku said. She nodded and looked at him. You must rest then. Or at least give us a list of things you may need for your meeting. Any snacks? Momo asked. Nah. Oh. How has my friend been? Izuku asked, motioning to the sleeping infernal he had lent Momo and Ochako all those months ago. Momo looked at the little head and smiled. He's adorable. Did you know this one loves cat toys? She said. No. I never knew that. The meeting should have happened without a problem. Well, other than Ibra being hounded by Izuku's coven to ask how she had managed to make their little spider Lily less serious. But, the sages shook in place when Umbra walked in and sat next to Mirio with a smile. If Izuku had a camera to capture the looks of pure fear, he would have taken a photo and kept it in his room. So, now that we're all here, let's get everyone caught up on the current problems that heroes can't comprehend. Umbra began, nodding to Izuku, who nodded and placed his notes and whatever news clippings he could gather before the meeting. We know there's someone of Lumen heritage working with the League of Villains. This was taken when my class and I were attacked at the USJ. Izuku said, tapping the photo of the Nomu. Hang on. That can't be right. Oken said. Hang on. At first, it seemed like it was Umbran influence, but watch. Izuku said, running his hand over the photo, showing a Lumen sigil. That's the holder's sigil. But didn't he die without any heirs? Warren said. Well, there could be many holders. Are you talking about the eye holder? Umbra began, only for Kilia to shake her head. As Izuku watched the Lumens and Umbrans converse, he felt a little thump on his leg and looked down to see Tenko's giant red eyes staring at him. He held up a thumbs up and got a small one back. You okay? He asked the little one, which caused him to pick up the kid, who rested his head on his shoulder. He faintly heard the girl squealing at this, making him roll his eyes. What are you doing? Tenko whispered into Izuku's ear. We're discussing important hero stuff. Well, okay, not important. Izuku began by shielding the boy from the weapons pointed at him. Who is that? Oken growled. My will to live, hurt him, and forget waking up tomorrow, Izuku said. It's true. Lumens. You need to let your guard down. We know you guys are supposed to take this seriously, but this is why Umbran witches are slowly moving towards those who want to make a difference. Like Zu, here. Pectra hummed, smiling at Warren. The Lumen was the only one of the brothers who didn't spare a glance at Tenko, his gaze set fully on the photos and notes in front of him. Midoriya. Where did you get this photo from? He asked, directing attention to himself as he pointed to another photo. That's from Hosu. Long story. But you see what's going on? A Lumen is forcing souls and their quirks into vessels against their will. They're even shoving multiple into the same vessel. Don't get me wrong, the halos that spew out those things is astronomical, but it's sad hearing all the souls begging for help or to be put out of their misery. Izuku hummed. You fought some? Valiant gasped. Not that bad. They let them loose around the poorer areas. Which, coincidentally, I live near. So I routinely have to face them. Izuku explained, letting Tenko go back to the ground and go play with Momo or Mina. Soon, Izuku was pushed into allowing the Lumens and Umbrans to follow him on his regular Purgatorio patrol to witness the fights. They were not ready to see Endeavor, spelling, get his sheet rocked by a Nomu. You believe us now? Izuku asked, leaning on Valiant's shoulder. The Lumen shoved Izuku off his shoulder with a smile. Off, child. You'll get my uniform all sticky. He said. Izuku wiggled his eyebrows with a stupid smirk. Don't threaten me with a good time, good sir. Izuku got hit on the back of the head by Umbra. You are 15, behave. She said. Dang. Hitoshi joined the hero course the next week, much to Izuku's delight. The poor Gen Ed student was confused as to why Izuku was clinging to his arm and bouncing around like a bunny. Toshi's here. Toshi's here. My sleepy boy is here. Izuku chanted, breaking out into a maniacal cackle as he picked Hitoshi up like a cat. Help. Hitoshi sighed, hanging limply in Izuku's grasp. Izuku hummed as he held Hitoshi, hissing at Katsuki whenever he'd open his mouth. Oi, put him down and pay attention. Class B is here, and I do not want to deal with them. Katsuki growled. As if God herself had decided to strike Katsuki down, Monoma made his grand entrance. At this point, everyone has tuned out his self-monologue. They know he's rambling and bragging, but they're at the point where they've tuned him out to white noise. Does he ever shut up? Hitoshi asked Izuku, who shook his head. No. He keeps going. And going. And going. I once aimed my pistol at his head and debated pulling the trigger. Izuku sighed, looking to the teachers, who had also tuned him out. Sadly, Sensei took my pistol. And then the saber. Then my brass knuckles. He let me keep the whips. Hitoshi groaned internally. Why did he want to be a hero again? So, Class A is down a student? Hitoshi questioned, counting the students of Class A. Class B looked and confirmed for themselves that their counterclass was short MHM. Midoriya kicked him through the roof. We have no idea if he's alive. Mina hummed, hugging Izuku's side tight. Izuku rolled his eyes and put his hands in his pockets. It was nothing. He was just a pervert. And I can't stand them. He said. Tokoyami walked over and set a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Your darkness grows daily, Midoriya. He hummed. Yeah, he sure hopes it does. As the classes were told the purpose of the exercises, Izuku lost track of time. He was busier watching the angels and demons gather in the arena to care. Everyone understands? Aizawa asked, not caring that his class blinked and acknowledged him in their usual way. Good. Now gather into your teams. Shinso, you will be with Team 5 on Class A's side. To even the teams. Izuku looked down at the paper he was given and gasped. No way. I got the sleepy cat. He smiled as Hitoshi groaned. Katsuki was no better, punching the other's arm. Be happy he isn't calling you a Pomeranian. Nerd, quit celebrating and sit over there. Katsuki yelled, pointing to the observation decks. Izuku sighed and did so, waiting for his team's turn. The 5th round couldn't come faster. Most of his class had gone through their battles, making this next one the last, hopefully. Midoriya, are you ready? Ochako asked, smiling brightly as she put her fingertips together. Izuku nodded and stood up, brushing off his hero suit. I really should invest in changing my hero suit. Again. Izuku sighed as he rolled his shoulder. You keep changing looks. One of these days, you're going to walk out of the fashion department's doors in something so weird. Ashido quipped, patting Izuku's arms before rushing off to the start point with Ochako, discussing their plan. Izuku nodded and followed, holding Hitoshi's hand to ground himself. All right, you're quiet. That's never good. Hitoshi said, looking at Izuku. Izuku looked back and smiled. What was he supposed to say? By the way, there's angels and demons roaming the area, but don't worry. I'll take care of them. No. He's already spent too many brain cells on making sure a bunch of Lumen sages didn't kill his only reason to live. He can't afford to lose more to making sure Hitoshi doesn't become a target for Paradiso and Inferno. I'm fine. Focus on the girl's plan. I have a feeling Class B's team will try to neutralize you and me first, so we use that to our advantage. Izuku hummed. Once the battle began, the teams advanced into the arena. Izuku stayed near Ochako's and Mina's sides, keeping an eye out. Midoriya, can you use those little cuties from before? Ochako asked. Izuku had forgotten about them, oh dear. He nodded and snapped his fingers, smiling when the batch of flying demons appeared. After he nodded to Ochako, they turned to her, awaiting orders. The girl flinched back, startled at this. Keep an eye out? She shrugged. We need to split up. Hitoshi, stay with the girls. Boys, stick with them. I'll be fine. If my suspicions are correct, their plan is to ambush us. I'll be too dangerous in that situation. But I know an egomaniac who would gladly try to fight me one-on-one. He reached into his pockets and handed them a handful of assorted candies. Greens are for healing, use them carefully. Yellow is to negate a hit. Depending on the size, you can tank. At least reds are for when you want to pack a punch. Try not to stack them all at once. Your hearts will explode. And with that, Izuku walked into Purgatorio, brandishing his pistols. All right, boys. Lead me to a blonde egomaniac, and I may let you live to see another day. At least a Fairness decided to be generous and led him to Monoma. Thank you, Fairness. I'll give you a free pass for today. But if I see you around here again, I will kill you. Izuku pat the angel's armored head before walking out of Purgatorio. You know, I expected you to be standing out in the open. Izuku stood in plain sight, high enough to keep his gaze on his team, who were in the clear for now, but covered enough to keep the fight between him and Monoma. Bold of you to come all the way to me. Monoma hummed, attacking Izuku from behind. The witch evaded right as he was hit, bursting into a murder of crows before reforming behind Monoma. You almost got me, he hummed into Monoma's ear, making the blonde swipe at his ear. Izuku hopped back, smiling and brandishing his pistols the Umbran way. Don't tell me you don't like my MMMMS. You are sick, Midoriya. Monoma groaned, wiping his ear more. Izuku scoffed at this and debated quickly swapping to his secondary weapon set. Why'd you MMMM like that? Okay, Izuku could answer that one with the truth or with a white lie. The truth was that he wanted to throw Monoma off kilter. The white lie could be that he wanted to see what a MMMM would do to an egomaniac like Monoma. Both were true in one way or another. You know. I recently found this old web series, and it had some amazingly mature scenes. Kind of gave me a bisexual awakening. Well, more of one. Izuku dodged the projectiles thrown at him, laughing. Okay. So we're fighting now? Izuku smiled as he kept dodging, keeping an ear out for the others. Yes, they were also ambushed, but he had to make sure he took out Monoma first. He heard Ishido gasp at something and turned to see a giant metal beam falling towards them. Triggering one of Nakshui's weaves, he kicked the beam towards Class B's other three, sliding out from Monoma's recent attack to send a gentle punch his way. Light enough for the wind to push Monoma, he can't be responsible for making a fellow student pop like a balloon, can he? Sorry, Monoma. I do love our little chats. But I have some damsels to assist, and you have a team to help out as well. See ya. Izuku sent a kick his way, kicking him off the building they were on, knowing he'd save himself. Hopefully, he poked his head over the edge and smiled when the cement of the ground had moved to save him. Midoriya, you were not supposed to do that, he heard Aizawa sigh out over the intercom. Izuku held his arms out in a WTF manner. He then moved to help Hitoshi fend off the poltergeist girl from Class B. Heads up! He called, landing between the chaos. Oh, wait. I misjudged that landing dash. He couldn't finish the thought when more objects were hurled at him. He held up a small barrier to shield himself and Hitoshi. Got any ideas how to get out of this one? Hitoshi scowled at this and used the capture weapon around his neck to pull a silo down. Not really. Should buy us some time to regroup. At the end of the match, Izuku's team had won. How? Sheer luck and Ochako's amazing martial arts. As the rest of the class celebrated, Izuku walked over and bowed to Class B. Thank you all for putting up a great fight. He then straightened up and smiled, rubbing the back of his neck. I haven't had that much fun in a training battle in a while. So really. Thank you. All of you. Class B held their chests at this, leaning on each other. Why are you so sweet to us? The poltergeist girl sobbed. Izuku tilted his head at this. Was he not supposed to be kind? Katsuki and Shoto were being interviewed. Apparently, they had fought a gang of villains and won. Again, I skipped any of the villain-focusing arcs, BC I don't want to deal with that. The rest of the class watched as Shoto gave vague but short answers, while Katsuki kind of exploded anytime an answer didn't fit his narrative. Izuku had to hold in his sighs of disappointment while Nakshui snickered at Katsuki's antics. You sure are happy today, dear, Izuku whispered to Nakshui, who covered her mouth and laughed. The Pomeranian always finds a way to be too much, she giggled. Izuku thought back and nodded. She had a point. He did have a knack for being overenthusiastic even before his quirk came in. Strange, really. As Izuku was lost in thought, he ignored Katsuki's recent explosion, mindlessly catching the debris being shot in their direction and setting it to the side. That's not very all-mightish of you, Bakugo, Izuku said in a cold tone that made everyone freeze. The witch then smiled and dismissively waved his hand. Don't look at me. Just had a rough night's sleep. Izuku made sure to smile as he complained to himself about wanting to skip the day. As the interview raged on, Izuku looked out the window and saw Tenko running in a panic. He sat forward and watched as the boy tried, and failed, to hide from a group of angels. Ochako, cover for me. I'll be right back. When the girl nods, he smiles and slips out through the sliding window, since the main walkway to the front door is in shot of the cameras. As Izuku rushes over and scoops up Tenko, he shoots a glare at the advancing angels. I do hate when you lot pick on innocent children. He sighed. Tenko hid in Izuku's neck, whimpering. Relax, Ten. I need you to be calm. Izuku cooed, holding the boy closer as he covered them both in a small barrier. Izuku then walks out of his body and sighs, rolling his neck. Haven't had to do this in a long time. He groaned, brandishing a set of ice blue gauntlets and a wicked smile. Ochako watched as Izuku's body mindlessly petted Tenko's hair as the boy cried. When did the kid get here? She asked. No one could answer her honestly. They didn't even know. Class was the same as usual. Some kind of hero training for their upcoming careers with a streamlined hero, and whatnot. Today was how to properly answer questions for an interview with MT Lady. Izuku silently questioned where the hell she was when Katsuki and Shoto were being interviewed. The other boy tapped Izuku's shoulder and made the witch look at him. Yes, Todoroki? Izuku asked, looking the other up and down in skepticism. Your costume changed. The other said, pointing at Izuku's Umbran suit. Izuku looked down at his suit, then back at Shoto. Yes. I guess now that people know who I am related to, I figured I'd coordinate my hero suit to stand alongside my sisters. Izuku hummed. Shoto nodded and looked conflicted at this. All the while, MT Lady was rambling about the correct way to keep your cool in a heated interview. I never thought about something like that, Shoto said. Izuku looked to his right and raised his eyebrows at this. I can tell. Oh. MT Lady's about to start. Yay. Izuku decided to play the excited to learn card in favor of having to explain the importance of coordination within his coven to Shoto. He loves the guy, really. But there's only so much deadpan curiosity that Izuku can handle before dropping to his knees and begging Shoto to show some kind of emotion. Hello, everyone. MT Lady called, earning a warm response from the class. She then began to lecture the class about interviews and how to survive them. Pup, you do this every day. Why must that woman lecture you about this? Nakshui huffed, crossing her arms over her chest as she listened to MT Lady. I bet she cannot even grow up to my size. The demoness huffed. Izuku had to stifle the retort he wanted to give her. Ever since MT Lady debuted, Nakshui has had this beef with her quirk to make herself any size she needed to be. No matter how many times Izuku has begged her to drop this issue. Izuku had a mental battle with Nakshui and all the other demons who decided to put their 2 cents into this conversation, ignoring how his classmates all went about their interviews. He was snapped to reality when everyone was staring at him. He was not prepared to be interviewed as, well, himself. Normally, he had a whole act and persona to hide behind, but as Izuku? Yeah, that's not good. So, Equinox. You've been called the silver-tongued fox among your peers. Is that true? MT Lady asked, making Izuku's eye twitch. He took a deep breath and answered as he thought he should have. I wouldn't say silver-tongued. But I have been told my tongue can do wonders. Izuku hummed, making Ijiro spit out his water from laughter. The hardening teen spluttered and clung to Katsuki, who was also laughing at Izuku's little innuendo. I know, complete 180 from canon, but remember, Umbran Witches Umbrans in general, are extremely SXL in one way or form. According to the games and dialogue. Don't shoot me please, the adults gawked at the green-haired boy's answer. Next question? Izuku asked, prompting the other teachers to ask questions. Midnight seemed to notice Izuku's practiced facade, as she hummed and asked a difficult-ish question next. Your quirk resembles that of the international heroine, Umbra. Any comment on why? Midnight asked, noting Izuku's rigid posture at this. It was only a second before Izuku's smile made her want to see where this answer would go. Yes, I have a relation to her. She taught me all I know about my quirk. Izuku smiled at this, nodding and turning to his other teachers. Who's next? He asked, clasping his hands in front of him. He vaguely heard his classmate whisper about how natural he was in this kind of situation. You'd be a natural at this, too, if you had 4 Umbran sisters drilling you on proper interviewing techniques. Would you mind a demonstration of your relation? Aizawa sighed, covering his ears in preparation. Of course. How would you like it? Hard and fast, or slow and gentle? Izuku purred, making Mina gasp and hold on to Denki to shield her laughter. Izuku was lost on why everyone was losing their mind at this. This is just how he answers questions when he's in hero mode. Just show us your quirk, Midoriya. Stop flirting with us. Aizawa sighed. Okay. Remember he said that, everyone. Izuku warned, stepping back on the stage he was on before rolling his shoulders. Nakshui, reveal. He yelled, spinning in a half-circle to call his pact Demoness. His hair grew out and covered the important parts of his body as the portal to Inferno was being created. To his classmates and teachers, he yelled the words, Mikma, which caused everyone to be confused before jumping back as Nakshui emerged from the portal made from Izuku's hair. The Demoness was halfway out, in her traditional infernal clothing, winking at the crowd. Holy crap! She's freaking gorgeous. Hagakure gasped, her gloves covering what everyone assumed was her mouth. Izuku spun back around and disconnected the summon, causing Nakshui to return to her domain. His hair returned to its usual length, covering up the rest of his body. He winked and sauntered back to the teachers. Anything else you'd like to know, my dears? He asked, putting his hands up to the air with a smile. That was only one of my many tricks. He added this bit on just to keep the cocky, flirty attitude he had sadly associated with being a hero. The adults were all shaken by their student's display, sans Aizawa. Midnight even went as far as to hold her chest to keep her heart from jumping out through her throat. Midoriya, do not ever do that again. She said. Izuku put a thumb up and smiled. He was given a passing grade, much to his surprise. Midoriya, can you show me the pretty lady again? Denki asked, shaking Izuku's arm frantically. You do realize she'll just eat your heart, right? Izuku asked, blinking as Denki rambled about Nakshui being his soulmate. Pup. His soul is too corrupted for my tastes. Nakshui sighed, making Izuku laugh. She says maybe in another millennium. Izuku translated, earning a light smack to the head from Nakshui. Denki stared at Nakshui when she decided to show up. The Demoness shooed Denki away, moving to hide in Izuku's shadow. Denki looked down and noticed his classmate's shadow was vastly different. Has your shadow always done that? Denki gasped. Yes. I'm actively showing you now. Normally, I don't and keep this as subtle as possible. But after today, what's the point? Izuku hummed, smiling as he pulled his uniform over his Umbran suit. Midoriya, you're not going to remove your hero suit? Ijiro asked. Izuku shook his head and rubbed the back of his head. No? I mean, I'm practically walking around covered in my own hair. Why do you think my suit is skin-tight, green with black undertones, and almost akin to pleather with straps all over the place? Izuku hummed, shaking his hair around to remove his suit. It's like a second skin that acts as a stronger conduit. Izuku then put his shoes back on and retied the red shoes. He sat and conversed more with his classmates, occasionally teasing Katsuki about how his childhood friend bombed his mock interview. All the while, he silently questioned why the angels were so dead set on chasing Tenko earlier. Christmas came and Heights Alliance was holding a Christmas party. Everyone was dressed in red or green with a matching Santa hat, discussing their next steps into the future. Izuku was settled in a comfy seat, cradling a cup of what he assumed was hot chocolate, with his feet dangling from one armrest while his head dangled from the other. Midoriya, why are you disrespecting that poor armchair? Tenya sighed. Izuku shrugged and leaned his head up to take a sip of his drink. I feel like a cat today. Izuku replied. The class enjoyed Christmas. Especially when Eri and Tenko came around and brightened up their already joyous day. Once the party was over, and cleaning began, Izuku and Katsuki were pulled aside by Shoto. I know you both have nowhere to go for work studies, he said. Izuku whistled and fanned his hand towards himself. My, Todoroki-san. Take us out to dinner first before propositioning my associate and me. Izuku gasped, putting on a Western accent while speaking. Katsuki lightly kicked him, making him laugh. Okay. But yeah, my family is all out on missions in different countries, so I'm free. Izuku said, looking at Katsuki. Don't look at me, I ain't got a clue where the F I'm going, duh. Katsuki said, crossing his arms. Izuku squealed and hugged Katsuki. Join us. Come on. You and I have always wanted to make Endeavor get more gray hair than he has under all that fire. Izuku said. I love how you are chaos in a 5 5" body. You used to be the level-headed one out of the two of us. Katsuki sighed. Yeah, well. You have a shitty middle school experience and see how level-headed you end up. Izuku huffed. So you two want to work at my father's agency during these studies? Shoto asked. Both boys nodded, causing Shoto to nod in response. The dual-haired boy was confused as to why he nodded while Katsuki and Izuku snorted. Welp, see you guys after New Year's, Izuku said, smiling as he left to finish helping cleaning up. New Year's Eve hit, and Izuku was celebrating with his mother and Daisy. Everyone was escorted by pro-heroes, but Izuku left before they realized who they were assigned to by slipping into Purgatorio and brawling his way home. He gave his mother a right fright when he popped up in front of her while she was coming home with groceries. He apologized and helped her carry the bags and Daisy's backpack inside the apartment. He missed being home, without the worry of villain attacks or random angel gatherings or demon ambushes. Big brother, what happened after the sports festival? Daisy asked, hopping on her toes in excitement to hear her brother's tales over the past few months. Inko, however, was not ready to hear how her son almost died multiple times, fought a man-made god, and somehow walked away with a broken pistol and too much money that should be healthy for a young man his age. Izuku had to refrain from telling his mother that he exchanged nearly 1,000,000 halos for 6 times that amount in yen. Oh. Deus, Eri gave me something to give to you. Izuku hummed, reaching into his jacket pocket to retrieve the handmade card and gift Eri made for his baby sister. Daisy gasped and cradled the 2 gifts in awe. Open it, he urged, making Daisy nod and do so as Inko returned with cups of tea and some snacks. As Daisy read Eri's card, thanking Daisy for sticking with her during those bad times and helping her have fun at the school festival, Izuku turned and hugged his mother. Oh no. What did you do? She sighed, rubbing her son's hair. Nothing. Just glad I made it home in one piece. Izuku hummed. Brother, you're gonna be in for a world of pain. Izuku stood in front of Endeavor's hero agency with his backpack and hero case. Unlike his classmates, his case doesn't hold his hero suit or gadgets, but rather all the chalk and herbs needed for him to be a witch. My god, that's a lot of glass. Katsuki hummed, standing next to Izuku. Yeah. One wrong move from either of us, and all of that melted sand is falling to the ground. Izuku sighed. Please refrain from being chaotic, Midoriya and Bakugo, Shoto said, turning his head in their direction. Both boy made a SOSO motion with their hands, shrugging. No promises. Izuku smiled. Their first day was confusing. People wanted to know about them, but they also didn't. By the time they got to speak with Endeavor officially, Izuku had half a mind to summon a portal and scream into it. People are exhausting. So, what do you boys hope to learn or improve on while you are here? Endeavor asked, looking at the three of them. Izuku looked to Katsuki, who looked at Shoto, who stared straight ahead. Talk about awkward. Izuku thought to himself as he took a deep breath and explained his hopes. I want to get better at controlling the strength of my quirk. It's either full send or not enough right now. Izuku said. He lied through his teeth, but the people who could help him fully were all off in Europe and America, being heroes. Ah, yes. You're the boy who punched Shoto. Endeavor hummed, replaying how Izuku evaded and broke through his son's ice. Yeah, that's me. Izuku hummed. The next few days are brutal. They are worse than when Izuku had to clean that DMN beach. They're far worse than his first contract signing. Who thought trying to outdo Endeavor in everything was a good idea? By the time Izuku has the idea to create a noose and hang himself, metaphorically, Shoto drops another atomic bomb on him and Katsuki. Have dinner with my family with me. Shoto said. Dude, why don't you just call us your boyfriends at this point? Katsuki sighed. Wait, are we being asked out to a date? Man, I don't have any good clothes. Izuku sighed out. Both boys were teasing Shoto, but the guy is so clueless. They do agree and end up heading to the Todoroki household in their school uniforms. Izuku is shocked when Shoto's siblings all greet them. He waves and stays as quiet and respectful as he can, which is hard considering he has a dirty innuendo for everything. As dinner was being made, Izuku excused himself to help Shoto's sister. He slipped into the kitchen and stood at the entrance. I'm sorry if you'd like for me to leave. But people scare me. Izuku hummed, slipping next to her as she cooked. You must be Midoriya. She hummed, turning to look at Izuku. She stopped what she was doing and introduced herself. I'm Fuyumi Todoroki. My brother speaks about you a lot. She said, making Izuku look at her. Why? Izuku asked. He says you are interesting. Which is good, considering our father's expectations. She sighed. Izuku nodded and sighed as well. How did you survive a hero family? She asked. I think I survived because my family didn't expect me to be the best. They kind of knew. Like they saw that I wanted to help. Izuku hummed. Fuyumi smiled and handed Izuku a spoon. Taste, I need to make sure this isn't too spicy. She said. Oh? I'm a bad person to ask that to. I love spice. Izuku laughed. Dinner was tense. It was like waiting to see if Fairness or Fearless would make the first strike. Which, come to think of it, Izuku hasn't seen many of them in a while. Okay, this is a broken family and Izuku kind of wonders how a family can be this broken. The answer? Look at Endeavor and tell him there's a god. He dares you. Please don't. Izuku's already made a good impression on the Todorokis, he doesn't need an even better one. You know, Suki. I used to think our families were weird. Now ours looks like a Hallmark commercial. Izuku said, making his blonde friend choke on his tea. You fucking BSTRD. Katsuki wheezed, coughing. Your families know each other? Fuyumi asked, her dinner long finished. Izuku nodded and sighed. Yeah. Our moms were best friends in high school, or was it before? Either way, they were friends, got married around the same time, then got PRGNNT around the same time, I think. Suki, you're the one who's older out of the two of us, right? Izuku rambled, pointing at Katsuki in the last bit. Yes. By 4 months. Katsuki said. Izuku snapped his fingers and smiled. See? You know, he used to bully me when we were younger. He hated having a friend he didn't need to impress. Izuku sighed and laughed when Katsuki punched his arm hard. What? You hated it. Then, when his quirk came in, it got worse. The Todorokis were all shocked at this. He bullied you? Natsuo gasped. Izuku nodded and laughed more. My quirk came in way later than the rest of my classmates, so I had to play major catch-up when it came to strength and control. Am I rambling? I feel like I am. Izuku rambled. Everyone nodded, and Izuku apologized, helping to clean up. I like him, Shoto. Don't lose that one. Fuyumi said. Izuku smiled and walked down the hallway to help Shoto's sister, stopping when he was a photo of the family. There was Fuyumi as a child, then Natsuo, and baby Shoto cradled in his mother's arms. But the fourth one made Izuku freeze. He watched as that child in the picture radiated demonic energy. Well, put me on a wooden horse and call me Joy. Izuku said out loud. "'Excuse me?" Fuyumi asked, confused. Izuku panicked and pointed at the photo. Sho is so adorable in this. Look at his giant eyes. Izuku beamed, playing up his shock in seeing a baby version of his friend? Is Shoto a friend? Well, he's calling Todoroki Shoto now. So he guesses so. But, all good things must come to an end when Natsuo is being held as a hostage. Good thing it was a villain Izuku didn't care for. So she'd hit the fan. The League of Villains decided to pour sriracha into society's banana and strawberry smoothie, and it's now undrinkable. Izuku somehow managed to fall into heaven. What the F dash? And to top that all off, he's now got the voice of God in his head. I am not God, child. The voice sighed. Well, you're not Mariah Carey, so what's new? Izuku sighed, checking the ammo he had left in his pistol. You do not belong here. Another said. Duh. I'm fast-tracked to hell? Kind of the deal with making a pact with a demon. Izuku hummed, changing from his pistols, which he's finally named after his Umbran sisters, to his saber. You seem fussy. Like a baby. A feminine voice called. Izuku sighed as he stood on the floating clock face he had landed on, surveying his surroundings. He caught a feather that floated next to his face, twisting the stem of the feather between his fingers. No use wasting my time here. Better get back home before I'm blamed for something stupid. Izuku sighed. Just as he was about to start on his way, there was a shriek and a loud bang. Turning around, Izuku was faced with a giant ball. Kid, one of the voices said. You should run. Didn't have to tell Izuku twice. The boy turned and began to run to the suspiciously convenient platform of pure energy, jumping onto the solid floor before jumping again to a larger body of stone. Keep going. Ever since an Umbran Witch was accidentally brought here before you, the golem's been all messed up. The same voice said. I can see that. Izuku yelled as he jumped into a replica of Umbra's hometown, Vigrid. This is Vigrid. Why am I in Vigrid when I'm Japanese? Izuku asked, turning in circles to find any clues. Sighing, Izuku walked about the town, humming. I can smell you, witch. He heard, making him turn to see a boy in a hoodie and gloves with one finger covering, spinning in a circle with a camera. Oh, for goodness sake. I already deal with Tenko, I don't need this. Izuku groaned as he circled the boy. He had red eyes and white hair. Poor skincare, unfortunately. You must be my little Tenko all grown up, Izuku hummed as he revealed himself, sitting on a bench. He yawned as the boy flicked his camera to him. Don't bother, man. I won't show up. It's why I have to carry a copious amount of makeup. Izuku sighed, standing up from his seat and waltzing over to the boy. You've plagued me my entire life. He yelled. Baby, I barely even know you, Izuku said. My brother in degeneracy, yes, the hell you do. As the boy was about to answer, the floor shook as the town was surrounded by angels. Izuku brandished his weapons and looked at the boy. Got a quirk that can help, kid? He asked. The boy nodded, pocketed his camera, removed his gloves, and stood behind Izuku. What am I doing? He asked. Izuku hummed and looked over his shoulder with a smile. Keep up. He said, rushing to a cluster of angels descending upon them. The boy turned and watched in awe as Izuku took on those angels with ease. When Izuku landed, he turned to the kid. Well, let's clear this place out. Izuku hummed, motioning for the boy to do the same. Izuku couldn't help but notice a spark in the kid's eye as he ran off, turning angels into ash. Once the town was cleared, Izuku turned to see the boy gone. I'm starting to hate it here more than I hate being alive. Izuku sighed before knocking the hammer of his gun to his forehead. What am I talking about? I love being alive. He sighed as he rolled his head back and groaned out loud. Life is great, really. Izuku was being chased again. What does this stupid Tetris-looking ball want from him? Go away. I'm not a threat. Izuku yelled as he ran into what looked like an abandoned church, running up the uncomfortably long stairs as the ball broke through the wall. All right, I am. I admit I am a problem. Izuku groaned as he continued to run up the stairs. Once he made it to the top, he ran out into an open circular area. Really? The ball broke through the ground in front of him, mimicking one of his pact demons, Scolopendra. Huh? So you can do that? Izuku noted, dropping into a battle stance. He's not sure how he's going to walk away from this, but he hopes he'll make it back home in time. He ran to the mimic, throwing a punch its way. He swore he felt the material of the ball attempt to swallow his fist before he pulled it out of its material. Okay, ew. He said as he shook his fist free of remaining gunk. The ball lifted into the air and moved above Izuku, attempting to crush him. He dodged and sent a kick into the ball, causing its weirdly malleable shell to crumble and expose its core. Seizing this moment, Izuku rushed forward and used his katanas to deal some quick damage. Once the ball shook itself out from its stupor, it reformed its shell and changed into a pair of Hecatoncheir's hands to attempt to crush him. He backed up and sent one of Nakshui's heels its way, sending the ball across the arena. He's dealing with this thing better than any of the angels here have. The voices from before are back again. Nana, please stop cheering this intruder on. A tired voice sighed. He's got spunk. I can agree to that. Another said. They all collectively hissed when Izuku used a wicked weave to get the ball airborne and shifted to his crow form to close the distance. With a yell of frustration, Izuku pummeled that poor golem into the ground. When the ball was nearly unresponsive, Izuku called Hecatoncheir to finish it off. He heard the voices talk again. That kid is a problem, one said. I think he'll be the solution to fixing our broken world. Nana hummed. You say that as if we never tried to save it. A solemn voice sighed. I can hear you all. Izuku yelled, calling his hair back and reforming his Umbran suit. If you're going to gossip about me, at least let me see you. He wasn't expecting the owners of the voices to follow through with his demand. But they did. The first was an older woman, around 30 years old, smiling widely at Izuku. The others came out as well, each vastly different from the last. You have some kind of a spark, kid. Nana hummed. Izuku looked at the group before gasping. Holy sheet. I know, like, most of you. Some of you were pro-heroes. He covered his mouth and started to cheer happily before freezing. Wait a second. Ain't y'all dead? Izuku pointed at them. Nana nodded and sighed. Yes. And it seems like our battles will be for naught if you can't help the 8th's successor. She sighed. Izuku hummed and looked at them. You mean Mirio? The same guy who basically kicked my class's butts while I was dealing with my sister getting kidnapped? That guy? Izuku asked, making the others look at each other. Yeah, I know he's got some work cut out for him. SCKS to be him, huh? Izuku shrugged and turned to the glowing highway leading to a light. He pointed his gun in that direction. That's the way out, yes? He asked, earning nods from the men. He nodded and pointed his gun upward, shooting. It hit a decoration, causing the thing to fall to the ground and shatter with a wet splat. How about a deal? I get you lot out of here and to Mirio. And in return, you all help that Lumen descendant finish what you started. Deal? He turned to the souls and smiled when Nana agreed. Deal, she said while the men all tried to make her not say anything. Why does that feel familiar? We'll help you get out of here, she said. You'll be banished from here, you know that, right? Izuku hummed before snapping his fingers. How about I do all the hard work, and you guys slip out with me? Therefore, you'll be considered runaway souls. He left out the bit where runaway souls were also categorized as hunted parties for angels, but he could always hide them in Rodan's place. The fallen angel has housed a dead witch before. Izuku landed in another realm, turning in confusion. Still not in Kansas, Toto. He hummed as he put a hand on his hip to survey the dark night. A woman ran past him, turning and scowling at him. What are you doing standing around? We've got work to do and a clock tower to defend. The woman yelled, pointing to a destroyed clock tower. What do you mean? It's clearly destroyed. Izuku said, pointing his pistol in its general direction. An Umbran soul never rests when she has unjustly perished. The woman hummed, turning and jumping into the sky. Izuku took a few steps forward to survey the smoking, crumbling clock tower she had jumped to. I just had to be desperate for a quirk, didn't I? He sighed as he ran a hand down his face, looking to the ground. He can't see the ground. Am I in one of my ancestors' bodies? He yelled, looking at his hands and seeing perfectly manicured fingernails and Umbran tattoos running along his hands. He placed a hand on his mouth and almost puked. Nope, no. I didn't sign up for this. He sighed as he ran along the streets, noticing the years displayed on the screens. Screens? So somewhere near his time, right? He stopped and looked at the weather forecast for the night, staring at the year and the reflection in the screen. That's my great-grandma. From my dad's side. He said out loud, placing a hand on his face and smiling. Maybe this was why Umbra told him he showed promise. His great-grandmother was an Umbran. Wait a DMN minute. Nakshui? He called out, jolting when the demoness climbed out of a portal and stretched. At least you're still here. He sighed. Of course, pup. Considering you are now in a woman's body, you will now know both sides of darkness. Nakshui sang, clasping her hands and nuzzling them. However, it never occurred to me that you descended from a witch. Now that makes much more sense why your soul caused a war in Inferno. This made Izuku freeze. Wait, a war was over me. He couldn't help but feel a little miffed about that. Why? At this point, Nakshui shrugged and hummed, making a turning motion with her hand. Izuku sighed and turned, curious to what she saw. What? He asked. Nothing. Your ancestor is strong. She passed down much of her moxie to you, pup. Now, off to defend her fallen sisters, she cried, jumping back into her portal back to hell. I have a weird demoness. He sighed. Izuku was still not used to having a smaller frame than he usually had, considering he'd almost eaten the ground a few times whenever he'd shift from his great-grandmother's human form to her beast within and back. He liked that she had a puma for her cat form and a peregrine falcon for her avian form. He was a bit prideful that her last second form was a swarm of dragonflies. In all honesty, his great-grandmother was the walking embodiment of Umbran beauty. Any fight he had. As her held an air of grace that he had ever acknowledged. Midori, you take the upper elevation. Our sisters' souls count on you. Another witch yelled as she kicked an angel away from their barrier. Izuku nodded and shifted to fly up to the clan leader above. Midori, finally. Stay close to me. The older woman yelled, turning her back on the incoming angel. Izuku reached out and moved her, deflecting the angel's blow and shooting it in the face. Don't worry about me. I'll follow your lead. He said, keeping any angels away from the clock tower. He hoped this was how his great-grandmother usually fought, but now wasn't the time to worry about continuity. What's the plan? He yelled, dodging and using another angel's momentum to skewer another. Defend the tower until the blood moon passes, the leader yelled. Izuku looked into the sky and absent-mindedly shot another angel out of the sky. The moon was still normal. This is going to be a long night, isn't it? He sighed out loud. Izuku sighed as he sat on the asphalt. The sun was rising, and many witches lay at his feet. How many were alive? Beats him. He survived, meaning his great-grandmother survived. He looked at her Umbran watch and smiled. At least he earned her a diamond. And an emerald. Which technically means he's promoted his great-grandmother to a Coven leader. Oh dear God. He sighed as he rested his head on the wall behind him, and police sirens were heard coming his way. Oh shit. Sitting up minutely, he watched as police officers surveyed the scene. Izuku pretended to play dead, hoping he wouldn't get caught. He remembered how Umbra had told him that Umbran witches can live for an extremely long time without showing a day of age. Which means his great-grandmother lived through the dawn of quirks and the wars because of them. And she somehow managed to meet his great-grandfather, birth his father, who in turn found his mom and had him. Okay, that's confusing. He felt himself slowly lose consciousness, only vaguely seeing Umbra's younger face shaking his great-grandmother's, shoulders and asking if they were alive. Izuku landed again, this time in his normal body. He patted his body down and celebrated. Oh, thank you, Jesus. I promise not to badmouth you ever again. Well, I never did before, but I won't do it now. I've got my body back, I'm me. He sobbed, holding his arms and jumping in place. Then he forced and looked around for the date or year. He's somewhere between before his father meets his mother and their first date. What year was that again? He can't remember. At least it's not neon everything. He sighed as he walked through Purgatorio, admiring his parents' past. Everything looked like how it did when he was a child. Shop owners were younger, but still where they were when he was a kid. He stuffed his hands in his pockets, walking and enjoying the calm that never truly came with the present. As he was walking, he noticed how much damage the present had put these poor neighborhoods through. Generations of families were affected by heroes and villains. Lives were either taken, stolen, or trafficked away for the sake of power, greed, and whatnot. Just pondering this and realizing how effed up his future is made Izuku's heart hurt. Here he is, in the past, experiencing the serenity of it all, and in who knows how long. He'll be falling back into the future, fighting to bring the world back to peace. Well, whatever peace is currently happening wherever he is. Right now, he wants to enjoy this peace. Inko, I swear, you're getting more and more exhausted the longer you stay in that course. He heard, turning his head to see his Aunt Mitsuki and his mom walking down the street. They had probably just left school, judging by his mother's exhausted expression and uniform. Hey, those are UA uniforms. Did Mitsuki and Inko go to UA? Well, they did in this AU. Mitsuki. I'm fine. Just a little winded. How's fashion going? Young Inko hummed, limping beside her friend. Mitsuki rolled her eyes and began to ramble on about how the color orange was a mistake of humanity's. Izuku now knows why Katsuki put orange in his hero costume. Nodding to himself, he waited for them to pass through him before turning and walking behind them. What did you hero kids do, Inks? Mitsuki asked, causing a sigh to leave his mother's younger mouth. I hate that I'm thinking of quitting and moving to health studies instead. She sighed. Then she began to ramble on and on about how her instructor praised the males more than the females of her class, even when the females were doing exponentially better than the males. Izuku thought back and held in an audible sigh, seeing as in the future, all the students are called lost causes and often told they should just quit or leave the hero course. As he followed, he kept an eye out for any threats. A habit he still kept, even when accidentally time-traveling. Right as Izuku assumed things were going smoothly, a van stopped next to them, and the doors opened. Two men tried to drag his aunt and his mother into the back, causing Izuku to jump into action. He jumped out of Purgatorio and got between the men and his family, punching them each in the face. He turned to his mother and smiled. "Go. I'll explain everything later," he yelled, kicking an advancing thug. "Why'd I think this would be easy?" He sighed as he dealt with the thugs. "You guys are not built the same in the future. I'll give you that." He sighed as he dusted his hands off after that last hit. He then rolled his neck and smiled deviously. Time to get to work. Inko and Mitsuki watched as the boy dodged and danced around those thugs in awe. "Holy shit. That kid's not breaking a sweat," Mitsuki gasped, covering her mouth. Inko nodded as she watched the kid send a kick to a man's back. She also heard the deafening crack of the man's head when it connected with a wall. "Yeah." The girls watched as Izuku dealt with the last thug, both startled when he turned to them and smiled before walking over. "I can tell you have questions, and I did say I'd explain. So ask away," he said. Both young women looked at each other before nodding. "How old are you? You look younger than us," Mitsuki huffed. Izuku hummed and thought for a second. "Technically, I'm as old as you too," he said. It was kind of true. Both Inko and Mitsuki were in their first year of high school this current year. And Izuku is from the future, going through his first year of high school. He is 15, along with his mother and aunt, after all. Not important. "Who are you?" Inko asked. Izuku quirked his lip and thought again. "Someone from your future. That's all I can say." Izuku hit himself in the head after he realized what he said. "Actually, forget I said that. I'm nobody," he amended, waving his hands around frantically. His aunt began to laugh and point at his mother. "He acts like the boy who likes you," she said, making Inko and Izuku freeze and stare at her. Before Izuku could come up with an excuse, his mother huffed and punched her friend. "Mitsuki!" she yelled. That was when Izuku saw the small cat keychain his mother had treasured when he was a kid. "Man, that thing has seen some history." Izuku tried to redirect the conversation, but things had to be put on hold when the ground shook. "You girls get home. Actually, never mention this to anyone. I'm not even supposed to be here," Izuku said, pulling his weapons from his back. He smiled when his aunt and mother jumped back in surprise at this. "Relax. These aren't for you," he hummed before turning and walking into Purgatorio, locking eyes with a group of braves. He smiled and readjusted his grip on his guns. "Come on, I know you're dying to say hello," he purred. Inko and Mitsuki watched the boy disappear into thin air. They were about to walk out into the street from before, but were stopped at the street being destroyed by what seemed to be nothing. The two young women couldn't help but wonder where he went.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.